Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and what you are about to see is the supercut of my entire playthrough of Wolfenstein: The Old Blood. Originally, this was a live stream, but I have cut out all the boring bits for your viewing pleasure. As always, remember to please like, comment, and subscribe. So with that, let's get stuck in. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am, of course, GeneralLotz, and here we are today with a most requested game of Wolfenstein: The Old Blood. I am joined by my partners in YouTubing, Ragekill.
Yo.
And Rainnick.
Hey.
And so we're going to be playing through this. I actually got this copy completely for free. It came with Doom 2016 that was donated by... actually, I'm going to do Don't Hurt Me because I am streaming after all. That's my excuse. It was donated by, I believe, Rico Rodrigue, which is not an easy name to say or read. So, did either one of y'all play this game?
Nope.
Really?
I played it on a friend's PC, and I don't know if I prefer the original or Old Blood. The missions are different.
Well, the big problem with Old Blood is, of course, it's much more simplified than, say, Return to Castle Wolfenstein. So, it's certainly not a bad game, but it's still very much a modern-day thing. And I was going through my review of, and also it's very quiet. After we get through the cutscene here, I'll turn the audio up. But, yeah, there's a lot of strange history going on in this game. It's like, you're going to tell me one guy has enough technology to turn the tide of the war? I'm not buying that.
Yeah, especially since history has shown us that you can build the strongest and the greatest weapons ever, but history isn't too kind to those who build less weapons.
Exactly. Also, Easter egg, we have the rocket launcher from Quake 3 Arena as the keychain thing. And the game looks really good. That's the one problem with a lot of modern games, is they look great, but they play very simply. And that's one of the things with this game. It's not I guess it's not that big of a problem, but it's a lot simpler than Return to Castle Wolfenstein ever was, but this is still better than New Order. You know, I was going through some of the old videos. That New Order video, while not bad, I actually say the New Order is like the greatest first-person shooter ever. That is me on being insane. I don't know why I would say that. That is so far from the truth, it's not even funny.
Endorphins are a funny thing.
Someone made a Geoffrey Leonard skin for Quake 3. I have no idea who that is. I assume that's some sort of... I thought you were going to talk about Jeffrey, or Joffrey, I would pronounce his name, from that Game of Thrones show, which I, thankfully, will never have to watch ever again. You know, I didn't like Game of Thrones when it came out. I liked it because it had Sean Bean in it, then they killed him. And that's not a spoiler because he dies in the first season.
But Sean Bean, he dies in everything he's in.
That's true. I think he lived in something. I'm not entirely sure what, though. And it's kind of interesting, all the stuff he's been in. Believe it or not, he was in GoldenEye, for those who are James Bond fans. Oh, Jeffrey, actually. Joffrey sounds better. And yes, I have seen the Dark Forces remake in Unreal Tournament 4. It seems like, well, nothing gets remade in Unreal Tournament 4. It's either shut down or they stop development. None of that stuff is ever finished. And, you know...
Depends. There has been one, sort of, and that was the Pod Racer. Of course, it got shot down after it was finished, but yeah.
Oh, it actually was finished. Good thing I downloaded it then. We'll take a look at that at some point in the future. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting a solid 60 frames with the GTX 9, whatever the hell it is. I recently upgraded. Well, it was a side grade. It's every bit as good as the RX 480. Except it doesn't do Vulkan nearly as well. But it does OpenGL well, which is what I needed. Well, I say I needed it, but now I decided to change a couple reviews. Instead of reviewing the original KOTOR on PC, I'm actually going to review that on the Xbox. Because I want to be able to do two KOTOR videos. One that's quick and easy, and one that is less so. It's because I don't have time to devote to the original hour-long planned video for KOTOR 1 and 2. There is no way I could get that done in a month or 2 months. Because I'm still working on Battlefront 2, 2 weeks later.
Huh.
Oh, there's the Robo-Dogs. Now, of course, You know, you gotta
Looks like
love.
a giant rat.
I guess he kind of looks like. Oh, he wants my papers. Of course they do. He's the obvious asshole. No wonder we get to kill him.
Sure saw a giant rat from that movie. What the hell is that movie called?
I like how everyone just laughs at that. It's so not. That has got to be the most suspicious thing anyone can say. Because, like, okay, when you're trying to get into a highly sensitive area, if you make a joke, it's pretty obvious you're not who you're supposed to be. But whatever. Whatever, man.
Deadly Eyes. That's not.
Oh, let's see how the typing goes. Actually, that typing doesn't look too bad. He actually is touching the keyboard on the typewriter now.
Oh my god.
I remember back in...
He's a hunting pecker, though.
That is true. Oh, keyboards. My hands are very tired from 50 hours of typing. Jeffrey Litter is a kind of a meme. I never heard of it. What if the war was actually going this bad for us? Could I feel... It wouldn't have been, though. I mean, there's no...
Tired and thinking keys all day.
Well... All I can say is the hotkeys could be a little better. I'm not going to criticize it too much, but...
Are you going to need to start wearing those gloves to your wrist stuff?
I don't know, I might.
Yeah, so they do come in handy.
All I can say is Alt-P has got to be the most annoying thing to do, because... Yeah, Alt-P. Because, it's a two-handed operation to operate the keyboard. And so... In order to do Alt-P, you have to take your hand from the tin... I don't think anyone wants to hear about my daily work grind of having to move my hand from the tin key 8 million times per second. I mean, not that much.
Even at home keys position, you're going to have to move your pinky on a control and your ring finger on a P. That's not fun.
No, it is not. The SS Paranormal Division. Now, this was originally supposed to... Well, it wasn't originally, it is. This gets back to the Wolfenstein roots of, the various things relating to the paranormal. Now, what's kind of interesting is currently I'm reading the third book in the Monster Hunter series called Monster Hunter Alpha, and it's confirmed in that book that there was a bunch of supernatural shenanigans going on in World War II. Makes you wonder if B.J. Blazkowicz existed in the Monster Hunter universe.
Might just.
It's kind of an interesting thing, though, when you think about relative power levels. Yes, over 9,000, we get it. It's an old meme, and it's a tired meme. But power levels is a thing, though. Like, take the relative power level of, say, BJ here and the Doomslayer. Doomslayer would technically be more powerful than him because he has greater strength, durability, and stuff like that.
Yeah, the problem is we have no metric for what they say power level. There's not given a unit. Like, are we talking newtons of force? Are we talking, joules?
That's true, actually. I don't know. I guess you could, have an aggregate of speed, strength, durability, and reaction time. That's what I think of when I think of power level. Like, what you're capable of doing in terms of, say, combat effectiveness.
Yeah, well, we're always given it as an abstraction in fiction, but it's something that's never really covered. Like, we're putting it into joules. Okay, well, if we're going by that, your average cell phone has the same joule output battery-wise as a 44 Magnum.
Which is kind of crazy. I did not know that. And that is one big silencer. Well, suppressor. Suppressor silencer.
Both are acceptable. Remember Maxim when he first made them? Called them silencers.
Bap. It's a good thing that pistol round went through that helmet. Also, why does he have the little electrical thing? Is that really good for anything? I'm just saying. Okay, you gotta love that. Look at his head. It's just it's just a blood spot. That's it. There's no actual damage done to it.
It just blew off all the skin of his head, left everything else intact.
Oh crap. Well, there went my stealth run. I blame the chat. That really isn't stealthy.
The backpacks That's really, to answer your question, no, that is actually really impractical and really dangerous. You do not want an exposed arc anytime.
It makes you get fried.
Well, that's just it. Electricity goes out of its way to find the easiest path to Earth. And it's random. Basically, you may think you know exactly where electricity is going to go, but if at any time you become the easiest path to Earth, you're the conductor now.
Yep. You gonna get fried, basically. And that ain't gonna be fun. Especially depend. Now, what a lot of people don't know is volts don't necessarily mean as much as you would think. It, if I'm not mistaken, it's the ohms, right?
Well, ohm's basically the resistance. It's the amperage that matters.
Okay. I haven't thought
I can
about it.
put 1,000 volts through me right now using this TENS unit that I use for taking care of muscle pain. I got no problem. Now, if I were to increase the amperage of that, that'd be a crispy critter.
I had not thought about electricity in many a year, so yeah. I knew it was something like that. It's not what everyone thinks it is. It's why you can shock somebody with like a 10,000 volt taser, and it's not going to kill them.
Well, it can, but
Well, it's not going to fry
it's
them.
not likely.
Yeah. So the volts on the Jurassic Park fences don't matter. Well, they kind of do and kind of don't.
We don't know. Well, let me rephrase that. We sort of know the ohm rating for those fences, which is about 0.5 ohm, given the gauge of steel wire and type of steel wire, galvanized steel wire, they're using for that fence. So we can assume that the amperage for that is pretty damn insane. It's enough to weld with.
It'd have to be pretty high, though, for those dinosaurs. Now, you know, when it comes to Jurassic Park, that park was never really going to work from day one. I mean, the whole automated thing... I'm talking about the movie version. The book version was actually a little better about it.
It was also unfinished.
Yeah, but even then, it's like... Well, in the book version, if we look at the book version, the fact that they're saving CPU cycles for the zoo is a pretty stupid idea. I mean, come on. Spared no expense, right?
The fact he's buying Cray supercomputers on the regular.
And even then, that's
Those
something...
are multi-million-dollar computers.
That's something a lot of the younger fans won't get, is that, yes, at one time, you had to save CPU cycles. A Cray super...
No, the well rod is not the only silencer. I can point you to thousands of suppressors made today, which take a 9mm or smaller projectile and get down to about as quiet as dropping a book on a tile floor. Very, very quiet.
Speaking of which, the MP5, ladies and gentlemen, that was the first time I ever saw a suppressor that actually looked like it was worth a damn. The one on that thing, when I first heard that, you know, just the... You only heard the bullet smacking the steel plate. Oh, there's another Easter egg. It's the Dovahkiin helmet, which is the worst helmet in the game.
One of, yeah.
And who just keeps a bunch of skulls sitting around? I mean, come on. I get that they're Nazis, but still. And they are members of the SS, so they have to actually join the Nazi party. But still. I mean, come on. Well, of course, then again, there was that one guy who had... This is true, actually. There is one guy who had a lamp made out of human flesh.
That actually is true. And actually in multiple cases. There was one Nazi individual who did do some disgusting things with the remains of the victims. And there was Ed Gein.
Who wasn't a Nazi.
But he was just... Yeah. As for the Sturmgewehr, STG-44, very solid gun.
Yeah,
Wasn't Ed Gein a lonely farm boy?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was basically why the movie Psycho and
Texas
was made.
Chainsaw.
Massacre and all that were made.
If you ever watched the Hitchcock film, Ed Gein's actually sort of something that sort of is a character that Alfred Hitchcock will hallucinate talking to. I don't think that happened in real life, but it made for some interesting
You don't
scenes.
know, maybe.
Oh god, I
It's
wasn't
also
paying
the
attention.
alias Norman uses in Psycho 4 when he calls the radio.
You know, we did a video on that. I don't know how long ago, and I completely forgot that. They just went in one ear and out the other. Wait, Psycho 4 wasn't bad. Yeah, Psycho 4. Yeah, Psycho 4, ladies and gentlemen. There have been multiple Psychos. And Psycho 4... I forget which channel that's on, though. Is that on mine? I just don't remember, but...
I don't know either. I can't answer that.
No, I guess I should check the chat. I believe in UFOs, astral projections.
Election Ghostbusters.
And hello, Big Swole. But that being said, paranormal stuff. I'm not really sure if that exists or not, to be honest. It's one of those things where there's a lot of stuff that is unexplained that we don't know too much about, and so it could... I'm not going to shoot it down because there's no way to really know at this point if it is or isn't. A lot of that stuff is debunked. And how the hell is BJ supposed to fit through there? I'm just saying, BJ is a giant meat slab, and you're going to tell me I couldn't fit through there, and I'm not even as big as he is. Yet there he goes.
Maybe in my
Sucking that guy.
20s I could fit through there, but now, no.
And
My
like,
shoulders would get stuck.
yeah, it's just about anybody.
That needs to happen in an action movie. Oh shit.
Let's see.
Do you know the Die Hard sequel? He gets stuck in the vents.
That'd be hilarious. Die Hard on a diet.
Now I know what a TV dinner feels like.
TV dinners are actually horribly disgusting. I actually tasted a little bit of one of those Hungry Jack things once. My God, that was nasty.
Well, the old style TV dinners haven't been made since I was a kid.
Lotz tasted Hungry Jack.
Oh my. Well, Hungry Jack himself will probably taste better than that shit, so just saying.
Well, like I say, when I was a kid, they actually had the when you bought a TV dinner, you didn't microwave it. You couldn't, because you would blow up your microwave.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for those who don't know, don't put metal in the microwave. Because bad things will happen.
They actually have microwaves. You can do that. It's like they have a grilling function on it, but
Well, there's special metals you use for that. You don't just take a wad of aluminum foil and just slam it in there.
don't tell me how to use my microwave. I'm kidding.
Well, if you want to see sparks, knock yourself out.
Yeah, I accidentally left like a fork in something once and it started sparking. I was like, what the hell? I did not know that would actually happen. That's a lot of roaches.
What's worse is when you meet those uneducated people who don't give a shit. Like, your microwave is gonna die, pal.
We immediately get captured by the Iron Sky guy and that giant robot. Well, it's not really a giant robot.
Possibly. Putting CDs in the microwave is pretty cool.
Really? That sounds weird.
Yeah, but it's going to eventually ruin the microwave. If you got a microwave that's on its way out, knock yourself out. Go for it, because you're just gonna basically see your CD turn into a makeshift plasma ball.
You know, I gotta admit, I really like those plasma balls. I used to have one. I mean, it's one of those things that you're from the South when you like the shinies because, yeah.
Didn't you ever
It's not
see
just
that?
a southern thing. It's worldwide worldwide pretty well.
Yeah, that's true.
Didn't you ever see that cornball movie where they had like go to the center of the earth to like, I don't know, Earth or something?
Wait, what?
I think it was called The Core.
Oh, that thing. I know what you're talking about.
And there was a scene where the hacker guy like threw a bunch of TVs in the microwave or whatever.
I honestly do not remember that. Also, Wolfenstein has now turned into Tomb Raider for some reason, but whatever.
Oh man, I'll have to send you that scene. It's one of the most ridiculous Hollywood hacker getting caught.
Would you believe that it's actually based on a book, and I have read the book?
If I'm not mistaken, he puts like floppies in the toaster oven or something. I can't remember.
Well, my floppy disk that. Oh, I don't know. The Core was... There was a lot of those Journey to the Center of the Earth movies, like in the early 90s for some reason.
Basically, we're out of ideas. Let's rip off H.G. Wells.
Oh, I guess I can't do that with him. I can't just stab him in the back.
Well, it might be one of the last ones to come out in the theater, because these days, that's like usually direct TV stuff. But occasionally we get the box.
Oh, just kill me. That way I can actually come back and, you know, sneak around a little better. I remember this now. But it was such a weird thing, though, to see all those Journey to the Center of the Earth things. There's also some Journey to the Center of the Earth kind of books that were released around that same time as well. There's one I wanted to find, but I can't remember the title. I can remember the cover, because it had some great cover art of like these otherworldly tanks like fighting each other. I don't remember the title. I don't remember the writer, but I do remember there's one scene in the book where the underground dwellers, whatever they were called, were talking about how they sold makeup to make people look older than they really were, like wrinkle makeup. I thought it was like the weirdest thing ever at the time. It was one of those.
Have weird fashion sense.
Evidently. Have you ever fired a Derringer? I owned a Derringer at one point. It was a 22 Magnum one. It was completely... The trigger was atrocious. The hammer took like a block and tackle to get down, and it was completely inaccurate.
Yeah, my final thought on the core is it came out in 2003. It felt like one of those movies that would come out in 95. It got stuck in like a freezer. You know, it's not out in movies.
It's one of those. It's one of those movies that you don't want to think about it too hard, because it's really dumb. Oh, come on, just kill me so I can reload the save. I gotta remember how to play this game now.
I remember when Hollywood would get in competition with disaster movies. We had like Volcano, and we had whatever that other one was.
Yeah, the one with Pierce Brosnan.
Dante's Peak.
Yeah, that's the one.
Ron, Sarah Connor, and James Bond.
You know what's funny about Dante's Peak, though? For years afterwards, I would always, whenever they would mention the show Twin Peaks, I'd always get the two mixed up. Wait, is that the TV?
Very, very different. But yeah, I can see the naming convention.
Because I'm not really entirely sure what Twin Peaks is even about. I know it's a thing with paranormal stuff, maybe?
Best way to put it is, you ever play a Suda51 video game?
No.
Okay, then I'm going to put it a lot more blunt than that. You ever want to see something that makes you feel like you're on drugs?
Well, speaking of something that makes you feel like you're on drugs, I got to see, finally, Cowl's Moving Castle.
Howl.
Howl, whatever. Cal, I don't even know. That guy, the dude with the anime hair, that is every teenage girl's, shall we say, fat fuel. When I first saw him, I just kind of laughed at him, because, I mean, it's just too hilarious. Because he had this long blonde hair, and it's like... But... That aside, it was actually a really well-written film. The animation was absolutely beautiful, and I highly recommend it. That was actually my first Studio Ghibli film. And I'm going to watch some more of the Studio Ghibli stuff as time goes on. I have seen Serious Duke 3D. You had to flip the switches and hold them. Okay. You have to flip the switches and hold them till the... Oh, okay. I remember now. Thank you. You gotta remember, I just worked 10 hours today. I had to get up at 4... I get up every day at 4 in the morning. Oh my god, I know how to play the Vigigams. Now, when I first played this, the RX 480 hated this game. It did not run at anything over like 15 frames per second. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to sneak over here and shut him down. Now, can we kill him? I seem to remember being able to kill him. Like, stab him in the back, maybe? Wait, did I power him down? Okay. It seems to me... Yeah, I can kill him. Alright, there we go. And we just smack him. That's kind of a design flaw, I gotta say. Ho, ho, ho time. Got a machine gun. I think I can kill him with this.
As for Derringers, I've got one which has a bit of a history to it, but there is one Derringer I've fired which I will never fire again. Ever. Even if paid.
Oh, Lotz. Did you watch that?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Did you watch that J.J. Abrams produced zombie Nazi movie thing?
I'll get on to that after Rain finishes this thing, because I actually watched it literally last week.
Okay.
No, this takes precedent. You go for it.
Okay.
Because it's Jar Jar Abrams, and he deserves a good flogging.
Well, except this time he actually got it kind of right, believe it or not. I went in there expecting it to be kind of crappy, but believe it or not, it's got good characters. It doesn't get SJW. It's not in any way, shape, or form historically accurate, like at all. At the risk of sounding controversial, the main character is black, and there weren't black combat troops at that time in the war. So don't say I'm Mr. Racist. That's just history, okay? And so, the main character was black. That's not even remotely historically accurate. There was a black jump officer. That's also not historically accurate. However, the guy playing the main character, I don't know what his name is, did such a good job I didn't care. Honestly, this would have made for a good basic war drama, a non-historically accurate war drama in any way, shape, or form. It's as historically accurate as Battle of the Bulge was. For those who don't know what that is, Battle of the Bulge was a 70s era movie that had nothing to do with anything in real life. Basically, it was shot in Spain during the summer when the Battle of the Bulge took place in winter, but whatever.
Yeah,
but
not at all accurate, but fun.
Well, of course, I would expect it to be.
But really, Overlord wasn't that bad. It was surprisingly good. I don't think JJ actually did it. I think he just produced it or something.
Yeah, he's.
Okay, so that must explain it, because his usual brand of bad writing is not actually present. There's a lot of lens flares, but whatever. I really liked it, despite it being historically inaccurate with the black combat troop. Once again, I can ignore that if the writing is good and if the actor can do his job. And they didn't do anything SJW. That's the important thing.
I already told you, but yeah, originally it was going to be a Cloverfield spinoff.
What's with him and Cloverfield? It's just like the name. Did you just think the name's cool?
I don't know. I think
It's Jar Jar Abrams. He does.
I didn't watch.
Logic.
I didn't watch. Sorry.
I didn't watch the same guy who made Lost. There's no logic there. It's just let's just rip people off and quote unquote make things up and never finish them.
But Lost was interesting.
It was never finished.
And let's not forget Trek 11. But at the very least, Overlord actually is well worth watching. It has a beginning, it has a middle, it has an end, it has cool characters. The action is actually pretty basic. You don't see too much fighting. The zombies are completely tacked on, though. The movie kind of falls apart whenever the zombies show up, because it's this deep, serious war drama, and then zombies. It's I honestly think it would have been better without the zombies. And just have it be a traditional war movie. Although I was thinking about this today while at work when I was thinking about the live stream. It does succumb to the age-old issue of demonic Germans. All the Germans are evil, to the point where it's a little silly, because they don't act like, people. They act like your traditional, villain Germans, and I found that kind of annoying, but once again, that's not surprising, especially considering that it's modern-day Hollywood. Still, though, if you can overlook that, overlook the zombies being kind of tacked on, it's worth watching. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a good movie. It wasn't great, but it was okay. So, there we go. It's like the Tomb Raiders, which I need to actually finish. And so, yeah, let's see, I'll check the chat real quick. And hello, Epic Jason X9000. 2012 Jäger Lego Y-Wing. 20th anniversary of...
I don't know, I think usually JJ is a decent producer.
I have no confidence in Jar Jar Abrams. I've seen nothing of his that I would ever want to rewatch, and only a few things that I didn't immediately want to basically get a refund from watching.
I don't know, he directed Mission Impossible 3, and that was pretty good.
Not really. That series had overstayed its welcome after 2.
I've not seen any of them, so I don't know.
I thought Super 8 was pretty good.
You know, I thought that was actually pretty good as well. It's an obvious ripoff of E.T. and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, but I liked it. I haven't seen it since I saw it back in 2011, though. Outlaw Star and Trigun, that's pretty good. Battlefront 1, I'm not going to get to that this year. I had to cancel it. Assault rifles fire intermediate cartridges. Again, that fires full rifle rounds automatically. Yeah, the BIR does.
This is FNFAL and certain models of G3. But the only controllable one thus far has been the G3 and the SCAR. And even then, it's kind of pointless to fire a full powered rifle round in fully automatic.
I remember Alias being alright.
Honestly, when it comes to JJ, I've seen a grand total of his Star Trek work with his, which, when you see it in the theater, it's like, oh, look at the things. Then when you think about it, it's like, oh, that's the stupidest shit I've ever seen. I've seen that in Super 8.
I think Fringe is the best thing he's...
Which I need time to be able to see. As for Studio Ghibli, I really like it, though. Or at least that one. I'm going to watch some of the others as time goes on. And, yeah, Jurgen, I'm not surprised. People, for some reason, don't like to take showers. I do not understand this.
He also produced the Stephen King, James Franco, 11/22/63. That was also really good.
Sorry, I'm going to have to discount that.
You know, I actually read the book and saw that.
The book's fine. I do not like anything that Jar Jar Abrams has ever put out, nor will I.
How could
It's
you?
not a matter of bias, it's a matter of the guy cannot direct and he cannot write to save his life.
He is pretty derivative, I will admit that. But, see, I guess I have lower standards because I want to see some of this stuff and no one else is producing it, so it's like, I'll take what I can get, you know? Come on.
Yeah, he didn't write that, he just produced it.
Oh, he can write pretty terrible. He completely nullified the entire point of Starfleet and Star Trek.
Yeah, that goddamn thing. Now, I'm probably only going to be able to finish this level because I can only stream for an hour, unfortunately. Let's see. 20th century. Low standards are better than no standards.
Oh, I will admit the bias, but here's the thing. I don't
Box
just watch
office wise, he saved Star Trek.
Yeah, but from a writing point of view and from a directing point of view, no. You see, I'm not like your average Hollywood theater goer.
Enterprise kind of helped kill the franchise.
The handling of Enterprise helped kill.
Yeah.
Enterprise itself wasn't that bad. It was just horribly handled and it was given the worst time slots. Basically left to die.
Right. I think recently it's starting to get kind of a cult fan base. People really watching it.
Would you say it was Left for Dead?
Oh, yeah.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Blap.
Womp.
Stop shooting at me. I don't have any time. Let's see. M4s have less velocity. Oh yeah, speaking of firearms, theoretically, at some point this year, I will finally have myself an M1 Garand. Hopefully. Come on, open it up, BJ. Open it up. Yeah! I love how BJ can tank, multiple Gatling gun rounds to the back. Because, he is just one giant slab of meat after all.
Well, up until later in the series, but that's something entirely different.
What?
Yeah.
I don't even want to know, although I probably will know. Are you talking about Youngblood? Did they completely ruin him in that? Or...
Yeah. Oh no, it happens before Youngblood, but.
Oh, and one of those DLCs that I couldn't give a crap about.
No, it's canon to the storyline. It's not a DLC.
No. Then what was it?
It's going to be a spoiler, so I'll say after the stream.
All right. Ooh, we got an M1 Garand a few years back. Awesome. I can't wait to get mine, hopefully. Assuming the CMP doesn't run out of them, and assuming nothing monetarily happens that doesn't allow me to buy it. Because the car and a variety of other things come first. Because cars are not cheap.
No, they aren't. That's my current worry right now.
Ugh. That is never fun, having to deal with that shite. It's the beginning of Star Wars. None of the prequels were that bad compared to... Oh, the Disney films! See, there's a lot of... For those who've seen the vlog, like, you know there's a lot of stuff going on that's changing in my life. It's changed to the point where at some point soon, due to me having a different attitude about things, eventually I will actually sit down and watch the shit wars. I mean, soy wars. Soy shit wars. We'll call it that. And actually give my thoughts on those.
God.
We'll see when it's going to be, though. Don't expect it anytime soon, because right now I'm just doing good to get out my one live stream a week and my one review a month. So I will finally sit down to watch them, and yeah.
Oh, you're gonna finally finish Rogue One.
Oh God, you know. Oh, speaking of which, oh, you had to remind me of that pain, did you? Oh my God. Okay. So I haven't actually watched all of it. I got to the point where the dude with the bow shoots down the TIE fighter, which was the stupidest thing I ever saw. But it gets worse. Oh yes, it gets worse. You got a scene with Darth Vader and not Thrawn talking to each other. And of course Vader's got to do the old chokey, right? Well, when he does it, he gives this horrible quip that is just so annoying. Instead of... Remember in the original trilogy, he's like, I find your lack of faith disturbing and apology accepted, Captain Nita. Well, in this, he goes, don't choke on your ambitions, Krennic. And it's like, oh my God, somebody had to write that and they thought it sounded cool.
That was a case of somebody being kind of facepalm worthy.
I mean, it's like, Darth Vader should not say something that lame. I expect Loki to say that. I expect that from a Marvel movie, not Star Wars. You know, it was so bad. I mean, it was just horrible. Now,
The one-liner that would make Duke Nukem even facepalm.
yeah, it's like, and Duke doesn't have any standards. What do you think? He goes to strip clubs? Hey, never mind. But yeah, I do want to talk about the game here though that I'm playing. You know, this gets better as time goes on, but this is an example of a modernish thing that I really hate. What am I not doing right now?
Killing stuff.
Yeah, why is Wolfenstein now a stealth game? It's not a very deep stealth game, but why is it a stealth game? Why am I not shooting people in the face, be they National Socialist or otherwise?
All the climbing you're doing.
I know, it's like, what is this?
First person Warcraft.
I know, and it's just like, come on. That was the big problem with Wolfenstein New Order. It took forever to get to the actual, you know, shooting. Doom 2016, I might have kind of cooled on because of its constant overuse of arenas. But at least that got it right, where it's like, okay, you can immediately start killing things from the second you start the game. Whereas here, I have to... It almost is like the game wants you to work to be able to play it. You know, it's like, oh, you can't just start playing it, you gotta go through all this crap first. I mean, this isn't bad, but... Oh, wait, go on.
I will never get that. We have the template set for us by the old games of Wolfenstein 3D and Doom. It's simple. Nice big environment, guns interspersed, pure adrenaline in between.
Yeah, I mean, like, I thought this game's supposed to be like over the top. So.
It is, but you gotta earn it. You gotta play through this crap first, and then,
like,
you know... Then they'll give you the...
If you're using that pipe, blood should be, like, squirting out of it from, like... Should be over the top, like, excessive.
Exactly, but, well, we can't have that, can we? End scene of Rogue One is the best part. The rest of the film is shit. Duke 5, that's never gonna happen. Even Kylo Ren is a poor man's version of Jason Solo. Yes.
No. Jason Solo is far better than Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren is... He's Darth Emo.
Darth Harry Potter.
No, we have Evil Ron Weasley as his second command.
I don't even... I don't know if I'm going to be able to sit through those. I don't know when that's going to be, but I will. There will be reviews, and I just... Oh, man. the second I
Except through season 1 of Discovery.
yeah, but that like sapped me of my soul, because there's a season 2 of Discovery, and if I had the time, I would actually, do more Discovery, but it's just I don't have the time now, and I'd rather spend my time on something fun. Oh, speaking of which, that's fun. I finally got my copy of Revenge of the Sith today. This is going to be a review either this month or next month. I'm not sure when. It's going to be short, like maybe 10 minutes or so, which is fine because it's an easy game to talk about. But I finally got my PS2 copy of that. What's funny is I don't have a PS2, so I'm literally going to use PSX2, you know what I mean, the PS2 emulator, to play that via the disk drive. Oh my god, it's the future. Darth Lincoln Park. That's an insult to Lincoln Park.
And Vulcan, sort of. The older Wolfenstein games were semi-stealth. There's not a lot of sneaking to it. There's not line of sight and things like that. So, no.
That also
It's more infiltration.
Why would you want to bring back stealth from an old Wolfenstein game that nobody's really familiar with anyways? Older.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I actually enjoyed the old Wolfenstein games because I remember them. I remember them used software well, but they weren't stealth games. Sorry, they were more infiltration games. It's a lot like playing. It's a lot like comparing, Diablo to Gauntlet. Two completely different beasts, although they have the same inspiration, which is the old game D&D, and I'm not talking just the pen and paper D&D. If you go back to the Atari 800, there was a game called Dandy, which, if you spell it out, D and D.
Yep. Single best soldiers the Empire ever had. Well, they only made one of them, but yeah, that would have definitely come in handy during the Yuzhong Vong War, but whatever. I like how, okay, BJ can still just tank getting stabbed in the chest multiple times. It's like, yeah, whatever. But what about Dandy?
Essentially, both Dandy inspired all of the quote-unquote action RPGs. But to say that, the games that came after it, like comparing Gauntlet to Diablo, and we're not talking about Diablo 3 because screw that noise. There's only so much cancer I can deal with.
Oh crap, I forgot how to get out of here. Oh, there we go. Come on. Just tank getting hit by the robo-dog. Oh crap, go! No! I like how I'm taking next to no damage by the robo-dog. It's like BJ's just he's basically Superman. The 30s version. But go on.
Yeah, Deus Ex Machina. I've got plot armor, yay!
Literally. Oh crap.
Comparing those games, like saying, the original Wolfenstein was a stealth game. It's not. It does have stealth elements to it, but it's not a stealth game. It's an infiltration game.
Wait, did that just come from here? I must have. Speaking of Diablo, I finally played that multiplayer. Well, actually, no, I didn't play that multiplayer. What am I even saying? I played that, finally, for the first time a few days ago, because I hadn't played Diablo 1. I played Diablo 2 multiplayer via Game Ranger, but I had not actually played the first one. In Diablo 1, I gotta say, it's pretty rough. It's kind of boring, actually. But I can see where Diablo 2 came from that. Diablo 3 is an interesting thing. I didn't dislike Diablo 3. But then again, that was the very first Diablo game I'd ever played. It definitely pales in comparison to Diablo 2 and the Torchlight games, though.
Well, they got the atmosphere all wrong, and I still want to know, why does the sharper axe make my fireballs come out faster and stronger?
Magic? A wizard did it. And then, of course, there's
I'm playing a wizard. I certainly didn't.
Maybe you just forgot. You got high on magic shrooms. We're just gonna go with that.
You're the wrong kind of wizard. Okay.
That, and they really butchered the story in Diablo 3. Good lord.
I get
2 games plus expansions of great build-up, and they flush it all away.
Yeah.
Don't worry, there's a new Diablo game coming out.
Oh god, we do not.
Matter. It's dead, Jim.
Speaking of
Call it whatever you want. A dead body is still a dead body.
You don't have a phone?
the
It's
Diablo,
still moldering and rotting in the corner. It doesn't matter. It's dead.
Just play Torchlight 2. Play a mod for that.
Storage
Yeah,
like-
'cause that was actually made by the people who made Diablo 2.
The last time me and Lotz tried to play it, like some of the mods broke out online.
Yeah, we should, that's one of those things where trying to get that to work online, we should have just stuck with the base game. I'll check the chat after I've shot these politically unknown individuals. We'll just stick with that. I'm
There's
not.
always some time in the
Yeah, if ever I get time to play anything anymore. I'll tell you this though.
Rammstein?
No, go on.
As for Rammstein, they're metal.
Rammstein. Yeah, I've actually they're on my playlist at work. But speaking of not getting any sleep, even though no one was talking about that, something kind of hilarious happened. Well, it's hilarious if you were there. So like, most of the day I'm like dead because I've got like 5 hours of sleep. That's the maximum amount of sleep I can get and still do things. I was literally trying to put up my napkin in my lunchbox for some reason. I was like, instead of like throwing it away, I was just like, oh, I'm just going to store it for later. Why am I storing a fucking napkin? What is going on here? That's my brain
What am I
just...
doing with my life?
That's
going a little insane.
That's why getting up at 4 in the morning, it'll do strange things to your brain. I'm hoping next week will be easier. This is my first week. I'm hoping next week will be easier. Like, I'll be used to it, so I won't be trying to store a napkin that should just be thrown away. It's like, I'll use it later. Why would you... Whatever. I don't know why that bothers me, but it does.
You're just reminding me of moments when you wake up. When I wake up and I don't have my coffee, and it's like, what the fuck am I...
Or, to quote The Simpsons, lousy two-legged pants.
replying to messages before getting coffee.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
sort of...
solution of 2-legged pants. It's called
Like,
a
what
kilt.
But I don't think I can show up to the office in a kilt.
Oh god.
I think they would probably frown on that. I mean...
Probably, yeah.
I mean, like how people in Texas even wear a kilt? None. So.
No!
You'd be surprised.
Uh,
I've worked a construction job in Texas where I could get away with wearing a kilt, and did.
God, I hope you wore underwear underneath it.
Oh,
Well, I certainly wasn't doing roofing.
hopefully.
You're just making me think of the episode of The Simpsons where, like, Willie was wearing a kilt and it was like windy.
Oh, yeah. Everything is a Simpsons joke in some respects. What was that one? Oh, yeah, I was saying earlier to my mother, yeah, I'm going to put my foot down and buy an M1. And she quoted the Simpsons line, "The foot is coming down, Marge!" I do hope...
Alternate reality without Simpsons.
It would be a much darker world. See, no matter how bad this world gets, we had those 7 seasons of The Simpsons. Some people push it to season 10 being good, but I would say The Simpsons stopped being good right at season 8. There was a couple good ones in season 8, but not that many. You know, you had the Scorpio episode, which was okay. Then you had, like, I think there's that Edna and Skinner episode, but most of it was not very good.
I've been watching random Simpsons clips because they've been popping up on YouTube.
Yeah, I do the same.
That frickin' episode where Homer's an adventure and you're like, Jude's Mars is that always cracks me up.
You know, that is another good late Simpsons episode.
Homer, yes, on horror.
That is pretty hilarious. The makeup gun.
Yes, and then he's like, this time close your nostrils. Yeah, then it's the wall.
The makeup gun, coming soon from Brownells.
Or before that, he's
Or
drawing.
Ronco.
Them
Because
too.
Ron Popeil would so be into that.
Hey, is he still alive? Or do you
I
know?
think he is.
Or there's the small joke where he like jumps up down and there's 2 explosions and he raises the dynamite on his side.
Dynamite explodes. Not good.
As far as new episodes go, I mean, there's some gems and birds.
Yeah, but they're few and far between. Once they got rid of all the good writers, you know, it kind of destined to go. But can you believe Conan O'Brien actually wrote a few Simpsons moments?
Wrote like some of the best.
Yeah, here's
yeah.
the thing: when he actually stuck with comedy as opposed to making everything political, he was good.
Don't remind me. Oh yeah, now that I have a life, I no longer watch a bunch of political stuff anymore. I used to read like what I call the low-hanging fruit. Now I don't have time.
Conan the least of the political host, though?
No, he's pretty political.
Okay, and
He's not as bad as, like, say, Trevor Noah and the rest of the current day casting, but he's pretty bad. Mainly because he's paid to be bad.
I haven't watched it completely, so.
Yeah, one day I will be doing some more gun reviews. So once again, though, yeah, I have a life, so I can't devote everything to videos anymore. But
one has to wonder how the hell are they ever gonna end The Simpsons?
Probably not until a major voice actor dies.
No, I mean, like, what the heck with the plot? Like,
It's probably not going to happen until one of the major voice actor dies. I mean, I like Dan Castellaneta. I don't want to see it go, but when he goes, they're going to be jumping all over themselves, like, how the hell do we finish this? And watch them have a Poochie moment.
well, the actress that does Martin already started to sound.
Yeah, everybody on that show is massively old. Just let it go. Give him a good swan song.
I love how we're basically no shit Sherlock. It's obvious facts, but the show's gone forever.
I know, it's kind of ridiculous.
When they surpassed the Flintstones in 1996 of being the longest aired animated series, that was time to end it. It's like, okay, you've achieved your benchmark. You set your record. Go off into the sunset holding your head high.
It's kind of like with Futurama, although I will continue to contend, now and forever, that Futurama was never very good.
The final episode. It wasn't bad.
I don't think it was. I think the writing was bad. I think it suffered from psychotic humor where it's like, oh, look, we killed a bunch of people. Laugh now. I never liked that kind of humor. But that's just me.
Huh, what?
Yeah. Well, there's one joke they had in one of the movies where, like, they went and recreated the universe and then they crushed their former selves or something, and it's like...
Are you talking about Futurama?
Yeah, Futurama.
Oh, I'll talk about... Sorry.
Treehouse of Horror, I could have done it in The Simpsons, but that'd be a long Treehouse of Horror.
Well, like the Treehouse of Horror, that's fine, because that's what it's a Halloween thing, but Futurama did a lot of that psychotic humor most of the time.
I thought the last episode of Futurama was really good.
Colbert, that guy. Okay, I never liked him for one. But he always... now he might as well just be a political commentator and not a comedian. Just saying. Because what does he actually joke about in any of that stuff? It's just all turnip all the time.
And Tech, the reason why we don't like it called semi-auto rifles called assault rifles is not because of my politics, because that is used too, but the main reason is it's wrong. An assault rifle demands that it be an intermediate caliber and select fire.
Precisely.
It's been that way since World War II with the Sturmgewehr.
But sadly, the remake never was actually made. I assume they ran into magazine problems.
Actually, it hasn't been made to the market yet, though people behind it aren't gone, so it might still be made.
Oh, well, that's good at least, because I know Hudson died, but I was never going to buy a Hudson H9 anyway, so...
Well, we don't know... The company is dead, I'll give you that, but we don't know who's there to buy the assets, because when a company goes like that, assets go up for auction. So, that's a company that could be brought back. I mean, we've seen Stranger in the firearms industry. I own Stranger in the firearms industry.
Well, I'd like to see that succeed, even though, once again, I wasn't going to buy it anyway, because I don't really need another 9mm. Because... No, go on.
Oh, nothing. I was back on the topic of Futurama.
Oh, well, go ahead.
It's actually pretty good.
Disenchantment. I actually have seen that. The writing is actually a lot better than... It's better than it looks. Let me put it that way.
It picks up, definitely, as it goes on.
And actually, they event... Like with the Orville, they get rid of some of that more cringe comedy, and it actually becomes a straight drama. And when they... when Orville stopped being a comedy, that's when it became good. And when Disenchantment became, a dramatic fantasy work, it became good. Because comedy is so hard to do these days. A lot, I think...
Here's the thing. Seth MacFarlane, he's not a bad comedy writer. He's actually pretty good when he applies himself to, drama and sci-fi. He needs to actually consider doing that. Leave comedy as the paycheck maker and chase drama, sci-fi, and fantasy as, the real passion. Because he's got the chops for it.
Yeah, because I haven't actually had enough time to actually watch any more Orville, but the last episode I saw was actually really, really good. It was very dramatic, very epic in scope, and you gotta love modern day special effects because they look so good, and coupled with real writing, holy crap. Speaking of special effects, one of the other things is mainly when I get off of work, I'm too tired to do anything half the time, so what I generally prefer to do is just to kick back and watch some sort of show. And what I've watched recently has just been a bunch of movies I've been meaning to watch, like Overlord and that Cowls. Is it Cowl? I think it is, right?
Howl.
Howl. Why do I keep saying Cowl? Why can't... That moving castle thing. That guy with the castle. Like, I watched that finally. But I also rewatched a few episodes of TNG in HD, because I haven't done that. Rewatched Best of Both Worlds. Spoiler alert, Picard gets assimilated. Who would have guessed? Remastering a show in HD can either be good or bad. And in TNG's case, like with TOS before it, it's not a bad idea. It's just, you see all the little imperfections.
It looks so good.
Yeah, but when you look at the zipper on the... Okay, I watched Q Who from season 2. That zipper on that season 1 and 2 uniform is so obvious. How did we miss it how did I miss it back in the day?
Because standard definition.
So it's like when you go to HD, you can see that, and then you can see once you see that zipper, you can't unsee it. You can't. The rest of the season
It's not just
uniform.
standard definition either. It's like back in the day, if you didn't have a cable, it's if you didn't got the thing here to begin with.
Well, no, you could get good picture out of 640 by 480 over the air, but the thing is, you were limited to 640 by 480 on the CRT. CRTs, unless you really, and I mean really, spent on a really nice CRT, you had
I think it might be
problems
worse
like
than that,
blue.
actually.
Well, it's like I say, the broadcast standard then was 640 by 480. That's for over the
Right.
air. That's for everything. That's not 640.
But for
It's not-
next gen, they shot on film and then they did the effects on VHS.
Well, it's not true VHS. They did.
Oh.
You need, there's a difference. They use DV for that. Now it essentially is a tape format like VHS, but there's a big difference between that and commercial VHS. Back then it was shot on film, then put down into
Okay.
Sony DV, but it's 640 by 480. And I'm not even talking 480p here. It's just above 480i. You really can't count it as pixels because remember, back then and today, if you still have a CRT, it's worth a
Shit.
darn. There's no set pixels on a CRT.
Lotz, did you see that article I shared a while back on DS9? Fans were like upscale using like those
Oh
crazy
yeah,
AI upscale algorithms. They look good.
yeah, I did see that. I'm not sure if that's going to be a good idea or not because I want to talk more about TNG. I'm going to go until 8:30. I'll push it for 30 more minutes just because the stream's going pretty good. But that being said, because I got a shitload of stuff I got to do, but I do want the stream to go on a little more than just 1 hour. But let's see, where was I? Best of Both Worlds. Okay, so herein lies the problem, though. You can see the zippers, but the one thing that looks the worst, though, the absolute worst, are the little belts. In 620. Now, when back in those days when I was, well, I'm still alive now, but back when the TNG was still being watched on a TV, you couldn't see them. I know for a fact that we didn't even we got horrible, reception where we were at the time. And, yeah. So we were doing good to get 640 by 480. But that being said, actually I'm not sure how that screen resolution works in terms of rabbit ears, but whatever. That's neither here nor there.
You were getting, the best possible picture out of your 640 by 480. You were getting whatever you can get over the air.
Exactly. And I think at one time we even had, like, foil on there, because that helped a little bit. Or it was wishful thinking, I don't know which.
Hey, back then, this is before the small dishes and things like that, so we had this huge freaking satellite array.
I think there's a neighbor around here who still has theirs.
Yeah, I'll take seeing imperfections though, because my God, does a great. I don't care.
Yeah, but the belts though.
Also the zippers, yeah, I can get it. It looks terrible in that sense, but seeing it all high res,
the audio, yeah, it's like watching like mini movies. It's like holy crap.
Yeah, I guess that's true, but at the same time though, the belts.
Okay, here's the thing. I will unironically watch the original series, the replete with the Gorn battle with Captain Kirk and the Gorn, in the highest resolution possible, because yes, I know it's cheesy. Yes, I know it's a horrible fight scene. It's horribly composed. It's just bad.
But go on.
But it still looks good, and as cheesy as it is, it's a memory.
And the original series in 18, you can see the stitching isn't straight on their costumes, but oh well. I mean, it still doesn't. The material's still there. A little bit cheesy. Quiet. But some people can't stand. So I guess zippers and stuff. So I guess you're not the only one who.
Well, it's not that I can't stand it. It's just I see it now, and so it's like.
Yeah.
Oh crap! Ah, I've got fucking killed by the dog again. Goddamn robo-dogs. Oh, one other cool thing to show, assuming I can get over... Oh, my knees. Sitting on your ass for 10 hours is not fun.
Your legs go to sleep pretty quick.
But thankfully, I've got 2 new Lego sets that are going to be built. Not this month. Well, one is. And I missed what you said, Rain. I could hear you, but I didn't know what you said.
I'm saying you sit down for that long at any job, and your legs can go to sleep pretty quick.
I haven't had that happen yet, but it does hurt my knees a little. That's why I generally like to go on a bike ride. Although I didn't today because ran out of time. But yeah, I got 2 new Lego sets. I'll show them off here. We got this thing's long. Darth Maul's. There we go. Sith Infiltrator. That movie might have been shit, but Darth Maul was pretty cool. And then this I got for pretty cheap. The Jedi T6 shuttle. So
awesome.
I'll be built. Oh crap!
Say back to the whole remastering thing. Well, I mean, there are people who still watch stuff on VHS compared to being remastered. Like for horror movies to have that gritty look compared to having other imperfections being noticeable. But yeah, I'll take my high def remasters with them properly.
I will.
Screen.
I will too, but it's just like it's one of those things of like you can now see the zippers and the belts and all the rest.
Right. Like maybe they could have like digitally removed those or something, but I guess they do.
Yeah,
well, digital removal of certain things like that takes a lot of work.
Right. Well, they've done it though for certain TV stuff.
Yeah, but then you can start entering the George Lucas era of okay, when is it a remaster and when is it a re-bludgeoning?
And yes, I have heard of.
I'm sorry about that.
I was gonna say I have heard of THX 1138, although I have not seen it yet.
It's just another variation of the K84.
Yeah, but it's a good one.
Right. There was an HBO show. I don't know if it was Sopranos, but it was filmed in 4:3. But they re-released it in widescreen, and they actually matte painted out the crew member. It all has the white look.
Interesting.
I heard them talk about doing that for the original Star Trek. Going to not.
You can use the T6 shuttle to build a V-wing. Hey, Epic... wait, who said that? Epic Jason. Send me the link if you can. Like, go to the Discord server and just send me a link in that, or send it here on the stream. I'd like to actually do that, because the
No, I
Jedi...
swear that Nazi saw you when he was walking by.
Yeah, but he didn't care. He's not getting paid enough to care. Because I'd like to build the V-Wing instead of the Jedi T6 shuttle.
Because I watched a small, like, old documentary talking about TV shows being remastered TV, and I guess the worst one is Buffy.
Stick to the original Buffy. Lose. They no.
What did they do to that?
It's bad.
Is it like
Well,
transfer?
I guess for the HD remaster, they didn't color correct any of it, so it all looks weird. You can tell the day for night shots and stuff.
It's a Ted Turner colorization.
But it gets worse than that. They didn't even remove crew member because again, it was shot 4:3, so they released it in widescreen, but they didn't even crew member.
Oh no!
I'll have to send you the video. It was pretty fun. It was pretty.
Oh,
actually.
that's...
So the only pure way to watch that is fun. It's insultingly terrible.
Grab the original DVDs.
Oh man!
I don't care if you got to find yourself a 4x3 LCD monitor, cheap secondhand, which you can do. That's not so bad. And watch it that way. Or if you want to go crazy like I have, I've got PVMs. I don't recommend anybody do this for watching old school movies, even though it does look really good. It's really for gaming.
Oh yeah,
I
right.
watched somebody talk about Baywatch. I guess they couldn't get the music rights to some of the stuff, so like one episode, Little Richard, that like 98% of it cut out because they couldn't.
You see, I didn't watch Baywatch when it was new because one of those that
I know I didn't really either.
it was one of those. If it was on, it's all right. I'm not gonna turn it off. I'm gonna do something else. Maybe partially watch it.
I did check out a few episodes because it was I was like, okay, I gotta see how this looks. So weird sometimes.
Baywatch was never my thing, obviously, because it wasn't sci-fi. However, I do remember watching. I remember this is a memory that I have after all these years of watching an episode of the spin-off Baywatch Nights.
Weird.
For those who've never heard of this obscure spin-off, basically X-Files meets the Baywatch.
An elderly lifeguard somehow becomes a private eye.
Because that was all the rage, like in the 70s, though. Everybody was a private eye back then.
The Hasselhoff character was already too old to be a lifeguard.
Hey, you never know. Your age is
No,
just
late 30s was like usually the cutoff age to be a lifeguard.
So what? He was that awesome. Age is just a number, man.
Yep. Now, if we need something in HD that Hasselhoff don't need Knight Rider.
Yeah, although Knight Rider in and of itself is a pretty silly show when you think about it.
Well, there's a lot of silly shows. I mean, Airwolf, Knight Rider. I mean,
MacGyver.
MacGyver.
that was classic cheese there.
And then there was MacGruber, which was the
I, for one, like MacGyver and the unofficial follow-up show called For Notice, which is pretty much spies techniques because they couldn't afford to buy stuff because they were burned. You see,
Yeah.
and they got a notice about it. Okay.
So they did.
There's a new MacGyver, but I haven't checked it out.
Baywatch in space.
You know, it's just goofy enough to work. Make it happen.
Baywatch Moon Edition. No, Baywatch Lunar. There you go. In the future, when you met.
I think Baywatch was one of the shows where like it came on. Maybe
Well,
watched it, but I
remember
can't tell you anything about it.
There is a part of the moon called Sea of Tranquility.
It was a lifeguard soap opera.
Actually, you know how you could bring it back for like space? Okay, humanity has left Earth because of increasing global warming. Just go with it.
They did try to bring it back with The Rock and that other guy. I don't.
Oh, that thing. But due to global warming, we've all moved to Mars. Baywatch, Sidonian Nights. Now, will anyone get the joke, though, that I just made? It's an obscure band.
In space. Space wide.
Don't think they will because it's a different kind of people. It'd be nice if they did, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna.
For those that don't know, Sidonian Nights is actually a song by a band called Muse. That's why it's funny, and there's like a Sidonia on Mars. I'm the comedian, you know. Stop looking at me.
They never did like a Knight Rider Baywatch crossover.
Or
maybe be disappointed. I don't know.
Viper. Oh, let's see. Is Viper the one with like Pamela Anderson? For some reason, I think.
No, it was basically literally the Dodge Viper and a model of Dodge Viper that was never released.
You, sir, are thinking of VIP.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I used to watch that on Saturday nights.
And it had the worst video game of all time.
That's probably right.
That's hyperbolic, but it was really terrible.
I think the show was pretty terrible too, if it's what I'm thinking of. It's like she was like.
But it was intentionally terrible. But yes, it was.
Are they sure it was intentionally terrible, or were they just trying to fool you into thinking it so they could get away with it?
Part of it was knowing, and part of it was kind of not. It was weird.
Well, there was also a show that
There's an episode where Mark Hamill was Canadian Mountie, though.
What?
Yeah, it's like watching a trauma film. You know it's bad, you know it's going to be bad, but you can't stop watching.
Luke, be a Jedi tonight. But anyway, let's see that.
Back to Knight Rider, there was a spin-off show where there was like a bunch of cars.
I remember that.
Not good.
They've tried to resurrect that series.
They've tried to resurrect Magnum PI and Miami Vice many damn times as well.
They already have it, a new Magnum PI show, I guess.
Yeah, and it's crap. The only good thing about it is his choice of car and gun.
Just like I haven't seen the new MacGyver, even though the new MacGyver looks like a handsome man.
Let's see, that reminds me of something. See, now I lost it again. That's the problem with my brain being tired right now.
I actually have to leave because last time it started.
Alright, well.
I could watch it on demand later, but I have to watch it.
I'm only going to be streaming for 20 more minutes anyway.
Streaming it on the streaming channel live, but whatever, I'm going to watch it. So.
How could you choose Joe Bob over me? I'm every bit as entertaining as he is, I swear.
I'm not going to answer that, actually. I'm just going to say...
The only way I could be that entertaining is if I had quite a bit more whiskey and a really bad movie to make fun of.
It's just not fair.
Someday.
Blade Runner, possibly?
We'll do that.
Have you used compatibility mode for my brain? No, it only runs in Windows. Oh, I see it. Thanks for stopping by. I can only run it for compatibility mode in Windows ME, so yeah. And for those who don't get that joke, Windows ME was a really shit version of Windows.
Yes, it was.
With so many security exploits, it's not even funny. Like if you thought, like Windows XP was bad in terms of security exploits, you haven't seen Windows ME, that's for sure. Okay, I already pulled the lever. Now where the hell do I go? Magnum PI, Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Dale is dressed like PI and Chip. I have not seen Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers in so long. I remember nothing about it.
Yeah, it was fun. It was back when Disney actually still had some semblance of a soul.
Disney. They're just the Weyland-Yutani of our brave new world.
Actually, that's in your work for Weyland-Yutani.
Yeah, you might only get killed by a xenomorph.
Although
in all reality, though, how many people were going to die from a xenomorph anyway? That was probably a really, really rare way to die. Just saying.
In the Aliens universe, you're actually more likely to die from, like, say, competing nations like the Eurasian group and the Asian Empire. I mean, you're less likely to die from, oh no, my company double-crossed me and there's now a xenomorph, doing horrible things to my face. No, it's more of, oh great, we wandered in the wrong side of space, and now we've got a hell of a fight on our hands. Break out the pulse rifles, boys.
So basically like today, only with more companies. But war's a racket, after all.
Well, there actually are nations that still host wars as opposed to just companies. It is a lot closer to what we have right now. Weyland-Yutani would be like, imagine if Coca-Cola and DynCorp merged.
That would be pretty nutty, because Coca-Cola is not the nicest of companies.
No, they've definitely killed people before.
Oh yeah, on an unrelated note, not to get political, but that Starbucks guy sounds like an idiot. I just want to put that out there.
Eh,
Star-
most boardroom people have no common sense. Okay, here's the thing. Small business, i.e. non-publicly traded. Now, it doesn't have to be small, because best case example, the non-publicly traded business is Valve, and they're hardly small. You can have your soul, you can have composure and all that. You can be a good person, still have a non-publicly traded company. But as soon as you go public, it's practically a job requirement that everyone who has a C-level position is a sociopath.
Well, that's not fun.
It's not hyperbole. It's the fact that you have to answer to your shareholders. You have to answer to your investors. And the only thing they care about is money. As in, they're like a pimp. They're going to walk up to you, slap you in the face, and go, "Bitch, where's my money?" If you don't have their money, well, you better have the money. Or you can get a lot more than just the pimp hand.
Now, I would like to know where the hell to go on a completely unrelated note to that, but related to the game. This happened the last time I played it. I need to find a switch or something. But I cannot find it anywhere. Weyland-Yutani or UAC. You know, I think they're about equal, actually.
Yeah. I would still sooner work for Weyland-Yutani than I would UAC. Mainly because, well, outside of the more xenomorph-based facilities, we haven't seen somebody lose half their head to a teleporter accident or a laser.
Yeah. They actually have safety standards. Okay, I know there's a switch somewhere that I gotta pull, but I don't know where it could be. At least that's one good aspect of this game. Once you get past that horrible intro where you gotta sneak around like this is a stealth game, it actually does open up like it has here, and it's actually somewhat hard to figure out where to go. It's actually a challenge? Whatever next? Something you know. Now, I'm not sure if there's anything. I don't think there's anything up here. It's got to be down here somewhere, because if this uses any sort of logic in its game design at all, it's down here. But where down here is the good question. Or it could have been. I'm always worried that something's going to glitch out. That's like I can't just find the way to go.
Yeah, but honestly, while this is published by Bethesda, it's not a Bethesda game, so that's less likely.
Yeah. Let's see, maybe I go up here. No, that's too much like a real game. But the boat doesn't go anywhere as far as I can tell. I keep falling in the water. BJ's not gonna like me because I think I have to power the boat up or something. Yeah, because I know I vaguely remember having to go somewhere in the boat after this. It's been some time since I played this. Now, one company that has been able to stay the test of time has been Nintendo. That is something that is quite remarkable. They've been around since the 80s, and yet their games are still fairly good, even to this day.
They've been around a lot longer than the 80s, but for gaming, as we know it, it's been the 80s.
Well, yeah, I guess they have been around for a little longer than that, but still, the actual gaming part is what I was specifically addressing, and that's quite, compared to so many other companies like Konami, Capcom, although Capcom's still mostly alive.
Yes and no. All the old staff at Capcom are long gone.
No.
They are not the same company. They have the same name, but they are not the same company.
Well, that sucks. But yeah, Nintendo, though, they've maintained their standard of quality, so that is something. I like how he just kind of plops that scope on there, and that somehow magically works.
Zeroing, what's that?
How I hate that. Because I never can get it right, it seems. And you would think it'd be easy, too, but it never is. One of these days, though, I need to get a Switch at some point, and actually play with it a little bit, but that's not going to happen for a while. But, okay, maybe there's like something behind one of the barrels. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe it's like something really obvious that I'm missing. It's like,
And yeah, the eShop does kind of suck. I wish it were better, but it's Nintendo.
and I've not even looked at it, so I couldn't tell you. Speaking of Nintendo, though, I have been playing some old Nintendo games. Well, they're not Nintendo games. Some old SNES games. Some SNES games. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Is this game glitched out, or is there something I'm missing? I only have 10 minutes to find it. Soviets instead of Nazis. Oh, there's a game that came out in 2010. It's called... I did a review on it. Crap. I can't remember. It's a thing, though. Crap.
Until then, I'm going to recommend Mother Russia Bleeds.
But that's a... I think it's a beat-em-up, though.
Yes, it is.
Not a shooter. There's a shooter that is like that, though. Okay, there's it. I bet this is a secret that I just found, not the actual way to progress. I can't even go over there because of an invisible wall. That looks like someplace you can go, but it's not. Oh, man, I hate getting lost like this, though. It always annoys me. It's a game called... Oh, I can picture it. I can picture it distinctly in my mind. I have the ability to do that, where I can picture what the name is, how long the actual name is in terms of letters, but I can't remember what it is. It's a game from 2010. Look at the games done by Raven Software, and it's on the list. It's an Atom Punk game, and it's got time travel. You carry a little thing on your arm. You got a silent protagonist. Stuff like that. I just can't remember what it's called.
Hold on. Let me pull them up.
I'm still lost. Mother Raja Bleeds. Just gonna shoot that, even though I didn't do anything. Where the hell do I go? I guess I go over there. Maybe I swim in here? Probably not.
Singularity.
Yeah, that's the one. That is basically, you know, a first-person shooter where you fight the Soviets. It's kind of a rip-off of Half-Life in some respects, except without the Combine or anything like that. It's where you got the elderly scientist father and the attractive daughter and stuff like that.
It was actually a first-person shooter at the same time the Call of Duty series was, which is probably why it died.
Also, in real life, do not use a knife to smash blocks. That would be a very bad idea.
You'll end up with one less of a knife and maybe just a body piercing.
And so we did need to swim. And let's pop up here, and let's blow them up, even though in real life that wouldn't work quite like that. Because that's actually just a jellied gasoline. Path of Light. Map of Light? What? But, that being said, I recently acquired the Xbox version of KOTOR. Basically, since I have no time these days to work on, like, full video... I already said that, I think. Or did I? I can't remember. That's the problem with having no sleep. I'm going to assume I said that. Yeah, I did say that, I think. I don't know. Rain, did I say that? Or do you remember?
You did cover it a little bit, but if you need to go into details, I don't think anybody's going to hold it against you.
Nah, I don't. Because I already said what I wanted to say. I was going to say it again. That's the problem with having no sleep. But no sleep aside, there is one game that I do want to review at some point. Probably not going to be in 2020, though. Because I saw an eBay listing for it, and it reminded me of it. I almost actually got that eBay listing until I remembered that I actually had the game. BioWare, before it died, used to make a lot of really unique games. And one of their unique games that some of you might not have heard of, you can get it on Steam, by the way, is a game called Jade Empire. Imagine Knights of the Old Republic, but in a fantasy version of China. Yes, this was a thing, with an excellent story and a pretty good gameplay system. It wasn't your traditional RPG that was turn-based. It was actually, I think, sort of real-time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, pseudo-real-time.
And it was really, really, really good. No one ever talks about it because I don't think it got all that popular back in the early 2000s when it came out, but it's really good.
The story had good ratings when it came out, just didn't sell that well for some strange reason.
I guess because it's not Star Wars or your generic European fantasy.
But
But
it's still a hit. I mean, it made it. It's to sales over 1 million. It's just, it doesn't have the cult-like following for some bizarre reason.
yeah, it is really strange because like it is really good. There's even like a little mini game where you can fly this magical airplane. Oh, it's a helicopter, I think, a magical helicopter. And the story, once again, when BioWare was BioWare, their stories were really, really excellent. Mass Effect Andromeda is pretty much what comes to mind when people think of BioWare today, but that was not at all what they were at their height.
It could be worse. They fell even further. They fell and made Anthem.
See, I don't really consider that a thing, though, because it's basically just a microtransaction simulator, whereas Mass Effect Andromeda, I think, actually did have a story and, gameplay and not loot boxes. I think. I've yet to play that, and I don't really want to either.
It really didn't. Both are terrible. If you want BioWare, play a classic BioWare game.
And there's a lot of them. You got Knights of the Old Republic, you've got, Jade Empire, Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. The third's not very good, but whatever. You got Dragon Age 1, Dragon Age 2. A lot of people like Dragon Age 2 for some reason. I didn't. I'm willing to give it a replay at some point, but...
It was alright, but when Dragon Age 2 came out, honestly, the better way to play Dragon Age outside of 1 was the pen and paper role-playing game.
Yeah, because it actually had more story instead of just sarcastic reply, happy reply, or mean reply.
And worst comes to worse, go back and play the Neverwinter Nights games. Those are actually still very good. They hold up great.
Eventually, I will have to force myself to try it again. As for the original concept art, I just put it in a box last week, but I did have on display for a little while the Stormtrooper concept. That is my favorite style of Stormtrooper, where they got the lightsaber and the blaster and the shield. That is just awesome. And I actually have 2 of those action figures. I got one from 2006 and one from 2004. Yes, I'm a nerd. And both are really cool. If ever I wanted to buy a statue, which I don't, because I kind of have moderated my views on collecting nerd crap. I have so much of it that if ever I want to move, it's going to take like a convoy of moving trucks. So I'm thinking that since I'm not really sure when it is I'm going to move on and move forward out of this place, I might hold off on buying more nerd crap. That way I don't have to haul it all with me when I go.
Welcome to my life. It's a case of, okay, I'm going to have to rent 2 pods and have those shipped. That's going to be fun.
If I wanted to ship all this crap, I'd have to have like a container ship. Or something along those lines.
Connex, just come in, hook to a 16-wheeler. Like, where do you want it? Backyard.
So, Star Wars Episode 9. Oh dear.
Looking pretty harsh.
When the very first trailer for Episode 7 was released, I'm not. This is not hyperbole. This is not anything but the 100% true. When I saw it, I thought it was a fan trailer.
Yeah, I can't blame you for that. It didn't look that great at all.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a fan film. I was like, yeah, it looks great for a fan film, because you look at the special effects, they don't look that good. That speeder looks really pretty lame, actually. And the Millennium Falcon is just kind of flying around. For some reason, people got excited about that. I really don't know why.
Nostalgia.
It's like, I'm a big Star Wars fan myself, as you know from the Star Wars year. But it's like, when I saw that, it's just like, what is this? What am I looking at? Why am I looking at it?
Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. And for some, it's a little bit more potent than others.
Also, I mean, I guess they're more, shall we say, forgiving than I am, because... And then, as Episode 7 was going to be released, it did not look like anything really worth watching for me, at least. And the new characters were not, in any way, shape, or form, particularly interesting. And, the new designs, the X-Wing looked pretty lame. The fact that the Millennium Falcon just kind of was missing, I mean, come on, give me a
On the
break.
new X-Wing, the engine intakes are cut in half. they're literally half the dimensional size as the traditional X-wing, meaning it's less effective of a fighter.
And the little supercharged thing where the like engine crap should be, that doesn't make any sense at all. What's no, go on?
Yeah, it just didn't. Now, Shadiversity produced a very good little video on why the X-wing shouldn't work in space, but looking at the new X-wing, it's even worse. Even in atmosphere, there's no way this thing should fly.
Well, like most of the Star Wars ships don't make any sense, but it's like you gotta have fun. If it was just a rocket with a bunch of engine cones on it, it wouldn't be particularly photogenic.
Yeah, but the X-wing base model, assuming you could get the lore thrust ratios and engine specifics right in a Newtonian universe, it would fly in atmosphere. It would fly pretty well.
Which is rather interesting. The space fighters never really work, though, just because, the way I see it, the way it can work in Star Wars is like it has some sort of gravity thing, and it makes the magic gravity work. At least that's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, some unknown gravity well technology that made of plebetonium and unobtainium.
It's made of the Force. There we go. Just liquefied Force users. Wait, that'd be horrible. That's 440k.
Yeah, that's.
Although
now we know what happened to the rest of the Jedi.
Oh my. Oh, speaking of that, I finally finished reading Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Wait, did I mention this last week? I don't know. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't.
I don't think you did.
Okay, if I didn't, good, because reading that in the book, Anakin is a little shit. More so than in the movie. In the movie, he's like, oh, he's just afraid of everything, and he's not really that... In the book, he's terrible. In the book, he's horrible. Because you can actually... the writer, Matthew Stover, talks about his thoughts. And, like, when he sees the blue dude, his name is Mas Amida, for those who don't know. The blue dude with the tentacles on his head. He just, like, straight up wants to cut his head off just because he thinks he's ugly. It's like, that's before he becomes a Sith. Like, he's just meeting Palps, right? It's like, man, I'd like to cut his head off. It's like, whoa! Whoa, what happened
that
to...
got dark quick.
Yeah. And just throughout the entire book, you can kind of tell he's not the most stable of people. This is not somebody you want to get trained with the Force, I'm just saying. It's like...
Let's have him become a moisture farmer.
Yeah, because, I don't really know what the Jedi were thinking. I mean, surely there's like some sort of psych evaluation they could have gave little orphan Annie, and I died again because no sleep. So, Episode 3 is a much better book than it is a movie. That movie really was the best of the prequels, but it still wasn't very good. But the book is just, hands down, it's really one of the best Star Wars books, because it really gives you a good glimpse at the mind of a sociopath, because that's exactly what little orphan Annie is. He's a sociopath. He was like
Well, yes and no. I mean, yeah, he's definitely showing some serious, your hardcore emo tendencies, and this ain't the kid ain't right. But that being said, from a psychological standpoint, there is actually nothing more vicious and cruel than a child. Simply because their mind hasn't developed enough to, fully understand what they're thinking.
And, yeah, Annie's pretty much a child in that. It's like... And you can also tell that he had it in him to be like a hardcore... Well, he was a hardcore domestic abuser because he straight up kills Padme, but whatever. Because in the book, it's like, it really is obvious that he sees Padme as belonging to him like a possession. And, yeah, that was not a marriage that even if he hadn't killed her, it would have lasted very long.
Yeah. Although it would have made for a very different movie to see Galactic Divorce Court.
Shit. Well, with Palps in charge, it might have gone a little differently. But, yeah. Palps is also handled a lot differently. That's one of the problems I have with villains that are initially well written, but then get really simple when they win. Because because there's a sequence in the book where Palps is all like, well, what if the Jedi are evil because they want to kill all the Sith? What if the Sith are really not as bad as you've been led to believe? And he brings up a good point. It's like, if you're just, Bob the Galactic Citizen, as far as you know, the Sith might not be that bad. Yeah, the name sounds kind of evil, but how do you know if they're really evil or not? You just hear somebody say they're bad, and before Anakin knows who Palps really is, Palps is like, well, if I met the Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Sidious, I'd ask him for peace. And Anakin's like, you can't do that because he's evil. He's like, well, that seems kind of extreme, doesn't it? It's like, yeah, he's kind of got a point,
It does seem kind of extreme. The problem is the Jedi, outside of their own library, kind of destroyed thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years of history between Sith and Jedi conflicts. Some because they didn't want information getting out of, oh, this is how they did this, and this,
Yeah.
They thought they could save their own bacon that way.
And the book actually covers that. They talk about how the Sith were constantly updating and improving their various techniques, whereas the Jedi were completely and totally static. So that's something that is also...
There's a lesson there, and it's that censorship does not work.
That is a fact. The Jedi are just pretty terrible in the post... This is where I get to be extra nerdy. The post-Rusan Reformation Republic. Because, they were complete idiots. The whole, let's kidnap a bunch of kids, and well, not even kidnap, but, let's either...
Well, some they did kidnap.
That's true. Kidnap them or force coercion the kids, and then let's raise them as Jedi, because that's going to make a lot of... whatever. It's just one of the... In the books, oh, there we go. In the books, the prequels are so much better. In fact, Darth Bane kind of gets his start in the Episode 1 novelization, which is so much better than that horrible film. Jedi Fallen...
Yeah.
No, we go on?
Go, that's it, all you.
Okay. Jedi Fallen Order, it's done by EA. I can almost picture lightsaber hilt DLC. Okay? I don't really get excited for these games these days, just because you know what they're going to do. I know everyone's starved for a good Star Wars game, but it's just not going to happen. It's not... It could be good, but don't hold your breath.
Yeah, it could be good, and monkeys might fly out of my butt.
That sounds very painful.
Probably is. I'm not going to find out, because it's not going to happen, thank gods. Yeah, it's just... Okay, here's the thing. It's EA. You like that fancy, nice yellow Guardian lightsaber? Yeah, it's going to cost you $20.
And, you want some new robes? Yeah, that's going to cost you. Everything's going to cost you, and it's not even going to be worth it even then. I will guarantee you it'll have half the a quarter of the content of Jedi Academy from 2004, or 3, I should say.
I'll go so far to say as it'll be completely broken day one, probably requiring a 20 gig or larger patch. I'll go out on a limb and, I'd wager a donut the first patch, which would be day 1 or day 7. I don't quite know, because EA loves their staggered release schedules. I'm going to guess at it being 80 gig.
Well, not even that. Think about this. When you look at Battlefield 5, where the game wasn't even finished on day 1, so I get the feeling okay, you'll get the first level. You'll get the first level of Fallen Order, and you just gotta wait several months, and you have to pay even more money. Now, if you want to play the whole game, you gotta pay $200.
It's actually believable.
And that's...
yeah. I'm going to be honest, it's actually believable, because EA has done this several times where you've had to pay $180 and up to get the whole damn game.
And that's just sad. It really is. Speaking of Star Wars games, where you get the whole game, bum bum bum, we got Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. I bought the original Xbox version. I had to hunt a little bit for this on eBay. I was able to get the original, complete KOTOR 1, original Black Label, I think I paid like $16 for this, which was really quite good. The instruction manual's in good shape. There's one chip on the box, but oh well, I can live with that.
Oh, the case is replaceable.
So, the game works. That's always good. So, it was a good deal. The only problem I have, though... Well, it's not even a problem. It's something I was unaware of. Okay, so Battlefront 2 and Republic Commando both display in 1080 widescreen, which I can only assume the original Xbox must have done that.
It'll do 1080i, yeah.
So, since the original Xbox did that, I assume by 2006 the games were being... Or 2005, the games were being made to take advantage of that.
Sort of. And not a lot were. I mean, I go through a good chunk of my collection. A few things will support 1080i, but things like Steel Battalion, sort of. It mostly wants to display at 480p and 720i.
Well, that's actually more than what KOTOR 1 does. KOTOR 1 will only display at 4x3, which, I guess since it's a game from 2003, I'll actually turn the audio up a little bit in Old Blood here, because it sounds kind of quiet. But that being said, it displays well enough, but I did not realize just how low the screen resolution was in that game. It's compared to the PC version. Damn.
Yeah, until the Xbox emulator comes along, it's gonna be kind of tough to see. Like, does it actually have higher res textures than we think, or is everything done in the lowest possible format?
I'm actually going to review that version, though, for the review this year, simply because doing the PC version will take too long, and I initially played the Xbox version anyway, and even though it doesn't look super amazing, it's still perfectly playable.
Well, yeah, it's very stable for what it is. It's back when BioWare games actually meant something.
Oh, that is a fact. Even though it's in 4x3, it's funny, it's like it's only in 4x3, but back in the old days, I was on a tube TV, a 20-inch tube TV, and it looked great! Looked just fine. So...
Well, if you're using, if you have the ability to do so and use a tube TV that'll accept YB, PB, PR, like the component video cables. I'm sorry. Yeah, component. I'm fried in the head today. Sorry.
Hey, tell me about it.
It'll actually look pretty darn good on that, because you're displaying native resolution on a screen which updates 60 times a second with no real per pixel lag, and it'll still look pretty darn good if you have the ability to go with SCART, which honestly, unless you have a PBM, you're probably not going to have this ability. But yeah, it will look even better, but yeah, it's just one of those things.
Well, I'm just going to be running it, on the main monitor here.
It'll still look pretty good with this video.
Actually, it's coming out of the 360.
Okay, well, you're fine then. You can, if you want to get crazy with the Cheese Whiz, you can take a VGA monitor and run the 360 to that VGA monitor in a 4x3 format. It'll look good.
I'm just going to be lazy. You got to remember, I'm not that much of an audio-video file. I mean, I like my audio and video to be correct, but at the same time, it's not that big a deal. It's like, it's KOTOR. I can see it. I can play it.
Yeah, the game matters more than anything else, but yeah, there's ways to get it looking pretty darn good.
And I'm sure even on that HD monitor, it's still going to look better than that old RCA television.
Just depends what the hookups were and the grade of the tube.
I have no clue. Is Walmart cheap? Walmart grade?
Well, that's just it. Here's the big rub of it. Nobody knows what tube grading is till you crack the set open.
Well, you know what's funny? I also played it on a 24-inch. Oh my god! Dynavision TV, which...
Yeah, those used Phillips tubes. Those weren't always that bad.
Oh, Oh, I did not know that. I just know that I got it from Walmart, and yeah. It's like, it was a Dynavision, man.
And getting an A-grade Sony tube. Let's put things into perspective. C-grade tubes were good consumer grade. A D-grade tube would be a cheaper tube. You would have to really go for like early Sanyo to get that, or one of the shadow mask screens. Can't say that 5 times fast.
Shadow
That might
mask
come to inject in my
screens.
nostril.
I've never even heard of those.
Oh, well, CRT, you've got 2 types. You got shadow mask and you have aperture grill. Now, it wasn't until I'm going to take a long history lesson and cut it down to as short as possible because Cliff Notes. Shadow mask is what everybody produced except for Sony up until right at about the late 90s, early aughts. And it's because Sony had the patent for aperture grill, but at least for consumer TVs. They were good, but wasn't that great. Aperture grill got you essentially as close as you could get to being sharp. As for grades of tubes, you were buying, like, say, a Dynavision, a Philips, a Sanyo, later Sanyo, or similar. You were usually guaranteed to get a C or B grade tube. If you got a B grade tube, you were doing great.
Interesting. So I might have had that. Because Doom 3 looked great. Oh yeah, there's going to be a playthrough of Doom 3, the Xbox version, as soon as I think I know where it is. I think I know which box it's in. Because I'm going to also do a playthrough of the PC version at some point, but I want to do the Xbox version since it works on the 360, and that was the version that I played the most of. And I actually had on the not the 360, the original Xbox. I actually had the collector's edition, which was actually, okay, collector's editions. I want to rant about this for a moment. Collector's editions are crap today. It's basically just the same game and some cheap $2 statue, maybe. And you might get the DLC that you'll never really care that much about. Back in the old days, back in my day, collector's edition actually meant something. The Doom 3 collector's edition on the Xbox Classic, it actually had Doom 1 and 2 ported to the Xbox.
And good ports.
Yeah, and for for 2004 or 5 when I got it, that was great, because with that, you could just play those games quite easily, because I don't think Z-Doom existed yet. I don't think there's any sort of Doom source port, although don't hold me to that, because I wouldn't have known back then.
There was, but most of us are running DOSBox.
Okay, so there you go. So there wasn't like any Z-Dooms or anything like that. With what you could do with the collector's edition is you just pop the disc in and play the game. That's it. And it controlled well, it ran well, it was both full games, and it's like that's what you got when you paid the 50. I think it was like $60 for that. That's what you got when you paid the extra money. And these days you're lucky to get the whole game. You're doing great if you get the entire game for the collector's edition.
Yeah, in some cases the collector's edition, it may say collector's edition on the box, but you might find out, hey, I paid $120. Yeah, and you got the inferior bundle. What's the superior bundle? Oh, it's $500. Yeah. I wish I were kidding. This has been done with the Devil May Cry before, and this has been done with several Ubisoft games.
That is quite annoying. Speaking of, not Devil May Cry, but speaking of Japanese games, eventually, I think sometime next month, I will be getting the PS3 fixed, as soon as I find a good PS3 fixing place. And I'll finally be able to stream some Demon's Souls. Never actually finished that game, because that PS3 Blu-ray laser died, and I now have money, so I can actually go pay the $100 or so to get that thing fixed.
Yeah, I've got to get mine fixed. And I don't know if I'm going to get my 360 fixed. That thing, I went through too many.
Well, I sincerely hope this one doesn't break, because the one I'm using now is my Star Wars themed one. And I'm quite fond of it, actually.
Oh, those are actually pretty stable. That's the later revision when they actually said, hey, yeah, let's go with a better grade thermal paste, and let's actually put a decent fan in it.
Well, that is good, because I like it I like hearing the old R2-D2s when it boots up. Yeah, the 360 and PS3, the old software generation. You know, I was actually looking at maybe just buying a new PS3, but evidently those are out of production now. I was unaware of that.
They are, although you can still find new old stock if you search around.
I may have to do that at some point. Because I have the old 4 USB port one. I looked for that one quite particularly, because that's the one that can play the PS2 games.
Well, there's certain visions of that can't.
Well, mine does. I do know that.
Yeah, you might have to find a refurbed one if you're not looking to repair, just looking to replace. And note that do not buy any game system refurb from GameStop. I don't care what type of a kicking deal they might think you're getting. You're not. I can tell you many a horror story of having to repair game. Oh, I just got it from GameStop, and I'm having to repair it now, aren't I?
Funny you should mention that. And I'm gonna die. Yep, I knew I was gonna die, but yeah, that's where I got that one from. Oops. And I'm doing quite well, Jacques. And let's see, Ports had a weird issue. Inputting a cheat on the Sky for E1, M1. I don't remember the cheat being a problem. And the PS3 Slim. Helga von Dr. Schwab's. It's probably his sister. Or it could be his wife. Or it could be both. You never know. He could be from the Alabama part of Germany.
So Dusseldorf?
Sure, let's go with that. Because I don't have a clue about any of that stuff. Uh-oh, we're going to get captured again. Because poor BJ, he gets captured in all the games now. I guess he got captured in the first one, didn't he? Poor Wesley. He could not become the Dread Pirate Roberts. And that's really quiet, but whatever. Now, this is a fairly decent scene, but I think they overdid it with the messed up teeth, because that's all you're going to notice instead of what's actually being said. I know it's more realistic, but still. And, of course, he gets zapped. I like how his name is Jäger, because of course it is. And of course he's the evil dog guy. Yeah, BJ swears a lot these days. The only problem I got with this guy is he seems very disproportionate in what he looks like. His chest just seems a little too skinny for supposed to be this big muscle guy. Game audio is basically non-existent. Non-existent? Ugh. Okay, hold on. It's like, I can't tell what it sounds like because I can only hear it on my end. Okay, let's turn it up. Getting audio equalization is not an easy prospect. Okay.
Yeah, proportions make Jaeger's neck look like all he does is shoulder day. Doesn't bother with pectorals or anything like that.
Yeah. Okay, so you should be able to hear something. Yeah, I guess he's still kind of quiet. I'm kind of ruining this entire scene. Jaeger, could you talk just a little higher? Is this good?
You speak up. When you beat me in the back of the head, you kind of blew out one of my eardrums.
We gotta go rescue Kurt Russell. Okay, that should be louder now. And yes, this is better than Wolfenstein 2. Wolfenstein 2 is not that bad in terms of... Okay. It's okay. It could have been worse. And BJ must have some sort of healing ability, because that means that leg is gone. I'm sorry, that leg is not being used ever again.
Yeah, that's right through the femur.
Wolfenstein 2, the new cutscene. Still don't hear much. Just hit E and we can magically do the things. See, I'd rather him be a boss fight though, but whatever. This is still entertaining
And
enough.
yeah, that going through that part of his chest, he would have been a gushing.
Yeah, well, we don't want to be too bad. I killed your dog, Rudy. How could you? Alright. I like how he just disappeared! Where'd he go? Where'd he go? What happened? The body's just gone.
Not even Ash.
It's like, okay. Okay, let me try to get that audio equalized. Because I don't want it too loud, because I still want to be, heard. But, okay, let's bump up master volume a little higher. Okay, that should be fine.
Psychic, at that voltage, he wouldn't have had the muscle control to run.
Stab him! Cut him up! Give me your face. Oh, your rifle will do. I like how this is the 46T, so this sort of implies this might be like the tank version. Now it'd be P, wouldn't it, for Panzer? Whatever. I'm trying to make fun of it, damn it. A no sleep, too. Oh, crap. Cut him up! I'm so dead, because I'm literally just smacking him in his helmet and doing nothing.
As for abbreviations, don't feel bad, because right now the only thing I thought of was Panzergewehr, but that's not correct.
Yes. Okay, so we killed his dog, we made him disappear. I love how the best we've got is a pipe. Okay, so the audio still isn't... Okay, let's bump it up some more. Getting the audio to work has been a problem I've had for the past decade. Either it's too loud or too quiet. Okay, so it should be louder. It sounds loud in my headphones, so it should be fine. It better be fine. Give me all the everything. I should have gone in here the first time. Oh crap. Eat it. Just blow them into... Those are some very tiny chunks. Tastes like chicken.
Don't particularly would want to find out what human tastes like. I mean, I've eaten a lot of strange things for survival training, but I don't want to pull the whole Donner Party experience.
Yeah, that'd probably be bad. And then it'd be the whole prion disease thing. Actually reminds me, there was a Mad Max kind of wannabe movie that had Jason Momoa in it as a cannibal. And some chick whose name I forget. And Jim Carrey as himself. Which is basically just a random drifter now. Who says that socialism is... Oh yeah, speaking of socialism, I got a bone to pick with all socialists. Get your hand out of my pocket. I mean, come on! You ever look at tax... If those very socialists ever worked a job in their lives, they'd not want to pay taxes. That takes... I'm not going to disclose how much money I make, but a lot of money comes out for tax. I'm just going to complain about that for a moment.
Oh yeah, once you start getting to a certain height of pay, yeah, it sucks.
I don't even get paid that much, but still.
It could be worse. At least you're not an independent contractor, because you don't have, April 17th, April 15th to worry about. No, you have every 3 months.
Well, that sucks. I was unaware of this.
If you're an independent contractor, you have to take very, very good notes of, your expenditures versus income. And every 3 months, you better have that paperwork in on time or your ass is grass.
And Uncle Sam has the weed whacker.
Oh, it's not a weed whacker. Uncle Sam has moved up in the world. He's got a chainsaw.
Well, it's kind of funny. I actually just saw a video today on what the IRS still uses. And they're emulating software from the 1960s. I think it's 62, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the E-forms are essentially just a shortcut to get to that software for the end user.
That goes to show you the government right there.
Well, they will walk a mile just to avoid having to spend a penny.
The government. Do they ever know anything? The answer is no. But speaking of the government, I'm actually on book 4 of the Monster Hunter series. I highly recommend it, by the way. But they got Frank... Oh, it might be a spoiler. Well, no one's going to read it. Basically, Frankenstein is a... Frankenstein the monster is a government agent. And he's sort of a parody of the typical G-Man. It's actually quite hilarious. And he's pretty... He's a fairly awesome character. It's a good series. It's not meant to be taken entirely seriously. Because...
It's very self-aware.
Yeah. It gets a little better by book 4, but Owen Zustava Pitt is still one of the most hilarious names of all time.
And Jocks, actually the IRS works for both. It works for the government and the Fed. It's an intermediary.
Yeah, goddamn IRS. Oh wait, the IRS is perfect. We love the IRS. Please don't audit me.
You're not going to fool anybody. Trust me, they've been getting complaints since the 1950s. They understand that they're the second most hated government agency in all of the U.S.
What's the first?
BATFE.
Oh, okay, there you go. Because, damn, all that money they want from me, I gave it. Haven't you taken enough in all the other taxes? Sales tax, property tax. Now California wants to tax drinking water. And they want to institute a per-mile road tax. Yeah, good luck with that.
They're taxing drinking water. Water that isn't theirs. That entire state gets their water from Colorado.
Seems fitting. Works for the Fed, private owned bank. Yeah, they find a way to increase debt. Well, of course they do. Because that's just the way the Feds like to go.
Actually, it's not the Fed increasing the debt. That's actually... It's unpaid debts from war grants and, expenditures such as, oh, well, this B-2 is a damn nice bomber. How'd it get paid for? We took a loan.
Brilliant. Watching me now, I don't think the IRS really cares, so long as you pay. But the second you don't...
That's okay, though, because, while, yes, tax day always sucks. Getting taxed always sucks. Remember, this is the thought-pocalypse. All those Twitch thoughts, all those, quote-unquote models, yeah, they're screwed.
Oh, my. Well, if I've got to pay it, they got to pay it. And I got to say...
We've already had a few breakdowns screaming, I have to get a full-time job!
Oh, no. Because it's like, when you work 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, and getting at most 5 hours of sleep, it's like, you know what, motherfucker? If I got to pay tax on that, you got to do it, too. See, that's the thing. I think the reason why all those socialists are all like, free money, man, is because they never had to actually earn any of it. Because if you've had to get up at 5 o'clock, no, not 5 o'clock, 4:30 in the morning, every day, that's when you're going to learn that, damn, money don't grow on trees.
This is true. Although that being said, I do kind of miss the idea of working as a ranch hand. Working as a ranch hand, up at 4 a.m. Yeah, the work's hard, but it's a paid workout. Get to enjoy the sunshine, the fresh air.
But you actually get paid.
Yep. Also, Jacques, they completely decimated Joe Louis, but here's the thing. Joe Louis destroyed Joe Louis. When you're putting forth that much money, you have to hire a good CPA. No ifs, no ands, no buts. You need somebody who knows tax law.
They also took down Sergeant York as well, because he didn't pay enough tax on his movie earnings. Because that's what we got to do to an American hero, It's like, he didn't pay recently, so So yeah, working on a newsstand of the weekend of my teens was a good time. 4:30 on a Saturday. Oh my god. I need 2 days of, more than 4.5 hours of sleep. Cause damn.
Yeah, it's a grueling schedule.
Although, I thought I was going to have to work on the weekend this week, but thankfully I did not. Which, on the one hand, it's like, thankfully, but, you can make more money, but I'm not complaining either that I can actually sleep in tomorrow. Let's see.
Yeah, that's definitely understandable.
Does the world even need central banking? I don't know. I don't know
No,
about...
we don't.
Oh, okay. I'll take your word for it, because I don't know anything about the banking system at this point in time.
Centralized banking, here's the thing about it. For governments, at first it's not bad, but it's like any drug, it's addictive. And centralized banking, Jason, is basically what we're on right now, FDIC standard, which is our money is a promissory note backed by OPEC. It's not backed by gold or any other standard. It is literally a promissory note, and the only thing that keeps it from crashing essentially is the fact that it's the only currency you can legally buy oil in from OPEC. Every nation that buys oil from OPEC has to do it in the US dollar.
I see, I was unaware of that. That is kind of shady.
It's a result of World War II.
Huh. Well, I guess the shadow of that still lies heavy even to this day.
More so than you'd think. Those computer systems IRS has such problems with. Yeah, that's actually another thing that came from World War II. It's the remains of Operation Paperclip.
Huh. Well, that's kind of nutty. The little gaps in historical knowledge. OPEC needs to die.
If it does, it has to die slowly and piecemeal, because if it's all at once, America is pretty much toast. We're now in Civil War 2.0, and if we're lucky. If we're not, congratulations, say hello to World War 3.
Shit. Well, damn.
It's something that has to be taken apart systematically. It cannot be done. It has to be done piecemeal. It cannot be done all at once. Otherwise, the shock to the worldwide scale just throws everything right off balance.
Actually reminds me of a fiction book I read. A fiction book, one of those. A sci-fi book, I should say. There it is. Where there was an economic crisis by forgiving all the student loan debt. There was a giant civil war because of that. Because it was just one giant cascade of failures.
Oh, we could not forgive all the student loan debt, even if, by some miracle, we'll say 4 trillion was pumped into the U.S. economy. Legitimately, not artificially. If it was artificial, then we'd really be hosed.
I should think so. But then again, since we're the socialists idiotic socialists, I'll be nice to some of the ones that are actually, marginally intelligent. And there are some that aren't, that actually kind of get it. I think when people say socialist, I think they're thinking more of like the social programs that, once again, cost a lot of tax dollars.
They do, but here's the thing that, the socialists forget. Charity is a thing. I find a charity, investigate them, find out their past. This is the internet. Google, even though I will not say Google is your friend, it is not. Search engines can be your friend. Google is not your friend. Investigate them, and if the charity's worth it, if you don't have the money, put in time. I mean, there's tons of homeless shelters out there. I highly, highly suggest, halfway how to cook, or want to learn how to cook, or have 2 strong arms and you're upright and mobile. Give it a chance. It's actually quite useful to the community, and can be kind of fun at times.
I think when it comes to socialism, I think some of them are just ignorant. Some of them actually think that that'll be able to help. And in some instances, some places have made it work with lots of capitalism.
Well, socialism has never worked. Capitalism is an experiment. It's an experiment which has thus far lasted for over 250 years, so I would give it some benefit of the doubt.
Crap. Shit. Charities or something. X-Files had an episode about Operation Paperclip. Great Depression 2 Electric Boogaloo.
And Jason, no, Tyler Durden's Project Mayhem wouldn't have worked in the 1960s.
And even then, that would cause like an economic crash. Just because it's gone doesn't necessarily mean much.
Well, 1960s, if he did it, it would have caused a severe crash, but we could have recovered from it. 1980s, that would have sent the U.S. spiraling into a situation worse than communist Russia. It would not look good.
Yeah, there's never any easy options. But
Electronic records have been used since the 1960s. As for credit card transactions, that's always been somewhat computerized. I mean, I'm of an era when there were no electronic card scanners. It was, you had copy paper, carbon paper, where you put the credit card down and swipe the impression of the card.
I've seen those back when I was a kid. So, but that being said, though, I think in some instances, some of the more sane socialists want to actually help people, and I can understand that. I can sympathize with that. But the ones you get here are complete nuts, like completely nutty. And if you are a socialist, I'm not like calling you a nut, but like you look at the people that are running that, it's like, holy crap. Yeah, we're gonna ban the profit motive. Good luck with that. How do you intend to enforce that? But anyway, political crap aside, universal basic income can be a thing. When you can basically print money without inflation, sure.
The only way you'll have universal income be a thing and have it be successful, the only way it's ever going to happen is if we literally enter a Star Trek-like pseudo-utopia. And I say pseudo because, let's face it, it's not a utopia. It's basically a post-scarcity society where a person can get almost anything they want at any time, and money just makes life just a little bit more comfortable.
Because, yeah, that ain't going to happen. It's just like, where's the money going to come from for that? Are you going to pay? And it's Rage! It's Reggae Killer.
Oh, yeah.
As for profit motive in a post-scarcity society, usually for things that can't eat, we'll go with the Star Trek rules. For Star Trek, the motive is things that cannot be easily replicated, such as fine art, rare antiques, land, things like that.
And food that's professionally prepared by, like, an individual. So, like, that's why...
Non-replicator foods.
That's why you got Captain Sisko's father being, pretty well off. It's because he can cook that... I forget where he's from. Wherever he's from. He can cook that food well, wherever that is.
Yeah, that's... Cable's unforgettable. The reason why he was very picky, known for being picky, is that you could tell the difference between synthetic blood wine and actual blood wine. And you do not give him synthetic. Although the clone didn't mind it.
Synthetic blood wine. That's just horrible.
And yeah, Jacques, utopias cannot exist. There's no such thing because it is strictly a philosophical concept.
Let's see here. And hello, Evercoo. And yeah, Type 1 civilization, yeah, we shouldn't really be... You gotta make money, even if it's just... Get a job. Believe me, that's something that a lot of people don't really get these days. There's nothing wrong with working. I don't understand why people don't understand this. It's like...
Yeah, there's a lot of professions you can do which pay alright and are enjoyable. Like I say, ranch hand work. You dig exercise and, enjoy the outdoors, there you go. That is it can be pretty good work because you don't have office stress. You don't have, did I file this TPS report the right way? You usually don't have somebody yelling at you constantly. It's just, hey, help me run this fence.
I know that office work quite well, although it's not that bad. It's more on the line.
No, there are good office jobs.
Stapler.
Don't ever take a red swing line stapler.
Which didn't exist until the movie.
Yeah.
Well, I think where I work, it's not too bad. It's just process 700 images in an hour, every hour, every day of the week. So, yeah. But hey,
almost, Jason.
Oh, crap.
Except our beer was a lot easier to get and usually pretty darn high quality. So what we look for after the job is basically good food, good beer. Got paid at the end of the week. We're fine.
Oh, looks like someone's got a case of the Monday.
And that exactly is why I like ranching work and other physical jobs. Because I've had good office jobs, but I've also had some really crap ones.
Anybody has, you should watch it. Amazing.
Yeah, Office Space worth a watch.
Yeah, I can agree with that wholeheartedly. That's got the guy who would later go on to play Batman in the Batman the Brave and the Bold animated series.
There are some jobs that are going away. There's some jobs that are irreplaceable. As for welding, if there are some fields in welding which will never go away because while a robot can do a lot, a robot is not going to be able to think for itself. And sometimes you need a welder to do exactly that. Same for machinist. Yeah, CNC, 4-axis mill, even a 3D printer can do a lot. But a good machinist has the one thing the machine doesn't have: intuition.
Man, I think some of the more automated jobs these days aren't going to necessarily take away everything. Because I think some of that stuff's going to start showing its weaknesses. I mean, the idea of, like, the self-driving car is one that a lot of these futurists were like, it's going to change everything. I'm not so sure. The second...
we already know it's not going to change everything. As much as I like the Tesla Roadster and find, Elon Musk kind of a strange individual, it's already been proven that from a freaking sticker, the auto drive function can be turned homicidal.
I could see like a assistant driving on a pilot
Well, that's what we have
late
right now.
nights.
Because you sure as hell can't call that auto drive because it's killed too many people to be, it's tasted blood and now it wants more.
Shit.
Coming soon to the sci-fi.
Pretty much, man.
Death car. The car that eats. But anyway, the car that eats aside. Actually, no, there was
There
a
you have
show...
blood.
Yeah, I just remembered that. Yeah, where the car ran on blood or something like that.
Well, there's also Christine.
Right. There's also another race car.
There's a couple of movies about possessed vehicles.
I think there's one literally called Car.
Not car! It's like... And for
The
those...
best of these being the one that brought us the kick-ass AC/DC soundtrack, Maximum Overdrive.
Oh, that film.
Do you owe that film? That film is incredible.
It's
Like I say,
something...
best AC/DC soundtrack for any film, bar none. You can
Someday
you can dislike the movie, but the soundtrack is awesome.
Yeah.
No, you have to like.
Oh, and Corey...
We should review that sometime.
I suppose we could. Add it to the list. But you're not wrong when you say that, Corey, because in the third book in the S.M. Sterling Terminator series, yes, that was a thing, Skynet uses self-driving cars as the first Terminators. No joke. So, yeah, it was Tesla's. Maximum Overdrive of the Room. I would think that Maximum Overdrive is far better than The Room.
Yeah, both are entertaining, but objectively speaking, Maximum Overdrive is a better movie.
Comparing it to The Room is an insult to Maximum Overdrive.
Yeah.
Maximum Overdrive has something The Room doesn't. And Stephen King. Potentially half okay.
Yeah.
and Yarly Smith from The Simpsons. And that eagle. And that waitress, like, we made you. I wonder what she went on. Don't you?
It's like you're
I
talking.
know the actress went on to, but the character went on to be Fertilizer.
Wait, did that actress actually do anything?
I don't know.
Okay.
She was stunt boob number 264, and
I mean,
Debbie does Dallas number 69.
I know Pat Eagle was
and
the first 3 or 4 Batman movies, Quick and the Dead and stuff.
And yeah,
Oh wait, let's not forget the badass Green Goblin semi truck that someone actually bought.
Yeah, somebody's actually restoring it.
Uh-oh.
You see that right there, that is why I miss old Marvel. That's why I miss the era of Jack Kirby Marvel. It's because they knew how to have fun with their creations. Like, oh, Stephen King's making a movie about homicidal vehicles. He wants to use what? Dude, let him.
Yeah, that's when they actually.
Oh, that steamroller scene. Yeah.
Yeah, the steamroller scene's great.
oh
Originally,
crap!
one of the dummy head flip get like kind of held for a second, bloated out. Sadly, that footage.
At the soda machine.
Oh god.
Oh crap! Come on, BJ. You must have like an iron lung or
And
something.
then there's silly scenes like when kids like on the bike, for some reason put a shirt on automatically, and then when he turns around, they turn off. I think that's before he gets stacked, kill a lawn.
Yeah.
Not the lawnmower.
Actually, there is a movie worse than Max Drive that could be on the level of The Room. Another action truck called Trucks.
Oh yeah, trucks.
Oh. Yeah. I thought you were about to mention The Duel. I was like, oh, no.
What? Is that's Spielberg, right?
If I remember right, yeah, it's...
Duel. Incredible.
Duel.
For being a made-for-TV movie,
I have no idea what movie you're talking about, to be perfectly honest.
Basically, it's a giant chase scene movie. It's actually pretty good. Although it was almost lost.
Yeah, it was like Spielberg's first. Yeah, you definitely don't. I mean, it's really well done for being chase.
Yeah, it's as chase scenes go. And the movie is, like I say, it is one long chase scene. But damn, for the budget they had and the creative limitations of when it was made, they did good.
I will have to take a look at this Duel film.
No, Trucks was like a zero budget Canadian made film.
The back bacon.
When Canadians decide to film stuff, they scare me, honestly. Have you seen their PSAs?
No.
They go from, oh, hey, a birthday shower and suddenly rape whistle given as a gift.
What?
Yeah, there is something about Canadian dark humor, and it's no longer present because nowadays everything has to be politically correct.
Yeah, you go to jail for that.
But back then, their idea of dark humor, or just subversive filmmaking, it got weird. It got really freaking weird.
Surprise!
I remember. I was gonna mention something about that. Apparently, there's an alternate cut of it, or like unrated. There's a scene in the movie where literally somebody died by the whatever it is in this for
Hey, you're cutting out a
trucks.
lot. Ray.
Oh, I am?
Yeah, you're cutting out a lot. So it's being recorded in Confuso sound. Like every third word.
Still cutting out?
I don't think.
Seem to be okay right now.
Oh, there's a scene in Trucks where like hazmat suit inflates, and then like an act.
Yeah, now you're cutting out.
Now you're cutting out.
God damn it!
It's like the hazmat suit inflates, and then it's like, Mayday, come in.
Weird.
I said French fries.
Sorry, is that better?
I said a shake.
Seems to be.
Not a...
It seems to be. It's a trick.
We don't know until he gets talking. That's the thing.
Oh, I was gonna say there's a scene in trucks where there's like a hazmat suit and like automatically inflates itself, grabs an axe and like chops somebody up to death. Like really?
Okay, that's pretty hilarious, actually. See, MHI needs to show up and just fucking eradicate the trucks. God damn it. Okay, I'll check the chat here. Ray backflipped over a Untitled Chapter, not surprised. Old Blood is amazing. I don't actually watch any live streams at the moment, unfortunately. Can I stick modern PC parts in a 90s era PC case? Probably not, but...
With a hammer.
It depends. It depends. If you have a mid-size to full-size ATX case from back then, you sort of can. But you're going to have to order new front panel I/O, i.e. USB, power button, all that. And you're going to have to ensure that the standoffs for your motherboard will fit the actual, mounting plate. If it doesn't, you can drill holes in the mounting plate and tap them for standoffs. And you can take, let's say, like a 99 compact Presario full-size tower. You can cut that and get it to fit modern mid-size ATX.
Wouldn't surprise me if there was like a how-to guide already on YouTube.
It's one of those, if I had a camera, I could probably... I couldn't do it with anything truly modern because I don't have much truly modern because I'm broke. But I could take, like, a 5-year-old ATX motherboard and I could show, okay, well, if you haven't done it, here's how you do it.
Yeah, speaking of computers, sometime in not sometime in 2019, literally when Black Friday hits, I'm gonna go ahead and finally tech up to Ryzen.
Why does it have to be a Black Friday Lotz?
Because we're trying to be diverse.
Anyways.
Because that's when we go from in the red to into the black. We're actually making money!
Oh my god! Let's see.
Back to a wonderful made movie. I'm not kidding.
Trailer Park Boys. I've never seen that. I've not seen Vanishing Point.
Trailer Park Boys is pretty darn funny. I will admit it. I kind of like it. Stupid, but I kind of like it.
Vanishing Point. I think. Wait, is that the Patrick Swayze movie? Or am I confusing?
That's Point Break.
Oh, whoops. Okay, which I think I know what they're talking about. Hold on. If I'm not mistaken, isn't Vanishing Point a movie where it was like 5 different movies with the same title?
I haven't seen Vanishing Point. I roughly know what it's like, but I have not seen it.
You're gonna have to tell us which one. There's one made in '97, one in 2015, one in '84, one in 2012.
Very popular title.
People like
I think I believe there's a '90s one with face. It's the guy that played wrestler. I forgot his name.
Huh. Those two guys sound interesting enough. 1971, evidently, the movie.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to go on hiatus. I like doing my week-long live streams. Wow, I'm going to be here for a while. No, my weekly live streams, just because allows me to, unwind. I'm going to finish the... I'm going to go till 8:30, then I got to go do a bunch of stuff. But I enjoy doing this because I never have time to do anything anymore, Go to work, come home, get like 3 things done, and then have to go to bed. But, money. Being able to upgrade the PC. I'm probably going to keep using the GTX 970, though, just because it is a really nice card.
Well, I can't justify the 2070 or any of the 20 series cards right now. They just... I'm sorry, if you got to upgrade, get yourself a 10 series right now, used and preferably gently treated, and save the money, because something better will come along, and the RTX cards are just vastly overpriced. They're
fine.
good. They're just overpriced.
I think my biggest problem is the processor's kind of weak on this thing, so... Because the Uncle Shag Nasty piece, card works amazingly, so...
I'm an idiot. I was thinking of a movie called Point Blank. Came out in 1998.
Yeah, the Magpul handguard is quite good.
I don't even remember Point Blank.
Confusing my blanks, my breaks, and
And tech, if you're looking for the M203 grenade launcher grips for, well, guards, you can't really call them grips, for the M16, Bushmaster makes a replica of it, and Brownell sells one. But here's the thing, there's no underside to those. The grenade launcher mounts to the barrel, so you can't use them as grips. But you can get a 30 millimeter, flare launcher, or actually multi-launcher. It's not rifled, and you can use that and attach it to the barrel.
Which is cool, but oh crap! But for me, that just seems kind of silly.
I love the tagline for the movie. It's not just another day at the mall.
It's a day at the sprawl. Wait, no.
Make you going mall madness on their asses.
Gecko 45 showed up.
Oh God! It'd be Paul Blart Mall Cop. There's even more Mall Ninja.
That movie was surprisingly good. I mean, it wasn't amazing, but I would never watch it again. But it could have been a lot.
Sometimes good, dumb entertainment can be done. That's why I don't remember Point Blank. Because it literally was the most generic movie poster I've ever seen from the 90s.
I mean, it's not on Netflix back in the day when they had whatever they could get.
Oh yeah, speaking of Netflix, I did finally sit through The Highwayman, the movie about Bonnie and Clyde. It was quite excellent. Netflix may have SJW proclivities, but this one actually was a real movie, and Kevin Costner and the other guy whose name I can't remember turned it... Going on?
I was like, I think that's just like any Hollywood studios in general has some of that.
Well, yeah. But I think like Netflix has a rule...
Except Trauma, but they don't count.
Well, Trauma doesn't count with anything. Half their movies are made on a shoestring budget and reused footage and just as cheap and nasty as they can get, except when they could get, someone like Lemmy to guest star.
Though, for like an April Fool's thing, that'd be hilarious if they were like, did a fake like video of them going woke.
That would be hilarious.
Oh,
Coming out like a Toxic Avenger remake or something.
I hate to say this.
Probably been done, right?
No, the whole fake woke thing, part of some of their staff kind of is woke.
No! It's everything...
Not entirely. It's not that bad yet. I mean, they haven't gone into, let's go full social justice warriors. No, some of them have Trump derangements. And Lloyd doesn't yet. I say yet, but I'm crossing my fingers he never does.
I'm assuming that's a fake movie poster.
It certainly looks like one.
Kind of hilarious.
Never assume fake. Let's see. Everyone's panned Patrick Swayze for bad acting. You don't know why the movies are great, except for Donnie Darko.
It's from fake Seinfeld movies.
Civilian
And Swayze movies are usually pretty good. I'll say this: Roadhouse is awesome.
Well, yeah.
Well, everything glitched out. My connection's really low. Okay, there we go. That was weird.
The internet's going down. Skynet is... Okay, this is a bad idea. I like how BJ is still just going around shirtless in this game. It's like...
Especially in that weather.
I know, it's like... If he runs out of ammo, he can just stab people with his nipples.
Cut glass those things.
I hope BJ... I don't want to imagine BJ having big old plain nipples.
Hey, wait, okay, in Wolfenstein, Youngblood, that's actually one of the takedowns. You just stab him in the eye
You
with...
basically give somebody the Madonna experience, just impale them on your chest.
And yes, Red Dawn was a great film. Wolfenstein Youngblood, I think it's supposed to be like an inter-sequel. I'm not going to say interquel because that sounds stupid.
Is there a mini game where you have to like actually cut glass fed?
Test your might.
Line it up correctly.
I have no gun. I lost my pipe and I need to get in. Hold on.
You're too loud. Game over. Or restart.
And Tech, having shot the FN-249, both the civilian semi-auto and the actual, full auto version, the civilian version is actually not bad. But that being said,
Oh, you
for the
mentioned...
price, it's heavy. Remember, 249 saw, by the time you've got it kitted out, loaded up with an optic on it, that's 20 pounds.
You mentioned Roadhouse. I don't think I've actually seen Roadhouse yet.
Oh,
it's on my
that's
list.
it. No, you got to see
Oh,
it.
sorry.
Don't apologize, but you need to see Roadhouse.
That's what I keep hearing. It's like, well, I'll just watch Roadhouse too instead.
Watch the original. Trust me. As for belt-fed semi-autos, right now, if you're in 5.56, the best bang for buck, as in terms of reliability, weight, size, a whole 9 yards, Fight Light MCR uppers. They're half the weight of the saw. For what they are very reliable. They just work.
A lot better
That's why I
than-
mentioned Troll 2.
Oh God.
Sometimes I have to say, like, yeah, if a movie's entertaining, is it really bad?
Oh my God.
It's a mini
No.
more.
For some reason, like, the little boy and his grandpa, that's like the only enduring thing in the movie. He's trying to help, but yeah, it just doesn't work out that well.
Okay, what
Quick!
is this?
Do some quick thinking before they eat the food. Peas on all the food. Piss on hospitality! I won't allow it! Blast Troll
It is the most quotable film ever.
2. I wasn't bored. And the documentary Best Worst Movie is also really good.
There's one more word
The
for going
actress
to
that
Exorcist.
plays the mom, potentially schizophrenic.
Okay, I opened up something, but I'm not sure what. This happened the last time I
I'm not
played it.
cutting out, am I?
No, you're fine now.
Yeah.
Oh, there. That's why I missed it the last time, because you had to look up. You're not used to looking up
Oh.
in these games.
Yeah,
Oh,
and jocks, don't feel bad. Most internet connections here in the U.S. are kind of crap.
Tell me about it.
I was gonna bring something up, but oh well, I forgot. Goddamn Troll 2.
Hey, you got 20 minutes to figure it out. Then I gotta go and try to accomplish a great many things. Crap! Stop shooting at me!
Terminator Dark Fate. Yeah, they better release one hell of a trailer.
I'm not. I don't even care. I just don't anymore.
I think, like me, you're probably suffering from Terminator fatigue. Seeing the TV show and all the sequels and stuff. It's like,
Yeah, it's like enough already. Just let them win.
Well, they already retroactively aborted John Connor in the last movie.
Oh yeah, Kurt Russell is awesome.
Yes, Kurt fucking Russell.
Old Blood is a good game. I highly recommend it. It's a great deal of fun. Speaking of Kurt Russell, okay, I really would love it if his version of Santa Claus showed up in the Marvel movies. I
That
know
would be interesting.
it's like, why do you look like Ego, the Living Planet? Who the fuck's Ego? That's a big spoiler right there, but I'm not going to spoil it.
I wish he could play Snake Plissken one last time.
After
Yeah, but where's he going to escape from?
space, he's on the moon.
I was
York
just gonna
again.
say Guantanamo.
I actually was thinking about that.
Harold and Kumar. They become like these grizzled
I guess you'd have to end up escaping Earth or something. But
escape from
For-
Earth A.
before he can do that, he has to like
Escape
go
from
back.
time.
Before he does that, he has to like go back in New York and retrieve something again. Because You gotta do the whole throwback thing, because that's what everyone does these days. I don't know, that would be tough. What's he gonna escape from? Mexico.
He's got to escape from space. Big Trouble in Little Japan.
Actually, as much as I'd like to say I'd love to see a continuation of Big Trouble in Little China, I'd want to see it as a comic book, and here's why.
They are doing it, only they're doing it with The Rock.
Oh, that's not a continuation. That's a reboot.
No, I thought it was gonna acknowledge the first movie.
Like how we say they acknowledge that it exists. That's the best you get these days.
Yeah. We realize this film was great and we can't top it.
Just explode already! Thank you. But there is a comic of Big Trouble in Little China. It does exist. There's even a crossover with Escape from New York, too.
Don't forget that one time when he had to escape LA.
Please don't remind me of such horrible things.
You know, he had to surf his way out. I consider Escape from LA, though. Extreme guilty pleasure.
How is that even a pleasure of any sort?
Because I go enter it. The way draw so to the ground. You ready? Throws the can up in the air. Blam, blam, blam. All from the ground. Draw.
Oh god, that was a horrible thing. 1 out of 10, not enough Adlers. Damn
You
straight.
mean you didn't like the basketball scene?
I hated
Must shoot hoops to live.
I hated that movie back when I was a kid.
I already told Lotz the fact that there's an actor in Escape from LA and Alien Resurrection. Both movies that have basketball scenes.
Because
Yeah, but I will say this: Alien Resurrection's scene is
Clearly
Yes,
they're both
yes.
canon with each other. Oh my god.
well, there is a comic that tries to make Alien and Predator and Terminator exist in the same universe. That's actually, I've mentioned this before, but that's the canonical death of Ripley 8. She
Now
dies
here's
in
the
that
thing:
comic.
if we lived in a better world, we lived in a better dimension, I should say, that could be incredibly cool. But we live in this dimension, clown world, where it's not.
Not the clown porn, I mean, never mind.
Oh, now I remember what I was going to say. Whoa, nothing to do with that.
Yes.
Did you guys check out those Alien short films that they've been releasing?
I've not had a chance to watch them. I said I was going to watch it the other day, but I ended up getting distracted by life.
So far, they've been really good.
Huh. Well, that is cool. I'm actually reading a novel right now that is a ripoff of Aliens, except they got giant mechs. It's basically, imagine Mech Warrior, but with xenomorphs.
Back to the clown.
That could work. Here's the thing: I might avoid a lot of fan fiction, mostly because of bad experience. But if a fan film is genuinely good, I'll stop and I'll watch it.
See, I like fanfic. Like, if I read the first couple of chapters and it's utter crap, I'll stop, but there's a lot of good out there. And when you read as much as I do, you don't have a choice but to do that. Oh, speaking of fanfic, in 2020, 2 fanfic things are going to be a thing. I'm planning it for then, because hopefully I'll have time. I'll have a job that doesn't make me work 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. I'm actually going to rewrite the outline for my Star Wars fanfic that I mentioned back in 2014. I watched that in a hard drive crash. The Star Wars thing. The Ego Trip. The Great Ego Trip from 2008. I'm going to do that. But also, I was talking with Rain about the potentiality of doing a Resident Evil roleplay thing, which, I don't know if you knew this, Rain. I didn't mention it then, but I'll mention it to you now. It's actually going to be based on a fanfic that I wrote that also no longer exists.
Okay.
And
It'd be a bit think up the encounters given the scenario, but yeah.
the scenario
Alright.
is simple enough. It's where myself wakes up in not Raccoon City, Spencer Mansion. I have to escape. All I have are the guns that I currently owned well, I'm going to stick with the guns that I currently own. That way I can fudge the numbers and have it be an AR. When I wrote the original thing, it was just the SKS.
Well, it depends. Remember, it's a role-playing game. You're going through many areas, and like real life,
what you can scrounge is what you can scrounge. Sometimes good, sometimes a little thin.
Well, and since you're likely a more strict DM, I want to see if I could survive in some simulants of reality. In the original fanfic, I was going to shoot the tyrant with the 44, because I had that when I wrote the fanfic. I was going to shoot him in the chest with the 44 Magnum. I bet that would work. I bet it'd work.
He ain't gonna be happy, I can tell you that much.
I figured that would, like, penetrate and kill him, but...
Oh, it depends.
Penetrate.
I'm not gonna give it away because, you know, that's kind of gaming the system, but it has its uses.
So, we'll just have to see in 2020 when I finally had the time to sit down and play that. Because I've always wondered. Now, what's really funny, though, is the original fanfic comes from the time when I'd never actually been in a relationship. So it's like, yeah, I'll, like, date, Jill Valentine, even though at the time I was, like, 18.
Did you just say Joe?
Jill.
Jill.
Giroux.
I was like, is there speaking in Italians?
No. But Jill Valentine.
No, he said Jill.
Even though she was supposed to be 27 at the time. Have you ever read any original stories besides fan stories? Not really. It's hard to come up with an original idea, especially these days. I have a few ideas, but they're not that amazing.
What is yours?
The clown females with the inflatable... Oh, God. Clown porn. Oh, my God. Let's see, where was I? Yeah, I just like fanfic where I'm actually in it, because I want to do something. Because usually I'm kind of like bored with life, and so I kind of want to actually do something cool. So it's like, yeah, if I was there, I could do all the cool things. But, you know, as an adult, it's not like as amazing as it could be.
And Corey, if you actually saw what real clown prawn is like, you would not be saying that.
I can't even
Is it
imagine.
funny?
But Tish.
It's funny, but not the way you're thinking. But that being said, killer
And
clown...
jocks, expensive. That's how they are.
Wait, I see. Oh, okay. Yeah, thankfully I've not reached that point in my life.
Well, I mean, you can make your own, you know.
Oh god, no. Please, god, no.
Feel like a bucket, sheet,
Oh god,
magic
just,
marker.
just...
This is gonna look like something out of, Ed Gaines' house, isn't it?
Well, you're just gonna excite, Alfred Hitchcock.
If you start going on about rose water, I'm gonna launch myself out of this.
But anyway, all that aside, back to fanfic. Yeah, I'm gonna
You
get my...
a shot back, and you repurpose it and make it
Okay.
the head.
Do not do this. This is a good way to get your junk yanked clean off.
Oh my. We're too embarrassed to admit anything.
I've seen medical reports. You don't want to
God.
know. Tencent is nobody's friend.
I don't even know who that is.
The
What?
Chinese games company.
Oh, okay. Or who that is, what that is. I'm not the cool kids. The sex android. There was a time when I'd be like, yeah, but, these days...
Yeah, it's all fun and games until the power goes out and the backup battery dies.
The reality is, I'm sure that at some point I will find another love.
You gotta hook it up to an old school gas generator. Alright.
Oh, yeah,
Here's a
speaking of-
question. Who comes out with it first? US or Japan?
China.
Oh.
So it's going to basically be made out of lead and cheap plastic.
The
They give you
paint's just gonna
tetanus,
come right off
poisoning
it.
and lead poisoning all at the same time.
But I'm sure I can find a actual flesh human female at some point in the future. I mean, now that I'm Mr. Happy again, there are indeed plenty of fish out there, I suppose. Even though I'm looking for a female, not a fish. I'm not Troy McClure. Oh, who's gonna get that? And especially
Solid
these
Simpsons
days,
reference.
do you realize the guy who played Troy McClure has been dead for over 20 years now?
Yeah, that's the sad part.
Got shot by
And
his-
Lil Huts.
and I think a few other characters as well. Yeah, he also played the cable. Wow, I'm such a fucking Simpsons nerd. He also played the cable, not the repairman, the cable installer in episode, Lisa versus the 8th commandment, or 10th commandment, I forget which.
Yeah, he was also, his last work before he died was Blasto for the PS1.
Damn. Let's see. What's with the M16 upper and the rail instead of carrying handle called? Flat top.
Flat top.
Linux.
Actually works, TechStorm. You'll see that in competition quite a bit.
Toss.
So Lotz needs a lady for Mr. Happy because he's Mr. Happy now.
Well,
Also, Tech, remember, if you're going with a heavier barrel, 20-inch, go with an H3 buffer.
and I'm just
Lotz, let's just ask the chat if they know any single ladies. What's the worst could happen?
a lot of things, but we're not. But let's not let that detain us at this time.
Do.
I'm sure one must exist somewhere. I mean,
They're out there. Just take some time and effort. I mean, hell, goofball like me could find a relationship and proceed to screw it up several times over.
well, that can happen. But in any event, we need not let that detain us at this time. But let's see.
Single for a while now that you're making money. You don't want to go poor again.
That's not a big deal. But now that I am making money, you can actually do things, which is quite good. And turns me. Never mind.
I'm gonna not make those jokes.
Oh god.
At least not on public restroom.
Yes. Because now that I actually am talking to real human beings, this might make me look bad, or it might make me look hilarious. I don't know which. One or the other. Or both. But chicks aside, well actually, are chicks ever aside? No, but that Resident Evil thing I'm really looking forward to.
Resident.
Resident Evil starring me!
John Valentine.
I can do it for anybody who wants to add to the campaign as well. It's just we just got to get things organized, and I got to get to making maps and drawing things up.
Now, of course, the funny thing is, I hope I don't die like in the first... I shouldn't die to a zombie. I know in real life I couldn't die to a goddamn basic shambler.
Generally, you probably won't unless, you're incredibly unlucky as to roll nothing but ones. And even then, here's the thing. All D20 systems have what's called take 10 and take 20. Take 10 is as basically not like take a break. Take 10 is take, 10 rounds, which is 6 seconds, and use that to, add a plus 10 to your dice roll. So even if you roll a 1 on a take 10, it's not a critical failure.
Okay.
It's just a mild failure. Like instead of a critical failure, we'll say for piloting a plane. Critical failure is you're now in a tailspin. While a take 10 failure would be, okay, you're now going through turbulence. Roll strength check to see if you can yank the stick in the proper direction to avoid getting into a tailspin.
That could work. So it's like, the AR jams.
Now, take 10, which would be, in this case, I'd consider it a take 5, which is 3 seconds.
Oh crap, he's gonna kill me.
Like an AR jam, if you take 10, would be, okay, AR jams, but you perform sports. No catastrophic failure.
Shit. Yeah, go on.
A critical failure on AR jam would be, congratulations, you have a double feed, and now you can't get the magazine out, which means, roll to mortar the AR-15 to get, clear the obstruction.
Now, one of the other things I'm kind of looking forward to is, how would I interact with these Resident Evil characters and not make a fool of myself?
Well, it depends on the campaign and the timing, because if we're going to do it as per RE rules, I'm going by the RE timeline, 1 through 3, which is, I'll have it set to the hour. Basically, at X hour we know Claire is here, X hour we know Leon's here, etc., etc.
So that will be interesting. Okay, I gotta try to shoot this guy and not die. Let's see, so pistol jam should be easy enough to clear, both in real life and in game.
It depends. Like if you roll consecutive back-to-back ones, that could be really, really bad. That could be a case of, okay, we'll say Browning high power, just because it's first pistol I think off my head. You roll a 1, jam. Okay, it's jam. You roll a clear jam, 1. Okay, then I have to roll as a DM on a D100 chart to see what happens. Could be as simple as, okay, guns jammed up, properly suit your magazine, to congratulations, your barrel has now popped.
Oh god, no. Not the high power. Although J&G sales, for those who have who have money that you can burn, they got a Mauser high power. I didn't even know that existed till I saw it. I was like, oh, but $500 for that? No, I'm not going to do that.
What's her story? Rescued from a deportation.
Let me check the chat here. Favorite type of hair is short hair. For me, I generally like short hair, but long hair has kind of grown on me throughout the years. Isn't there a character in 30 Lock? I do not know. For me, I like to have short hair, but I'm actually growing it out longer because I feel it makes my face look better. MGTOW. Ugh.
Got lots of long hair.
Here's the thing. I can understand MGTOW, but if you need a label, you're really just chasing something which you can't really call your own. Be yourself. Don't be a label.
Exactly. But also some of the stuff they say is pretty silly, too. By silly, I mean
Well, it
stupid.
depends. You got different types of MGTOW. You've got those who are basically the case of leave me alone. You've got the PUAs, which are pickup artists, i.e., would sleep with your wife scumbags. And you've also got, people like, I hate to throw this around, but I'm going to throw this around, is a turd flinging monkey. Now, some of his videos are good, but when asked with, a serious question, his answer is always going to be the same: take women's rights away, which is just dumb.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how they'd get that passed. Just saying.
You wouldn't without Civil War.
So, yeah. Let's see. Do a John Romero for Halloween. I could do that, maybe. I did have long hair at one time. I had a mullet, actually, back in the 90s. It sounds funny now, but that was actually the in hairstyle back then.
Nobody said it was a bad idea.
Because this is the front, party in the back.
Corey can be a chick name, although I definitely am quite surprised. But that being said,
I would make a joke say you went through a MacGyver phase, but you'd actually be opposite MacGyver.
MacGyver. Wait, why would I be opposite MacGyver?
You use guns.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right.
How do we get through this? I'll fix it. Blah blah blah. Here we go. Let's go.
What's your solution to this problem? Bang, 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 bang.
Exactly. Let's see. So
Actually, MacGyver did use a gun once,
once.
but it wasn't to shoot anybody.
That's a lot of Zeppelins. I'm not really sure why there's a bunch of those in here in World War II, but whatever. It looks cool, and that's all that matters. Let's see, what was I going to say? But back in 2008, I would have had the SKS. I still have that rifle. It's a damn good one. The SKS and the 5946 Smith & Wesson. So both of those worked great, but I bet in the game probably jam or blow up or something.
Generally, no. If the weapon's found to be well maintained. Okay, here's the thing. There's rules for the firearms in D20 Modern. Now, I generally take it a step further when I do DMing for that game, which it's been a while, admittedly, and I'll have to either find it or remake it. But I used to have a chart for weapon quality versus known weapon quality versus weapon state. And let's say you found brand new Beretta 92. In this case, it would be a custom Beretta 92, Samurai Custom. like what the Stars members used. That's a custom Beretta 92FS. All right. Well, from the factory, that's a +1 on the roll, just from the factory, not even modified. You take the fact that Samurai Edge guns, that would actually get you a +5. That's one of the weapons where you want it because that's a +5 to hit, and it's also that's 5 extra points you have on a 1 to 20 roll, not counting a nat 1.
Yeah.
Which will save you from the weapon, just going down.
Interesting. So that should work. And Arkansas. I've never actually been anywhere to the east. No, what? East of Texas. So only to the west. What can I say? But that being said, I wonder what my stats would be. Because would I roll them or would I apply? I don't know.
Oh, there's 2 ways you can do it. You can do point buy, or we can do 46 drop low. Or if you want to go hardcore, we can do what we used to do is 3d6 drop low with no re-rolls.
Point buy.
Okay.
That's so much easier.
I'm not gonna hold you to. I'm not one of those DMs will say, okay, you got a shit character, you're stuck with it.
Of course, that shit character's gonna be me. What if I have a shit character and I just don't know it?
Well, shit for stats. How you play is how you play.
I know.
I can't judge that.
Let's see. What would my shooting and combat ability be in real life, though? What would you rate that as? Since I've done a grand total of no combat, but a lot of shooting.
Well, it's really determined by your stats, strength, agility, constitution, dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma.
Now here's a question. Am I actually charismatic? Or do I just think I am?
Well, here's the thing. Remember that in all D20 systems, 10 is the baseline. 10 is average. If you're over 10, you're doing great.
That will be an interesting thing to do. I might just, pick what I think I am and see if it works.
Well, point buy, I can guarantee you almost all your stats will be over 10.
Okay. That's what KOTOR used, if I'm not mistaken.
That's generally what most RPG systems that BioWare used to do when the BioWare was good would use. They weren't strictly stuck to D20, but in the case of KOTOR, they were pretty close to the Star Wars, pen and paper RPG system.
I just thought of something. Okay, KOTOR 3, done by EA. In order to do point buy, you literally have to buy each individual character you create, and it's $20.
$3 per stat boost.
That's coming.
1 point stat boost.
That's coming one day. Assuming EA ever makes another RPG.
I don't see it happening. Disney might approve it, but unless they can turn it into a live service, i.e. unless Dragon Age 4 is a success, because that's what Dragon Age 4 has been turned into, is a live service. I don't see EA doing it.
That's why I'm glad I don't care about modern gaming. Except, as I say this as I play a modern game, but hey, you know what? I don't care.
There are exceptions to the rule. There's no absolute.
Or would the Sith steal an absolute?
Pretty much. Well,
Although,
that and EA management.
Sith. That's the one thing about the Sith I never liked, is they really needed to get a little better writing on them. I want to see a villain who isn't all or nothing evil. Imagine if Palps wasn't actually evil, and he actually meant what he had said about, ending a war and changing the Republic for the better. But he was a Sith, but wasn't evil. I think that would be more interesting.
Evil. He wasn't mustache twirlingly evil. He was just more, maybe I can put this to work in my favor and just sit back and enjoy a cushy life, kind of evil.
Yeah, something like that. Does indie count as modern? Yes. Respawn is making...
Some does, yeah. And there is one indie title that I want, which you can't call modern because it's been in development for 20 years.
What is it?
Grimoire.
Oh, okay. I have no idea what that is.
It's basically a old school blobber style RPG. Best way to think of it is Bard's Tale or the old Might and Magic series.
Oh god, that thing. I tried that once and died in 5 minutes. So, yeah. I just want some more games like KOTOR. I'm sorry, I just cannot get into the classic RPGs or those three-quarters view things. Just give me more behind the... Why is it so hard to make a behind-the-back RPG? Why is that such a difficult thing to do?
It's not difficult. Well, let me rephrase that. It's not more difficult than any other genre. It's still making a game. It's not easy, but it's not any more difficult. It's just that was really a BioWare thing with KOTOR 1 and 2 and with Jade Empire, and nobody has thought yet to say, okay, let's come back to this. This is a good idea. I don't know why, but nobody has.
It just seems so obvious.
Well, it seems obvious, you know, we'll go with the old Maxis games. It would seem obvious how to make a really good Sim City, you know, modern, but EA managed to screw that one up.
Yeah, but that's EA, so. And, the Fallen Order, EA GeneralLotz single player. Let's see. Maid Slayer, I actually have played that. And I do have it. Is there an errorless mod for BF2? I do not know. You should just check ModDB. I'm sure there has to be one. I'd be very surprised if there wasn't.
Pardon.
It'll only be 30 lashes at dawn instead of 20 then. Oh wait, I think I did the math wrong. Ah, well, screw the whole thing. But anyway, lashes aside. Eventually, I'm going to have to go and get back to work, but I'll keep going for a little while longer than usual, just because the stream is going quite well.
As for Star Wars, BF2, there is the Revival Project, which is coming along rather nice, and other than Geonosis looking a little too saturated, it looks pretty good.
Battlefront 2. Will it ever die?
Not as long as the fans have word about it.
And Battlefront 2 2017 will be forgotten 10 years. Will be forgotten like 2 years after. But anyway.
Probably about 3 to 5 years the servers will be dead, so yeah, it will be forgotten. You won't be able to play it.
Big loss there. That's the thing. You know, Battlefront 2, the 2005 version, that thing was a game that kept on giving even on the original Xbox version, because there were so many maps. They were all in the game. I never even went online with that, because you didn't... With the original Xbox, you didn't have to get DLC to get, you know, the rest of the game, you know? And...
Well, yes and no. I mean, you never had to complete a game. The game was complete on disc. But there actually was DLC that you could expand a game a little bit with. Not much, though, because there was a hard cap to how much data you could store on those drives.
Exactly, and that's probably how it should have been kept. That's not probably about it.
What's that? Kill as many Nazis?
The funny thing is, you really almost can't blame the game studios. You can blame one phrase, and that's some idiot telling EA, well, if you don't do this, you don't add microtransactions, you don't add loot boxes, you're quote-unquote, and this is the quote that I always hate, leaving money on the table.
Oh. Well, and that's how gaming died. Alright, so I'll read the last couple of things here. What's a better city planet, Nar Shaddaa or Coruscant? Neither one. Who'd want to live on a planet that's one giant city? Nar Shaddaa is basically space Somalia. Coruscant is basically space Chicago, so take your pick.
So Detroit or Chicago?
I think I'll just stay on Dantooine. I'll just go party with the cavemen.
Yeah, screw this, I'm going to Dagobah.
Yeah. Although they can't all be swamp, hopefully.
Fishing should be good.
Darth Chico, I will see if I can. I don't see why I couldn't, but I won't be for very long. So, Swamp Thing, that was a terrible movie.
But a great comic.
Well, yeah, most of those comics back in those days were actually, good, whereas the movies were always slow, plodding pieces of crap.
Well, the comics were actually really good. They were some of the best examples of how to write a good horror comic.
Old BJ needs to get him a shirt at some point. He's got to be pretty cold. So yeah, Wolfenstein Young Blood is coming out, I believe, in July. And I gotta say, it looks like it's going to be interesting. I don't think they're going to SJWize it too badly. But if you notice, his daughters are really ugly. I'm just going to point that out. They're kind of ugly.
Which makes no sense because look at the parents.
Yeah. It's rather funny, actually. I mean, it's like they got these square-shaped heads and things of that nature. And text of work is, well, it's work. It's all day, every day, 10 hours a day. But we survive, or I survive it, I should say. But yeah. I don't know. You know how SJWs hate, attractive people for whatever reason? Maybe because they're all blue-haired land whales. But anyway, that aside.
I don't know about land whales, but greasy, unwashed, nasty hand beasts, maybe.
I don't know, some of them look like they are, shall we say, a bit round, not in a good way.
I know, but I just prefer to be a little bit more cynical and nasty about it.
Oh. Well, that works, I suppose. Stop shooting at me! All of you! I just want to kill you all. I mean, correct you all. Ooh, he got corrected. But anyway, correction aside. Yes, well, okay, maybe I don't really enjoy it, but it's not bad. And surprisingly enough, yeah, I have actually. Cool guy, actually. I don't want to dox him and give his name. We'll just call him, the Dude. The Dude is quite cool. Actually, I don't know. I don't think I saw his name. He's actually a game developer, actually. Did a few things on the Wii U, of all things.
Very cool.
One of the games he did was Space Hunters. Add the S at the end to actually get it, because that's what he used to differentiate it. It's basically just a modern-day incarnation of the original Metroid. Looks good. I'd play it if I had a Wii U, but oh well.
Well, the emulators are coming along soon enough.
Yeah, you probably want me to pay for it instead of just acquiring it other ways.
Well, if there's a legal way to do so, do so.
Yeah.
But, yeah. There isn't. Yes.
He also did a comedy game, poking fun at Blizzard's insanity.
Well, these days, that's a lot to poke at.
Actually, I don't. Did I say specifically the Diablo insanity?
No, just Blizzards.
Okay, there we go. Diablo and that idiocy with the, don't you guys have phones? Yeah, well, that thing.
Not their brightest moment.
No, that's the problem with selling out to the Chi-Coms. And, I'm gonna be getting me a Holosun later this year. Shit, goddammit. I blame you, Corey, for getting me killed for looking at the Holosun. But yeah, I'm gonna be getting one for the AR later this year. Along with a few other things. Let's see. I never actually gold medaled anything in Rogue Squadron. That game is much too hard. Buildable Phase 3 Dark Trooper action figure?
No, it sounds kind of cool.
Yeah.
Is it Kaido or who? Because normally Hasbro doesn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, that does not sound like anything ever, though. Now, I do have a Dark Trooper figure from some line from around the mid-2000s. And I'm quite fond of it, actually. All of the gun looks really weird. It's got like 3 barrels and this kind of strange looking curved stock. Oh yeah, I went to the range today after work, and I did decently enough. They did have something kind of interesting there, though. I had to look at it. They had a #1 Mark III, but they wanted like almost $1,000 for it, and I'm like, has the price on those things really gone up that high?
It depends on the condition. Like Mark III's, it's down to really the prominence and the condition. If it was, you know, early war and it's in good condition, yeah, I could see it costing that much.
Yeah, it was pretty good condition, and it was a World War I model. And it had, I didn't see it, but a matching bayonet that might have... Did they serialize the bayonets? I don't remember.
That's something I'm going to check on. I don't know if they did or not. I know the Swiss almost always serialize their bayonets. I don't know about that, though.
Huh. Could have been early war with one that was serialized. He ranked up to Major for getting silver in the Imperial Factory level with the Snowspeeders. Oh god, that level. Huh. I did not know Hasbro did that, but then again, I'm not a particularly big fan of Hasbro these days.
I got no problem with the company. I've got a problem with what Disney is letting them do.
Like, their toys are such low quality, though.
And that's why. It's because Disney is basically saying, just pump it out. That's what the contract states. It's just pump it out. Get it out on the shelves. We don't care about the quality.
That's just horrible. I was thinking about... God damn it! I was thinking about potentially getting one of those Star Destroyers that Lego's coming out with, but $500 on a Lego is a bit ridiculous even for me. I mean, yeah, it'd be kind of cool, and I've always wanted one, but I don't even know where I'd put such a thing. Honestly,
see, the only Lego project I'm looking at that's anywhere near that expensive is Parapractic's Lego Commodore 64 case.
Oh, why would that be like $500? Surely that would be...
It's because the parts have to be ordered. It's not a complete kit. You have to buy it from, you know, Brick Builder. And...
I'm gonna blame me getting killed all the time on just being tired. Black Series, I actually have a few figures from that line. I think I had them in the Battlefront. Oh, I'm gonna die. No, I didn't. Somehow I was able to shoot him in the face enough times to get him to blow up. And then I got blown up by a regular foot soldier. I'm gonna blame the chat and being tired. I am actually thinking about eventually building me a RetroPie just to kind of do it. Because
they're fun.
I mean, I just don't have any need for it, but at the same time, I kind of like that you can get some Lego kit, well, some knockoff Lego kits, where you can build it into sort of a miniature SNES or NES. And honestly, that's one of the whole reasons why I want to do it, because I would like to have that and actually have it be a working console.
Well, the ones that are on the kits that are on sale on Amazon, I'm actually thinking about buying 2 of them simply because I can, with some careful rewiring, I can route the SD card to the front of the case, right where the lift-up lid is, and route the cabling to the rear.
That actually make it look a little more clean. These stores Lego is the pricey 20th anniversary Slave 1. I have not actually seen that. I do have the... Although, I wonder, since my brain is tired, is that the Slave one that's like the special, the giant one? Because I have that one. Like the collector's grade edition thing. That big one. I just can't remember what it's called at the moment. If that's the 20th anniversary, then I might have that. I just not remember it. Black Series Darth Revan and Jaina, although... I wonder if they got Jaina's face right. The big problem with a lot of figures is they never get chick faces right. They always make them look terrible.
When they come up with a Darth Revan, because that's news to me.
Yeah, I had no clue. Speaking of Darth Revan, that was something I was thinking about the other day. Well, actually, I was thinking about it mainly due to seeing a meme on Facebook. The meme was like, Revan comes back like, sorry for killing everyone! I'm not going to do it again, I swear!
Proceeds to kill everyone.
So, yeah, it's like... If well, that's a big spoiler for KOTOR. So if you haven't played KOTOR yet, turn the video off now. But okay, like at the end of KOTOR,
These are not the spoilers you're looking for.
Exactly. You know, it's like at the end of KOTOR, if you're still revving, then you kind of get off scot-free. You know, it's like you've killed like billions of people at this point. I mean, and he turned back to the light. It's okay now. It's like, no, at least it shouldn't be. If like you have your mind fully erased and you fully become the new guy, then that's fine. I mean, it's just a new person in Revan's old meat bag, but still, it's like you kind of just let him go with that. That's one of the big problems with Star Wars is that, like, if like the various Darksiders stop being evil, then it's like, well, they're good again, no problem now.
Sort of, but it's one of those things that you got to give some leeway to it. I mean, Darth Vader.
I know.
To be absolutely honest, he killed a lot of people.
Yeah, why does he get off? And what's really cool is in Truce of Bakura, Leia just straight up tells him to go fuck himself. Well, he doesn't exactly say that, but still, it's close enough.
The sentiment is the same.
Yeah, and it's like... And, like, she's made out to be kind of like the bad guy for doing that. It's like, well, you know, he did torture his daughter. And we don't know how bad it got, either.
Only the droid knows that.
Yeah. So, he kind of... Vader kind of gets off a little easily, you know? Unless, of course, this is something I've always wanted to bring up when it comes to Star Wars. Unless the dark side is exactly like Chaos. If somebody will just straight up say, yeah, it's like Chaos, I'll go with it, but...
I don't know exactly like Chaos, but it does have some Chaos intonations. I mean, the D20 rule set, it's real easy to fall. Not so easy as, you know, whoops, I accidentally an entire galaxy, but...
I guess my problem is, like, okay, you've got Anakin and Darth Vader. So is, like, Darth Vader like some sort of space demon that possesses him? Or is it just, you know, Anakin finally going nuts?
I don't know if you want me to fully cover this, because that is something we want to cover in a future video.
Well, like,
but I will say this, it is not some force demon. It is the darkest aspects of an individual.
Okay, well then there you go. I mean, it's still his fault. If it was like a space demon, then fine.
Well, yes and no. Here's the thing with the dark side. It's very easy to fall, and once your fall starts, it is very, very, very hard to stop.
But you don't really get why, though. Does that have any sort of basis in human psychology?
Actually, it kind of does. The trend towards sociopathy. Once you start, you know, seeing human life as not being worth much, it becomes a hell of a lot harder as you go on to start seeing the value in human life.
Okay, then I guess it's not as much bullshit as it could be then. And here is a question for a future future stream on one of my fanfics from back in the day. How many dark side points would I get for threatening to blow up a planet? I wouldn't actually do it. Like, how many
None. If you threaten to blow it up and it's a bluff, and you know it's a bluff, and you're willing to carry the act out up to the point but not do it, none.
Sweet. Because one of my in the initial draft of a Star Wars fanfic I did from 2008, that's why I don't have to feel too bad, because I was 18 when I did it. And it's pretty bad. It's not as bad as Soy Wars. That's the thing I can be proud of. It's not nearly as bad as Soy Wars. Or Twilight, or 50 Shades of Grey. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go, because I wasn't paying attention.
And no, it's not really nihilism, it's more ennui. Nihilism, the best case I can put forth for nihilism is that you can believe in no divine creator, you can believe in, you know, no haven or anything like that, but one can still look forward to the simple pleasures in life, such as a nice lunch. Ennui, on the other hand, is nihilism without any positivity whatsoever. It's basically, everything sucks, we all die, screw it, I'll speed up the process.
And would I ever own a speeder bike or a swoop bike? I'd rather have the speeder just because that's a little less dangerous. A little. Just a tiny bit. It's less likely you're just going to immediately crash into a wall and explode.
Swoop bikes are pretty darn dangerous. That being said, I think the most dangerous creation had to be Darth Maul's bike.
Really? It didn't seem like it was that bad.
There's no balancing ballast to it. You have to have the force to ride that thing.
And, you know, as much as I hate the prequels, I know what the name of it is. Bloodfin. Why do I know that?
Because it sticks in one's mind.
It's just wrong. Okay, now wait a minute. Okay, what did she say? I wasn't paying any attention. Alright, so I knock on the door and she says, what?
Drink your Ovaltine?
Maybe. Open the gate to the side of the building. Key underneath a large rock. Okay, that's why I didn't see. Wow, really? Ovaltine. Now that's something I haven't heard in years. I never even had any of that stuff though.
Yeah, it's basically like chocolate milk.
Yeah. And hello, Nega Scott. I get the reference because I actually saw that about 10 years ago. Ugh. Ugh. It's just wrong. But yeah, the fanfic. I have to actually rewrite the whole thing from memory because I lost it on the. I had an external 3 terabyte Seagate and it died and it had it on there. The only copy, no less. And man, was it bad. Okay, it wasn't that bad. It was just the most cheesy thing you could ever imagine. Like, it was just like a mile thick of cheese.
No. Now one can correct it and make it a little bit less brie.
Well, see, I already did correct it around 2015 before the hard drive died. And made it way less... well, it's still an ego trip, but it wasn't like... Let me put it this way. By the end of that fanfic, I basically become the God Emperor of mankind. Okay, it was the biggest ego trip ever, and at the end of it, more or less God Emperor of mankind. Along with literally creating Horace Lupercal, although that wasn't the name I used. I'm not even joking. That was something that I wrote. And, damn. Fanfics, ever seen the 90s fanfic Troops? I thought that was a 2000s thing. I have seen it.
The folder you're searching for is located in Helga's room at the Wolfsburg Tavern. Now, apparently,
the animations in this aren't bad, but my biggest problem with most modern games is the faces somehow look worse than they did from back in the day. It's like they're so close to human, and yet they still lack a certain humanity.
Yeah, it's called Uncanny Valley.
Yeah, there you go. The tavern staff don't carry firearms, do they? Hey, this reminds me of a mission from a Medal of Honor game.
Yeah, got our answer to when does BJ find a shirt?
Yeah, so he's had no shirt this entire time. It's just been this shirtless guy killing everything. I like how you can just hold all those guns. He's gotta weigh like 50 pounds. Captain Whammon. Oh dear.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Nega Scott.
Oh yeah, the Avengers Endgame I think is sometime this month or next month. I don't remember.
It's going to be hosed. I've already seen the spoiler shots, and my worst fears on it are pretty much brought to bear.
Oh dear. Well, I was gonna go see it anyway. Just like that Rise of Skywalker. Like Rise of Skywalker. Okay, wait a minute. Isn't he dead? Aren't all of them dead now?
Yep.
So how?
Which is even more insulting if you actually read the episode 1 novel.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm not. Whatever. Star Wars. Everything is dead to me. Oh yeah. Speaking of something dead to me, I'm sure that none of you except for Rain have actually even heard of these guys. Go Trek and Felix was a classic novel series set in the Warhammer Fantasy universe that blew up. And, you know, it blew up around 2015, I want to say? Or was it 14? Stab him! Stab him! Cut him up! So their robot dogs I like how they got a robot dog that can literally be taken down by a knife. But, yeah, so it died around 2014 or 15. So I got an audiobook about a week ago, called Realm Slayer. It's supposed to be a new entry in the series. Well, spoiler alert, Felix is dead, along with the entire Warhammer world. But Gotrek is still alive, apparently. And in this audio, the audiobook is bad. Okay, I did not know how bad Age of Sigmar was, but oh my god, it's bad. It is horrible. They got like fire dwarfs that live in a fucking volcano. And, you know, the Dark Elves aren't evil anymore. And then you got
Most of the elves are now freaking pseudo mermaids.
Yeah, there was that. And then there were other issues with, like, Stormcast Eternals.
Sigmarines.
Pretty much. And it's like, oh, Gotrek shows up in this. Voiced by Brian Blessed! One of the few good things about it.
That's at least one redeeming feature.
And he's the best part. He basically, like, just shits all over Age of Sigmar, which makes me very happy because, man, Age of Sigmar is shit. But, that being said, the whole novel is pretty bad. I mean, and one moment, we got an epic moment. Now, I thought, doesn't she die, like, way earlier in Return to Castle Wolfenstein?
Halten Sie doch die Schnauze, Sie Jammerlappen. Wie bitte? Nach allem, was ich für General Strasse in Erfahrung gebracht
Von
habe,
Bülow?
sollte er mir die Stiefel
Oh, yeah.
küssen.
Yeah, she got blown up by the thing.
Zu früh, ich sterbe vor Durst.
Ralph
Snap.
Orbison, Sorry, I have to make the joke.
Oh.
Erwarten Sie tatsächlich von
I'm
mir,
too
dass
tired.
ich Ihre Anwesenheit nüchtern
I am too
ertrage?
The quest for more money. I thought that was episode 7.
Mein lieber Ober, Sie werden
What a brain, what a brain.
How's it
Hey.
going?
Nehmen Sie den Wein hier auf den
Okay.
Yeah, that bad, huh?
I think my GPU might be going to GPU afterlife.
Ober. Keine Angst, ich weiß.
Oof.
Damn.
It's getting hot, hot, hot.
Well, that sucks.
I would put the wine on the table, John.
Okay.
She's looking kind of mean at you.
Lassen Sie mich doch erstmal
Yeah.
den Wein genießen.
She can handle it. Really, one piece of sausage? That's not going to give you too much energy.
Warten Sie.
Maybe it's full of,
Setzen Sie sich.
This happens in every Wolfenstein game where it's like, will he get found out or will he not?
France.
do 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 do.
Franz.
Mein
Franz.
Cousin ist auch so.
Let's see. What's the other cool bounty hunter from The Empire Strikes Back? IG-88.
Als Kind
Space
hatte ich
Terminator.
meine eigenen Karten.
Did you try that Wolfenstein VR thing yet?
No, I didn't even know it was a thing. I haven't
It's
had...
like the, it's the original game recreated in the Unreal Engine.
Okay.
Ich auf einmal Polio.
I just haven't had enough time to
Ich
do
war
anything.
Monate ans Bett gefesselt, hatte schreckliche Träume.
And everybody in the Wolfenstein universe is really
Dann starb
ugly.
mein Bein ab. Hab ich deswegen
Like,
geheult?
she wasn't that ugly in the first in Return to
Ja,
Castle.
normal.
Von Bulow? She wasn't pretty either.
Aber auch
Oh,
She was kind of
that's-
zoftig.
So I said she wasn't that ugly. She's still ugly.
ich
Lotz requires a beautification mod.
Exactly. No, I wouldn't want to
haben Sie Ihr
have to
Schicksal
harm a
in
hot
der
chick.
Hand? Friends.
Oh my god.
As the battle for Castle Itter. That needs to be a game, or at least a mod for COD 2. I was not paying attention.
Probieren Sie.
Oh, drink the wine or something. Okay.
People rarely talk about Spear of Destiny.
Well,
I don't know why.
I never played it, I don't think.
Sie haben einen interessanten
Eh.
Akzent.
It's not the best expansion for the original Wolfenstein 3D, but it was pretty good.
Then you fight Satan in it.
Yes. It only gets weirder from there,
Den ich je getrunken habe.
as in terms of expansions go.
Er ist sauer.
Did it come out before Doom?
I honestly have no clue. They always make BJ just
Sofort.
get tortured. Like a damp basement.
Ein Hauch von Rosinen.
A hint of well, I think that a lot of the theories about if the Nat Sols won World War II would basically just be
Sowas würde ich nicht
Soviet
mal meinem
Union, but
ärgsten
with
Feind
different numbers.
vorsetzen.
Kind of cutting out
I am.
on my end.
Oh, okay, good. It's not my fault.
I don't know. Is it kind of free reign?
Because
No, but
incompetent
my connection's not the one you should judge anybody by.
Even in the future, nothing works.
Eh, Murphy's Law. It will always find a way.
Spirit of Destiny came out in '92.
Behalten Sie ihn im Auge. Was ist los, Eberhard?
Just shoot
So-
him.
Didn't Doom come out a year later? Of course, they're both probably in development. I don't know.
Possibly.
Well, yeah, because the Nocturnal missions came out before Spirit of Destiny, and after Spirit of Destiny, it's just all been third party.
Sanitarium.
Nocturnal, nocturnal emissions, eh?
No, Nocturnal missions. No E.
Oh.
Oh wait, I died. 'cause
And
I
no
was
cleanup either.
You really think I would be impressed by
Oh,
your
my.
atrocious German? Now give me the folder, Franz.
I've never actually played Worms except for the Xbox 360 one. If you won the battle, you'd be as good as
Behalten
dead.
Sie ihn im Auge. Was ist los, Eberhard?
Eh. Let's see. Okay, I gotta pay attention to actually grab the old PO8 there. Although that looks like it took.
Unternehmen Sie nicht.
There we go. I had to mash the E button. And stab him! Go on, BJ, you can shoot better than that. It's almost as bad as me. I like how you can just take a roofing tile to the head and it just barely knocks him out. Echo the Dolphin. You know, I've played Echo the Dolphin a grand total of once, back in 1995. I think.
And yeah, the later level should scare the shit out of you. It's basically Cthulhu meets dolphins.
Really? I thought that was just a meme.
As for Worms 2, yeah, admittedly, it was a guilty pleasure. Plenty of nights spent playing that.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Well, not Worms, but the Xbox 360. Allow me to get some games I'm going to be doing some stuff on next year.
Secrets are you looking for, Helga?
Okay, so what we got here, I've been rebuying some Xbox and Xbox 360 games.
Can you hear me?
Well, rebuying and buying again.
Took the folder with her.
I'm going to finally play this on stream in 2020. I'm planning all the way that far ahead because there's so many games to do. So yeah, Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. I know a lot of people hate this game for some reason. I liked it a lot when it came out. I played it a lot. Sadly, I ended up losing the copy. Have no idea what happened to it. So I'm glad to have it again. There
Why
we
don't you
go.
just get the complete collection when it comes out on PC?
Because you got to get it on the 360, man. It's not the same if it's on PC. Then we got Halo 3, the original Xbox version. I have this still. I know where it is, but the disc is broken. Actually, no. I have it 3 times actually. I got this copy that's complete in box. I have a loose disc that I have no clue where it is, and my old Ultimate or not Special Edition, the one that came in the metal one.
The funny thing is, the standard edition is more rare than the special edition.
I only paid $10 for that, so I guess I got a good deal. Then we got a series that I've always wanted to play that's only on consoles. It would be nice if it was on PC, but it's not. What we got here is Army of Two. It's a basic little co-op third-person shooter kind of thing. It has split-screen co-op. Not that I'm ever going to get any use out of that, but so yeah, it looked kind of neat. And so I got
That's pretty good.
And I got Army of Two the 40th day. I got the whole collection for $15. And Army of Two, the Devil's Cartel. So I'm hoping they're good. Something different, you know. I got a few other games coming in as well. I rebought Halo 2, the Xbox version, the original edition, not the special edition. And I got that for cheap as well. That's why you got to shop around when you go on the eBays. But also got a game called Brute Force. I rented it once back in 2000 and something, and I remembered it being okay, and it looked like an interesting third-person, sci-fi third-person shooter. I just never came back to it. I think it was meant to be like a franchise, but it only got the one game. Because I remember they kind of advertised it heavily. They had that game, a novel, and a few other things. But it's pretty much fallen into obscurity these days.
Yeah, it was a bit like their treatment of the console version of Crimson Skies. It was very good, but then just left to rot.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I need to buy that. That reminded me. I need to look that up later today. And Now, now, for those who are wondering, that's Crimson Sky's High Road to Revolution.
Revenge.
Revenge, there we go. Not Crimson Sky's the PC version, which is different.
Or the tabletop game.
Oh yeah, there was that. There's actually a novel released as well, and I have that, and it's something, alright. It's not horrible, but it's one of those things where I can't imagine the U.S. imploding after World War I and becoming this, you know, balkanized thing with the Tesla Nazis and stuff like that.
Well, it was meant to be kind of a overly romanticized era. You know, what if the Hindenburg didn't fail? What if, you know...
Kessler, come in. You read?
Yeah. I did. It was good for what it was, but god damn was it hard. At least from what I remember.
No, the PC version can be spectacularly hard until you get used to the flight controls.
Hmm. I only ever played the X-Back, so... almost pronounced that Notre Dame. Yeah, Notre Dame got burnt down. I heard about that at work, actually.
Good news is, if any good news can come of this, is the treasures are okay, as are all the stained glass windows except one. They are going to repair it, and right now, as I speak, you can go to Ubisoft's website, and they're giving away Assassin's Creed Unity because of it, and because you can't explore Notre Dame in-game. But you better pick it up if you plan on picking it up, because it's this week. That's it.
Yeah, I already snagged it.
Nice. I don't really care that much about Assassin's Creed anymore. Now wait, when is Origins set? Or Unity? Wait, which one?
Unity is set during the French Revolutionary War.
Okay. So then it's not Origin, which is what I'm thinking of.
No, this is the time of the guillotine.
Okay, I was thinking about Origin just because that's the Egyptian one, which actually interested me more than some of the others. Because it had sort of like a Stargate vibe in some instances, with the those who came before thing. So
Personally enough, I have 3 of the Assassin's Creed games for free from Uplay.
Yeah, I have the Ezio series, and, well, also the first one, and that's after that I just didn't really care anymore. You can only enjoy so much of the same game over and over again.
This is very true. This is why, while I love first-person shooters, I've really kind of walked away from them, barring a very select few.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. Now, actually, no, they got so much crap to cover. Okay, I'll cover the chat first. It's not raining out here. And Maryland, ugh, always trying to remember all the M states is never easy. I do have plans to review Battle for Naboo and Episode 1 Racer. Episode 1 Racer is going to get reviewed this year. Battle for Naboo, it's going to be Star Wars Year 2. Originally, I was going to review it this year, but I do not have time to review 2 games a month. I'm going to be doing good to get 1 game a month out, so yeah. But I am planning on reviewing that. There's going to be a Star Wars Year 2. I do not know when that is going to be, but it will be at some point. Let's see. French government really is going to repair it. Vietnam War lasts longer. I'm not really sure it could last much longer, but go on.
As for the whole making Notre Dame more inclusive, I kind of doubt that. I mean, the Catholic Church kind of has to say in that. And granted, this new Pope ain't exactly great. In fact, he's probably one of the worst we've ever had. The previous Pope was better. I mean, yes, I know it sounds like blasphemy when I calling Emperor Palpatine the better Pope.
Honestly, I know nothing about Catholicism, so I couldn't tell you one way or the other. Although, here's a bit of useless trivia about me. When I was a kid, I was actually baptized as a Catholic, but I never was one, so yeah.
Did it burn?
I have no idea. But yeah. If anything, I'm weird when it comes to religion. I'm more of just spiritual than anything else. But if I were to pick a religion, it would just be basic Protestant Christianity more than anything else. But even then, that's kind of pushing it.
Oh man, I thought you were a pure Satanist.
No, no. Satan is not so.
Y'all mother need Satan. Sorry, had to.
Oh god, the Vietnam War. See, that's an interesting topic to get into. I don't know if I want to because it's kind of, shall we say, political, but it's one of those things where there's a lot of different elements that go into that. And it's where you've got a wide variety of idiotic things on, well, every side as you would expect. But there might not even have been a Vietnam War. Well, okay, there might have been. But, you know,
had our actions after World War II been different and we actually paid attention to what was going on in China and Indochina, there would not have been a Vietnam War.
Well, there's that, and also if we hadn't tried to help out France be imperialistic with that, that's neither here nor there. Because, yeah. We need not concern ourselves with that. Ever seen Metalocalypse? Yeah, I have. Of the various Death Clock songs, I like that Murder song quite a bit, actually.
Brutal.
You should check out the movie Deathgasm. You haven't seen it?
Never even heard of it until today. And BJ
it's about a heavy metal group who accidentally bring forth, well, demons. They have to take care of them.
Oh.
I'd say it's Evil Dead mixed with heavy metal.
Evil Dead meets rock and roll. Oh.
Of course, there is a scene where they have to fend off demons using anal beads and a giant dildo as weapon.
Well, that's,
my.
I did not expect that. Also, when did this become
Neither
Zombie Army?
Neither was I. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was saying, when did this become Zombie Army Trilogy?
When Von Bulow bit the green weenie? I don't know.
Oh my. Let's see, where was I? So yeah, one part of that fanfic did include, I don't want to spoil it, but one part of the crappy fanfic did include forming a force-using rock band with laser guitars. I'm not even joking. 18! It's still better than Ray. I can hold my head up high and say it was still better than Ray.
You were channeling your inner noise marine.
But yes, a force-using heavy metal band with laser guitars. I don't know, that doesn't sound as lame as I thought it would. Now, if you actually tried to make something with that, that would probably look pretty silly, though.
It's actually been done in Cyberpunk. There's an entire class called Rocker Boy.
Really?
Yep. And it will probably not be part of the Cyberpunk game by CD Projekt Red. Although we do have one Rocker Boy who does make a cameo appearance. That is confirmed.
Is it make a movie and or short where God and Satan are being treated like an old married couple? I think Spawn did that. I think. Spawn did something like that.
I kind of like Sandman's take on it. Lucifer gets a little bit tired of the whole being the incarnation of evil shtick and just for a while retires and runs a bar.
Yep. It's probably the heaviest of metal. Or it could be emo for all we know.
Actually, it was a blues bar he ran.
Yep. That could work. Oh, I remember this part of the game. It was hard to actually figure out where to go.
There's another movie where it turns out the way to get rid of demons is to play this metal album backwards. There's actually a backstory that like, this metal album, these metal band that doesn't exist anymore, they figured out like how to summon demons and get rid of them or something like that. Called The Gate.
The Gate. Oh, now I remember. Okay.
Which is a fun little movie.
It's awesome.
There's so much crap for me to cover in this live stream, though. It has nothing to do with heavy metal, but it does have to do with a game that I just thought of. It finally popped in my head. Sudoku. Shadows Die Twice. I just picked that up yesterday, actually. And it is, without a doubt, an excellent game. It is not Dark Souls, but Japanized. Rather, it's its own thing. It has some Dark Souls elements, but it's really much more of a, has a completely new combat system from Dark Souls. It has, it actually has a story and a character that can talk. Oh my god! Whatever next.
The thing about Dark Souls is it's a Japanese-made game.
Okay, then it's a weeb Japanese game because it is such a Japanese game. Well, it's set in feudal Japan, but it has like all the feudal Japan tropes of like the shogun that is taking over the country and is kidnapped, like the royal heir, like the emperor's heir, like the emperor's heir is like this magic girl, you know, crap like that. It's really quite good though. I really like the changes in the combat system. It's much more fluid, but it's very different from Dark Souls. If you try to use a Dark Souls style combat if you use Dark Souls logic, you'll die all the time. But if you don't, you'll actually be able to do some pretty good.
Yeah, from what I've seen, it's closer to like Ninja Gaiden Black in terms of approach than it is Dark Souls.
So, yeah. Overall, it is a game I do recommend taking a look at some point. I could say it was worth the $60 because I'm really, really enjoying it. It does have that same issue, though, that a lot of these Japanese kind of things do, where like the heavier the guy, or the bigger the bad guy, the bigger they get. And I don't know how many Japanese people had gigantism in feudal Japan. I'm just saying. Because a lot of these guys are like...
Yeah, it's pretty rare for a Japanese person to get over 6 foot.
Yeah, they come people that are like 8 foot with like katanas that as long as they are, so...
And I am not a big person at all, but I can tell you, compared to most Japanese people, I'm pretty big.
Well, I love it.
Tech, worst 90s game ever played. Talking quality, or are we talking weird factor?
Let's see. Okay, you gotta be entertaining, because I have to make a call. Ugh, I'm popular, apparently. Let's see.
Who's calling? No, who's calling you? I didn't allow it. No kidding.
Well, okay, so be entertaining. I'll still play the game, though.
As in terms of weirdest 90s game, worst weird, okay, quality. Oh, it's gonna have to go to a PlayStation 1 game called Cosmic Race. That thing is horrible. That is one of the worst games I've ever played in, well over 30 years. It's bad. As in terms of like worst weird game, I'm gonna have to say Mohawk and Headphone Jack to the Super Nintendo. It's not a bad game, but the visual effects are enough that it might just make you vomit. That or, let's see, Gym Power in the Third Dimension. That's the Super NES version, requires a special set of glasses, and if you don't have them, the scrolling will probably make you very, very dizzy.
I was gonna say like the obvious one would be like Superman 64.
It's pretty bad. In fact, it's freaking terrible. But I can play through and I can beat Superman 64. I can't bring myself to play through and beat Cosmic Race. It's that terrible.
Or Shaq Fu.
Shaq Fu it had okay animations, kind of naff controls. That's really what let it down. Its controls just weren't that good.
Ah, Bubsy 3D.
That would be horrible. And I'm back. Ladies and
I'm
gentlemen.
back.
Shaq Fu, I've heard that part. Wait, no, go on.
Rise of the Robots is bad because of what it represents. It basically was 3 years of advertising blitz for a total piece of crap.
Well, I never even heard of Rise of the Robots until now, so... But I'll tell you this, Shaq Fu is an interesting game in that, oh crap, yeah, I think she dies anyway.
Why do they hate us so much?
Because the brains got broke, I reckon.
The brains got broke, huh?
Did you see that, Mr. BJ?
Good on you, kid.
Honestly, I think Shaq is someone who has always intentionally embraced the cheese.
Oh yeah.
The week after Weihnachten.
But Shaq Fu, taking it in a vacuum as a kid, I thought it was kind of cool. It's like Shaq goes to this like alternate world and he fights the mummies, and it's like it looks kind of cool until you actually are adult enough to understand what it is.
And I remember
Worst
that
90s FPS, Extreme Paint Brawl.
being afraid someone would catch us and take
I
me
can
away from her.
agree to that being absolutely
I made a
wretched.
promise. Whatever would happen to me,
Just
I
about
would
anything
find a way
head
back
games
to
is
her.
just
Careful
awful.
by yourself.
Anything that
The
they put
monsters
out.
there.
If I do
How
not
they got the
go,
money
I
to
might
do
have
that.
followed
Hey,
the
Turning
monsters
Point
to
Fall of
my
Liberty
son's
was not a
house.
bad game. It was mediocre.
I will go
And they had a
ask
few
you,
good...
and you will help.
Yeah, there's a few good moments in it. Like there's some parkour. You got a lever action rifle. You know, I mean, I thought it was pretty good.
Here.
You think that's bad? Go play anything by Activision Value, barring the original Secret Service game. That was still bad, but it was enjoyable bad.
And I have never played that, but I'm aware of it. And also, her face is messed up. Just saying. Everybody's face in this game is messed up. Okay? There's nothing but ugly people in this game. Oh wait, does that make me shallow?
Not really.
It's like... Oh, he's gonna zombify and shoot him in the head.
So sorry, Kessler. Wasn't supposed
And Shaq also can't make a free throw to save his life. But it's Shaq. He's a nice enough guy.
Drink Pepsi.
to. I
Ugh.
was a kid.
Shazam was-
In our basement. My father said if I'd done wrong, he'd creep out.
What's kind of funny about Shaq is, like, as a kid, Shaq seemed really cool. I watched Kazam. I thought it was okay. I watched,
You.
what was that
That's
movie
good.
called? No, wait, what?
Deal.
No. Yeah, Steel. That's the one. I thought that was pretty good. As a kid.
It was better than Kazam.
I don't know if I'd say that.
I was not. I think too. I couldn't stand that kid actor who's also in Free Willy too. I don't know. But these days he has a bunch of tattoos and a shaved head and mostly plays villain roles. So for him,
That's a big shift.
And snatched the goddamn folder.
Okay, I find that hilarious, though. It's like, got a bunch of tats.
I didn't even recognize him. Whoa.
Of course, I heard that, Edward Furlong. You know, if it's a kid actor, they're gonna have a horrible name. Like, who names their kid Edward Furlong? I ask you. I
Just
mean,
because his name is also a porn name.
Edward Furlong.
No, as long as they didn't 4 inches long, in which case he's got a real hard time in porn.
Oh my god.
You say that, but all I can say is, having seen certain things for the past 15 years, not all. So yeah.
Yeah.
So
but
anyways.
it's one of those things. It's
What about Edward Furlong?
I don't know. I just like saying that guy's name because it amuses me.
Hey, this scene you just did was better than the power loader scene in Colonial Marine.
Oh god, don't remind me.
anything's better than that.
Oh yeah, and I can't go.
Getting
back.
rabies is better than that.
And yet I thought it was gonna be good.
We all did.
Last-
We were all lied to.
Last I heard about Edward Furlong, he's been hitting the gym, so good for him.
But I don't think I'm ever gonna go Megtown. Just saying. The only reason I haven't shaved is I forgot to shave last Sunday, and getting off of work, I am much too tired to spend my time shaving. So yeah.
So I don't feel too bad. Right now, I'm practically rocking a ZZ Top beard. I need a shave bad.
I came close to that once, mainly due to laziness. And for all the dudes in the audience, which I mean all of you, the Harry's razor from Walmart, that's actually pretty good. It's worth the $10. And
Once you got the razor holder, you can actually get the razors direct from Harry's via mail order at a cheaper price.
Oh. I was just lazy and bought it from Walmart.
It's been a while since I've used mine, but their shave balm used to be really good.
God, somebody mentioned Sleepaway Camp in the chat.
Sleepaway. Is that the one where the guy who thinks he's the transgender killer?
Maybe.
Okay.
Someday we may have to. Just so I can make you watch it.
Oh god, it sounds like the shittiest of all.
No, there's far worse. If you know what you're watching going into it, you get to make fun of it and enjoy it. If you don't, then you're in for a shock. If
I would say it's actually pretty good. It does have a weird, dream-like, kind of weird quality to it, but it works.
See, though, the only time people say the term dreamlike is when they're trying to justify shittiness. You know?
Oh, well, or a Cronenberg film.
Yeah. Of course, you know, David Cronenberg did make a real movie. Well, not a real movie, but a movie that wasn't weird.
Plus, you know, James Earl Jones' dad's in it, so you know.
Oh yeah, the dad of James Earl Jones. I mean, because as we all know, he played Darth Plagueis.
He was the only one that's not really a perv in that movie.
Now, for those who don't actually get the reference, technically Darth Plagueis is Anakin's father. That's a spoiler, but whatever.
Well, yes and no, because there's multiple ways to take it. Because if you're going by the movies and going by the books, there actually is... There's kind of different ways to take it.
Yeah.
Because remember, at that point, they were really looking down two different authors. You're looking from Lucas's point of view, and you're looking from... Yeah, it's something we'll cover when we get there.
Indeed. Lucas! Oh yeah, speaking of Lucas, Revenge of the Sith is a much better book than movie. Just saying.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I actually pre-ordered the hardback and still have it. Although, when I do the Revenge of the Sith review, maybe this month, I have the script written. Depending on how tomorrow goes, I might get the audio and video done. Just have to see. I don't actually know where that book is. It's in a box somewhere. I'm literally just going to hold up my tablet with the book cover on it. That's the best you're going to get.
Yes, that's perfectly fine, because you know you got it, and... Now, if you got an ebook version of it, chances are still pretty good you've got a hardback version of it.
Indeed. Let's check the chat. 3 sleepaway camps. Never watched, but really want to. I have a bio fascination now with Last Jedi. Colonial Marines or Duke Nukem Forever. Duke Nukem Forever, hands down. At least Colonial Marines had gameplay. Star Wars fans today are battered housewives. Hellraiser. Hellraiser. You know, not even Hellraiser 1 was that good. I'm just going to come out and say it. I actually rewatched that last year. It wasn't very good. I mean, it was okay, but it's not particularly scary. Some of the effects are real dodgy. Like, you can definitely see their budget was like $1.
Yeah. Their budget was go to Party City.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it wasn't a horrible movie, but you can't expect much from a movie made on a budget of, hey, I know this guy who has a house, and we can film in it.
But, great.
We'll pay you in beer.
My favorite Cenobite is Chatter.
Yeah, they glued a bunch of crap on somebody's face, but... it's like they paid him in beer, and not even good beer. Most of you won't get this reference, but Keystone Light is like the cheapest beer you can get, at least here. The only reason I know that is from when I worked at a grocery store.
Well, not all cheap beer is bad. Like, there's Steel Reserve. That's pretty damn cheap, but as beers go, it's not bad.
Oh, the one he was bringing up, Lotz Revelations, is literally one that was made with like a $5 budget.
Oh.
And like,
yeah,
they couldn't even get the original
terrible.
actor back, and like, it looks like Pinhead put on like 50 pounds. And...
Pinhead went to Colonel Sanders.
There's only one I can think that's worse, and that's Hellraiser Deader.
I vaguely remember it. That was a cult of whatever.
It wasn't even supposed to be a Hellraiser movie. They just basically turned it into one. It's like, we're completely out of ideas. What do we do? I know, the Hellraiser license is cheap. Sweet.
I personally think the first two are the best, and I watched the first 8 one time. That was enough.
The only franchise that was good past the first movie, horror franchise, that was good past the first movie was Tremors, and somehow that thing is great. I don't know why. I don't know.
They realized that, okay, we can't take this too seriously. We gotta have it, you know... We can't turn this into a horror movie. We have to turn this into something which is absolutely enjoyable on every level. And so they did.
one of these days, I need to get me a Burt Gummer shirt.
And Tech, you do need to watch Apocalypse Now. It is not a feel-good movie at all, but it is almost mandatory watching because it's... You're going to feel like shit after watching it. Gonna be honest, can't pull any punches. You're going to feel like absolute defecation after watching it. But that's the point.
Now for me, the movie I watched, I haven't seen that yet, but I've seen a film similar to that, and that's Stalingrad from the 90s German film. Holy crap.
Yeah. It's... Apocalypse Now isn't that bad, but it's pretty bad. You're not going to feel good after watching it. You line up some good Chinese food or whatever you really enjoy for afterwards because you're going to need it.
And then don't watch Stalingrad after because you'll probably want to get wasted. I was going to say kill yourself, but then I'm not that edgy.
No. If you're going to watch Stalingrad immediately after Apocalypse Now, my first advice is, number one, find the nearest arcade and make sure you have about at least $20 in pocket because you need something to cheer you up now.
Yeah. Because holy crap, Stalingrad. Don't get that confused with the Russian film from 2013, which is basically 300 but Stalingrad. It's actually not, that film's not that bad, but you basically have Russians like just taking out whole like squads with a shovel. I'm not really sure that's historically true. But then again, you never know. Mash R to reload weapons faster, huh? So BJ has mastered the tactical reload. Okay, come on, there we go. Oh crap, they're gonna see, you know, this is why you need a windshield.
And Hellworld is very, very bad, but Debtor is worse because its ending is insulting.
Oh crap, shit.
I just remember it had what's her face in it. You know, the one that the chick that replaced the professor on Sliders.
Oh yeah. She is put to waste in that movie. She is wasted on it.
I imagine that thing was just a paycheck film.
That was back when they filmed most movies in Bulgaria, and now they're filming them all in South Africa.
Oh,
that's going to change very soon.
Unfortunately. Come on, cut him up. Shit. After I finish this game, I will, of course, live stream.
Live shit, gross.
You know, that's probably
live shitting, you know, yeah, that adult streams, give them time, they'll make it a thing. Big amongst the German crowds.
Oh dear. The Germans! Let's see, Apocalypse Now, really, Wizard of Oz. Yeah, Wizard of Oz wasn't bad. Eventually I need to watch that Twisted Land of Oz movie from like the 80s.
Yeah, Wizard of Oz 2.
Oz?
Yeah.
Return to Oz, yeah.
Oh, Return to Oz. Okay, but what is Twisted Land of Oz? Oh, I think that's a game, right?
Not one I've heard of, but... Eh.
Oh, that's a bunch of statues. I remember now. Okay. Yeah, they like made a bunch of weird-ass statues with like Dorothy and bondage gear. Now I remember.
Whoa, anyway.
No, that's a thing. I'm not even joking. That is a thing. Look it up. Look up Twisted Land of Oz.
Although I have seen weirder. I'm not going to mention it in stream because you can find it out.
Oh dear. I was going to say it's Alice in Wonderland and Alice in Bondage Land, but then I think like Alice is underage or something, so that'd be kind of a problem.
Let's just say she's aged up.
Oh, okay.
Huh, thank God.
So it's not quite as horrible.
No, but it's definitely NSFW, and yeah.
One thing that's kind of weird about Wizard of Oz is I read something that like the shoes originally were supposed to be silver, and they got changed to rubies for some reason. I don't think you can really move around in silver slippers. Rubies is pushing it. So like, I could buy the horribly gaudy ruby slippers with silver. They're like way too much.
Yeah, if they were actually genuine ruby, it would be absolutely horrible because it'd shatter it. Well, it'd be the John McClane experience all over again.
Yeah, Return to Oz was good.
Return to Oz is weird, and I doubt Disney is ever going to fully release it on Blu-ray again.
Because
It'd be funny as hell to see them remake it like they did Mary Poppins.
I doubt it. It was a box office failure.
No, I know. And it's Disney. They're completely out of creativity to make anything. So of course they're not going to work on something which was rather creative and unfortunately bombed.
Well, everybody wanted it closer to the original, like, you know, even though it's based off 3 or 4 of the other books. Yeah.
I never really liked Mary Poppins to begin with, so I didn't really care.
Yeah, Sherry Bobbins is better.
I never really liked that really kid stuff as a kid. So yeah, I was one of those kids, you know. It's like I only really liked, you know, the stuff that wasn't like really for kids. I guess is the best way to put it. Like
You probably like Return to Oz then. The movie's dark as hell.
Yeah.
But I like, you know, it's more. I guess it's not really fantasy, but I don't even know what you'd classify that, because it wouldn't be fantasy, because it's not like elves and dwarves and crap like that.
Well, there's different types of fantasy. Like what you're referring to is like you have full-on elves and all that. That's high fantasy.
Do you like Neverending Story?
That does not look like something I'd like either. You gotta remember.
Have you seen it?
No, I have not.
It's actually pretty good. No, stick only with the first film. The rest of them are skippable.
I find that
Especially the third.
I've seen reviews on that one where they got the claymation guy singing some random song. Let's see. American McGee's Alice. You know, I need to play that at some point.
I don't know if the sequel still contains the original game. It used to be if you bought the limited edition version of the original, you'd get the sequel. You get the original. I don't know if that's still true.
So, wait, Lotz, have you seen Dragon Slayer?
You know, I actually have that, but I've not actually watched. Crap. Stop shooting at me. Yeah, I'm gonna die because I'm just sucking now. Yep, there we go. Glass Slippers and Cinderella. You know, all those classic Disney films, I just really don't like. You know,
That's because they're bastardized versions of children's tales.
Even
the original children's tales are dark.
Yeah, I have heard that, but it's like even then, that's not my kind of story, you know.
Well, you can always watch Snow White: A Tale of Terror, where Sigourney Weaver plays the evil witch.
Yep. When was that made?
Late 90s.
Okay, it had to have been made then.
It's the only time you could get away with it.
Then you got Snow White and the middle-aged horny housewife. Because that's one of those middle-aged horny housewife movies, along with 50 Shades of Grey and Twilight.
Well, the original Snow White was a little bit more R to the A to the P to the E.
So, which for some reason middle-aged horny housewives are fascinated by for some reason.
Well, yeah, and there's so many things I can say against that when it comes to 50 Shades. That is not representative at all of what that community once was. I say once was because it ain't anymore, and hell, Robert Mapplethorpe, yes, that Robert Mapplethorpe would be spinning in his grave like a top.
Flowers of Robert Mapplethorpe on CDI. Oh wait, that must be a really. That must not be the kind of game I'm thinking of. If that's the case.
No, it is just Flowers, but Robert Mapplethorpe was big into the BDSM scene.
Now that's not something you would expect. So, the Flowers of Robert Mapplethorpe, the hardcore edition.
No, Sam Neill's also in that Snow White movie.
Well, also understand that Robert Mapplethorpe also really kind of made fun of a few religious people as well as several politicians by taking photos of his genitalia next to firearms.
Okay. That's random. Will I ever stream Postal 2? Maybe. There's so many games I want to stream other than that, so it's kind of back at the back burner. Because, well, I like Postal 2, that's just not really my kind of game most of the time. There's a lot of games that are my kind of game that I'd rather stream. Any PBS characters whose skin is purple as a potential... Oh, God. Glad I didn't say that. What knockoff film turned actually to be good? You know, I know of several, but I can't think of any at the moment. I really like that AVP knockoff from the late 90s. I like that one. I can't remember what it's
You know
called.
what? If I could get enough money, I could make I would gladly shoot a Teletubby horror movie. Because I've got enough locations where I can make it, you know, grim and gritty as you'd like, but make a Saw movie look clean.
Oh, my.
That Expendables knockoff, Mercenaries, is pretty good. It was alright.
I still need to see that. There's a lot of movies that I have not seen that I probably should at some point.
It's like, what's the criteria for being a knockoff exactly? Have to be based off of Blockbuster?
Yeah.
Well, really, it just has to be based off a concept which is proven to be successful, but now somebody wants their slice of the pie.
So I could just go on for an hour about zombie movies I really like.
Almost. I would recommend against it because it's almost too easy, but
Right.
The zombies. Let's see. Yeah, I am going to review those horrible Star Wars movies in 2020, though. I will finally get around to it. I'm planning for 2020 just because 2019, I'm going to be too busy with the job, so I can't really do as much as I'd like. So I'm like planning for that. And yes, I will finally do Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, Solo, and Rogue One. I don't want to, but I will.
I would say you've been warned, my friend.
Oh, why must my phone keep going off?
As for ultimate knockoff film, Korko Suits or Turkish Rambo, that's pretty jank.
It looked pretty bad.
And Epic Jason, Terminator versus RoboCop, or RoboCop versus Terminator. The comic is actually all right, but it was made in the 90s, so you can't really call it an 80s film. It could have been done, but it would have been in the 90s.
And Nega, you don't want to shoot yourself in the dick. That would be very painful. Unless you're a chick.
Whoa. Of course, it's more of a fan film, but still, go on YouTube and watch Commando Ninja. Like,
Ninja
an
Commando,
amalgamation.
yeah.
It's like an amalgamation of everything from like the 80s.
Yeah,
it's got your Terminator, your Predator, Raptors,
Oh,
It's pretty
Commandos, ninjas. Great.
oh, there
as-
is an Indian Terminator.
Yeah, which is actually quite hilarious. It's worth a watch. And not all Bollywood movies are jank. The romantic comedies are a crap ton better than anything that's been put out in the U.S. for the last 20 years. They're actually watchable. They're not chick flicks.
Oh yeah, apparently Netflix wants to ban that term somehow.
Nope. They can. The feminists want to ban the term bossy. To that I say, nope. You can pretend it's banned all you want, but sorry, nope.
Yeah.
Reality cares not for feelings.
On it. Blow up. Yo, him up. Yo, it all up.
Hey, I have Star Crash on DVD.
Can Demolition Man please stop becoming reality?
Yeah, I know, right?
At least it's not Taco Bell. Although here's
I can live with that.
Oh, if that's the only restaurant that's left, I'm checking out, guys. That's it. That's an insult to me as a cook. I'm checking clean out.
Well, here's the best question. What is the absolute worst fast food? Like, when you think of horror...
Wendy's.
McDonald's.
Really? I thought they're terrible, yeah, but, like, they're the absolute worst. I would have thought, Wendy's would be worse.
Yeah, I think I'd have to say Wendy's. I've never been impressed by their burgers.
I'm gonna have to go with McDonald's. Everything I've had there tastes like freaking cardboard.
I haven't had a McDonald's in I don't even know how long.
It's been 10 years for me, because I got that unimpressed. I just said, nope, never again.
And yes, I have seen some stuff from Red Letter Media. I watched their Star Wars prequel things, and they were quite good. And turned me, well, not really.
And Shy Boy, it's not a dying breed. It's what we call a self-correcting problem.
Indeed, because they do not procreate. Oh, feminists. You know, I haven't actually ever seen a feminist in real life, though, to be perfectly honest.
You lucky sod.
It's like I've never seen one. All the chicks I've talked to have never acted. Well, I don't know, maybe it's just because I don't go around, I'm not around that many people. It's just, I've never actually talked to a feminist.
And I'll pray that you never clap eyes on one, because that's something I don't wish on anyone, ever.
Because, damn. I mean, feminism used to be different from what it is today, as far as I know. But...
No. It was just more low-key because there was less insane people.
No, but is feminism tied to the women's lib thing, or is that a different thing entirely?
Feminism was used women's lib, but feminism has always been socialism with a different name.
Okay, that's what I thought.
What are you searching for?
Stores reviews for those things. Stop shooting me in the back. That's not fair.
What decipher? I'm sorry. I was still thinking about knockoff movies. Like, what deciphers something being a knockoff and something being a tribute?
No. You can count it if you want to, but personally, I would say no.
Actually,
No, I was asking different. Exactly.
Tributes are often pretty obvious, and they'll do so very on the nose.
crap.
So I guess being more of a knockoff would be making a movie called Dinosaur Park versus making a movie called something else just still being about dinosaurs.
Well, no, like in that case, if we're going by that, I would say Carnosaur is the pseudo knockoff of, Jurassic Park.
And I thought of a knockoff movie, but then I promptly forgot it. Oh no, I had it too. It was actually a good one. Oh crap. Well, I remember the other one I wanted to mention, and that's the Russian Commando. Oh, that's the one. It just came to mind. Okay, the Neil Connery James Bond movie. That's a knockoff. That's actually pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Because, yeah, for those who don't know, Neil Connery, Sean Connery's brother, did make... Well, he didn't make it, but he starred in...
Yeah.
I think it was called, like, Operation Double 007 or something like that. It was, like, from the 70s. And it was his brother.
Like True Lies, that would be a tribute to by a movie, not necessarily a James Bond knockoff.
Well, it is a tribute, but it's also a thing unto itself. It tries to be original while still paying homage to the original source material. So yeah, I wouldn't count it as a knockoff. I would count it as its own thing, and worth watching because it's actually a pretty fun movie.
It sadly doesn't have a Blu-ray version because, of course, it doesn't.
Well, that's okay because the Laserdisc version, and especially the Laserdisc version of Eraser, every version of it will suffer from disc rot and die.
No.
See, I thought of something else, but I forgot it. No, ma'am. Oh yeah, Al Bundy. Hey, I talk to women, just not on a massive occasion. But hey, that doesn't count. Avoid. That's one way to avoid emancipation. Oh. Is there any language where the word grenade doesn't sound like grenade?
Korean.
Oh. I do not know what it sounds like in Korean.
If I'm right, it's knock the chop.
It takes all that just to say grenade. By the time you finish it, you've already been blown up.
Well, that's saying grenade out.
Oh, okay. Damn, Korean's always winning at StarCraft. Never mind.
Clearly the best knockoff is Mac and me. Not kidding.
Whoa. Oh, that hurt my soul.
Oh, it is kind of hilarious.
I have never seen it. I thought the ripoff of what the fuck the name of that alien in E.T. is.
I was gonna say you don't even like E.T.
Yeah, I did not like E.T. as a kid, and I still don't.
Therefore, you should watch Mac and Me instead.
Okay, I saw E.T. when it came out to theaters. Part of me liked it, but remember, I was young.
Yeah, I need to rewatch it. I haven't.
This is before the Spielberg, hey, let's replace shotguns with walkie-talkies incident.
Well, for the Blu-ray, listen to the audience. Alright, theatrical version.
I've seen the 1980 Outland. I have seen it on TV many years ago. I need to watch that again. There's also another film. I can't remember the name, but I have it. I think it has like Kirk Douglas in it, where they're like on the moons of Saturn, and it's like this killer robot. I remember seeing that on TV once, and I thought it was actually halfway decent. There's just so many movies, so little time.
It's very true.
It's like, oh yeah, I already mentioned Overlord being actually pretty good, despite being a JJ produced film.
Nah.
In that instance, I'm the more forgiving one. Usually, I'm the mostly extremely cynical one.
Oh, there's times when I have my really cynical moments, and well, Jar Jar is one of them. Mainly because, remember, I'm more of a classic cinema guy and more of an,
Shit.
more of the avant-garde, not the everything must have lens flares, everything must be a visual, spectacle sort of thing.
Remember Titan AE?
Yeah,
Very few people do.
I think that got a being like a Star Wars-esque movie. No, it's not.
I honestly thought that was more of a rip-off of Independence Day. Honestly.
Yeah.
And for some reason, people love to hate on Independence Day. That is a very entertaining movie. I mean, come on.
That was a popcorn movie through and through.
Yeah.
I love it.
The
It's
sequel was
fun.
terrible, but the original was, grab you some popcorn and enjoy it.
Well,
Not every piece of cinema has to be, super deep. I'm not asking for the seventh seal out of everything.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know you like the sequel lots, but I don't know. I didn't
Yeah,
really care for
I did.
Independence
What was wrong
Day.
with the sequel?
They waited too
Independence Day?
long. Yeah.
My complaints, Mary Sue-isms, and they killed off a plot critical character without giving, due respect.
I thought just because, Will Smith, he didn't want to upset Lord Zeno or something.
Yeah. Will Smith is not a Scientologist.
I thought he was.
No.
Are you sure?
If anything, he picked Suicide Squad over Independence Day 2.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was
that
probably
a, great movie.
a better. Despite probably
It made
better
it more
choice
money.
than-
Oh.
It's not a good movie at all, but it made him more money, so I'm not going to fault him.
Okay, fine. I still liked it.
You can like it.
Yeah, I'm not going to say, oh, you're an awful person for that. I'm not an SJW. I'm not going to go that way.
Rain, can you believe it? Not kidding.
Let's see.
Though I will say you are a bad person if you don't like, Akira Kurosawa's Ran or Rashomon.
Which I still haven't seen.
I'm being facetious. Not everybody has seen it. Go watch it if you can. If you can't, I can understand.
Independence Day
I guess I
2,
do
you
collect
all
stuff.
stick to classier movies like Maximum Overdrive.
Hey man, best AC/DC soundtrack ever.
Hey, yeah, I guess you could say Independence Day is a rip-off of World of Worlds, isn't it?
It is, but it's more of an aviation-focused War of the Worlds. I will give it to you that it is a rip-off of War of the Worlds. So yeah, I'll count it as
Well-
the knockdown category.
We were comparing Spielberg's War of the Worlds to Independence Day. I'm gonna watch Independence Day.
I can't blame you because, for me, my favorite version of War of the Worlds is either the audio
the
drama
classic one.
or the 1950s, classic. It's
Yeah, that 50s version is still one of my favorite movies to this day. I think one
Did
of
you know
the...
they?
No, go on.
Did you know they made a War of the Worlds TV series?
Yeah, I was aware of that.
And it traumatized me as a child
Really?
because they'd had the alien hands burst out of the people's body,
Who killed my hunter Rudi?
and I was probably like 5 at the time.
Oh yeah, that would be kind of creepy. I didn't really like Mars Attacks. That was more. I'm not a big fan of dark comedy, so I just didn't really enjoy it as much as you would expect. Didn't know about a firewall. That's one of those things where you just kind of gotta let it go, so you can enjoy the fact that the humans use, you know, a fucking virus from a MacBook. You know. I used to love. I really did like the flying scenes from Independence Day. It's like Eagle 1, Fox 2.
Yeah, it's not like Hollywood ever gets computer concepts right. Sometimes, no.
And Megascott, Hagakure is actually quite good, but remember, it's one word. It means hidden beneath the leaves. It's a treatise on samurai honor.
And damn it, Jeff Goldblum can sell giving a Mac virus to aliens because, you know, Goldblum.
Yeah. Something about Disney SW. I would actually say the dumbest thing from the EU was Abeloth. That's when Star Wars stopped being Star Wars and became Diet 40K. Abeloth is a Diet Chaos God, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll give you that, but it kind of became Diet 40K really with the Vong. The Vong pretty much are their version of Tyranids. Hey, Jacques.
Now, okay, in all reality, wouldn't it be easy enough just to drop a nuke on that thing and kill it? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Just eat her already. Don't eat her out, just eat her. Okay.
Now, if it goes the other direction, that's something that's going to definitely need to be taken off the stream.
Yeah, something more for Hentai Foundry. And... yeah. Primary, there's just too much fat in that meat, just saying. And he's just gonna be stringy.
And I remember they also made it. Alien Nation. It also was a movie and a TV series.
It was actually an interesting TV series.
I gotta rewatch the movie because I haven't seen it. Oh my, forever.
Oh yeah, this has like, I remember this had like some kind of puzzle, but I don't remember how to do it. You had to like do something somewhere. So that's the problem. Oh yeah, we're at the end of the game, by the way. Crap. Because this game, this is like a real game in that it doesn't actually tell you what you need to do to kill this guy. Because I remember when I first played it, I was like shooting him again and again, and it was doing nothing. Did I shoot his mouth, maybe? I just don't remember.
If you got grenades, I would try the mouth.
It seems like it actually hit him. Oh yeah, that reminds me of another fanfic I did. I did a lot of fanfics as a kid. And I'll tell you why, because it allowed me to feel... it made me feel happy to go on ego trips. So one of my ego trips was a Resident Evil thing, where somehow I was able to shoot a SKS grenade into the Nemesis' mouth and blow it up. Yes, that was a thing. I don't think that's possible. I don't think I have the aiming skills necessary to do that, but hey. I liked my ego trips. If I still had access to all of those.
Yeah, rifle grenades aren't that hard to use. I mean, the hardest part is remember, load blank, not actual round, unless the grenade is designed for catching said round.
Yes, that would be bad. Although I don't think I could do that at age... I don't remember what age I was when I wrote that. And I do not remember how to kill this guy. Maybe I just shoot him? I just don't remember. The Uber Fibonacci. You shoot it with the fax. Really? That doesn't help me. Unless the fax is 12-gauge shotgun to the face.
Hey, some people choose different forms of fact delivery systems. This one's just faster.
You know, BJ, you know, you kind of ruin the resale value of the shotgun by, you know, cutting it. You know, like, in the future, you know, like, the Wolfenstein version of Ian, assuming he actually exists, it's going to be very mad at you.
Well, it's a hunting shotgun, so presumably there's quite a few of them.
Although, it might actually be worth more since it did belong to the legendary... Oh, he's going to kill me. Yep, he did. Legendary BJ Blazkowicz. Although, that just makes you wonder, though. Does Ian McCollum and Carl exist in the Wolfenstein universe? Or would the genealogy be so messed up that they don't?
Hard to tell. I mean, we know McCollum's background.
Just, what if their great-grandparents were killed by the super Nazis?
I don't know, given Ian's background in terms of family, I think his parents might be a little too tough for the Uber Nazis to fully take down.
And I think Carl's family is from Norway, so maybe they'd make it out. Maybe? I do not know. Hey, you know, sometimes you don't shoot the glowing part. Shotgun in the face is better than having a random UAC janitor clean. Hey, that actually is a game. I don't know what...
Just for cleanup detail.
Yep, that's the one.
Oh, great knockoff! I'd suggest actually, now that I think about it, with Asylum Sherlock Holmes.
Ooh, that actually is a good choice.
Yeah, 'cause it's got Dominic Keating in it. Yes, I know the guy's name from Star Trek Enterprise, the most underused character on the show.
Yep.
And also, literally, villain uses an Iron Man suit. There's robotic dinosaur in it. It's insane.
It actually reminds me of a anime. No, it's not anime. It's a Korean animation thing. So whatever that one is, of Steampunk World of Worlds, but they actually have mech suits.
I don't know the Korean word for animation, though I know their version of manga translates to manhwa.
Manhwa.
And if I'm mentioning Asylum stuff, I guess I might as well mention Abe Lincoln versus zombies.
It's like Abe Lincoln versus Vampire. Abe Lincoln versus Vampire Hunters. You know, that was.
I have Abe Lincoln Vampire Hunter on my bookshelf.
But I mean, where else are you gonna have Abe Lincoln go up to a zombie and be like, "Emancipate this"? Blah. I mean, sure, his beard looks like it's glued on, but you know.
Limited budget.
At least they had fun.
Yeah, it's limited budget that embraces the cheese.
Shit, stop. I like how BJ can just take getting stamped on by that thing. Now, if only BJ had his robot suit, maybe that would help things just a little bit.
That would help considerably. Well, up until it came to time to dodge a hit, in which case then it would be hell.
Yeah, he needs a Jäger, a real one. There's actually an interesting fan explanation of how those even work. Basically, golems. It uses magic to be able to move around, which is a good explanation as anything.
Yeah, because the tech level really couldn't support it. I mean, the Nazi regime, I can buy, you know, buying into electrosoldat technology and all sorts of weirdness like that. But them creating artificial muscle, that's a little far.
Where can you get the NSKS? I'm not really even sure.
These days, local gun shops are the only real place to get them because they're not being imported anymore.
Which really, really, really sucks. And do I care about the next generation of consoles? Not really. I am going to get me a piss core just so I can play Bloodborne, but...
Well, one should care about the games, not the power behind it.
There's... Until the big... until Sony or Microsoft start offering games, why should I care about the hardware? I've got a PC, and worst comes to worst, if I find myself an okay job, I can build, you know, PCs. And they don't, here's the thing about PCs: they didn't have to be super powerful. We have access to literally hundreds of thousands of games. There are more games than one human being can play through. Period.
That's a lot of games.
So I was looking up knockoffs, and someone made a IMDb list called Terminator ripoffs, though most of them are just random robot movies. But there's one called Shadow Chaser. It's literally Die Hard and Terminator. Terrorists with an indestructible robot take over a high-rise hospital in order to kidnap the president's daughter.
Why do they always want to
That
get
sounds like a video game.
Yeah. SS Doom Trooper was also a good film. I mean, it was basically
Well-
Return to Castle Wolfenstein, the movie. Mixed
What were you gonna say, Lotz?
I have no idea. Oh crap, I just got smacked up.
You said, why do they always, and then that was it.
Oh, gotta kidnap the president's daughter.
My date with the president's daughter. Okay.
Oh, is that a song?
I think that's a movie.
Oh,
Probably a Disney movie. Not sure.
fucking Disney.
Meg Foster's in it, so, you know.
Now, for those who don't know who Meg Foster is, she played Evil Lynn in the not Conan, you know, the one with the guy, Dolph Lundgren, you know.
She was also in They Live.
Masters of the Universe. And, well, the Masters of the Universe movie bombed. It actually wasn't that bad.
It was fun.
Yeah.
He-Man and the Masters of the... I don't know.
The Masters of the Grand Marketing Scheme. I have the marketability!
Yeah, you can sell Wonder Bread, too. Everybody knows wheat bread is the superior breads. Okay, I remember this boss being somewhat tough, even when I was actually, you know, awake. Actually, I'm starting to hurt him. This is still one of those bosses where it'd be nice if I could just quick save and just keep sucking over and over again and finally get lucky. Hey, it's like real life. Oh, crap, fucking-
I love the plot of Lady Terminator. The spirit of an ancient evil queen possesses the body of a young anthropological student. There you go. Goes on a murder rampage.
Anthropology.
There.
It's a very tough word to say quickly.
I have no idea about PCIe 5.0. I know nothing about that. And yeah, Nicolas Cage is good if you can accept cheesiness, which I can.
When he's in the right movie, he's really good. But when he's not, well, then he's terrible.
Yeah, it has to be a movie that does not take itself seriously, like Face Off.
Face off.
Ready for the big ride, baby?
Man, I love Face Off.
Yeah.
Fucking John Travolta and Nicolas Cage. Oh my god, they were so hamming over the top, and it was just beautiful.
That's what I say, in a movie like that where you can just go nuts, it's perfect. Oh god, not the beast!
Oh, yeah, not the... So wait, is that a comedy or a horror movie? I can't tell.
Originally it was a horror movie, but the remake I'd class as comedy. I mean, Nicolas Cage in a bear suit punching a woman clean the f out.
Grenade. Granata.
Plus, Face Off has a brief cameo by Joe Bob Briggs as the Kushner.
And then there's the other line that just if you're not. I remember watching that on TV once, half asleep.
Beach. I can eat for hours.
Yeah, that line actually.
Yeah.
If you're half asleep and you watch, it's like, what the fuck is this? Wobble them up.
Well, it's the only time you're going to see our favorite individual as a priest going nuts and grabbing a choir girl's butt.
Oh.
Well, shit, I think I'm gonna watch Face Off this weekend.
You know, I can't do that.
And tech, you're not going to find the original Galil unless it's secondhand. You will find the Galil Ace though, but you're going to pay through the nose for it.
Yeah, the original Galil, the cool one, the one that you want, would be like not tens of thousands, but several
That's
thousands.
going to be $2,000.
And there's so many better things to pick. Like, god damn it!
Yeah, at that point, just grab yourself a PTR 91 and a good scope and enjoy it because it's more reliable, it's easier on your shoulder, it's lighter, It's objectively a better weapon system.
Oh, Lotz, did you ever see Universal?
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, Terminator 2. There you go. But with... I actually thought the chick in that was pretty hot, but apparently in the sequel she dies of cancer or something.
It's just sequel and watch Regeneration, which you know the second one.
That is a
It was actually really good too.
Okay, I don't know how long.
But yeah, Dolph Lundgren in that movie, man, shoot the scenery, but he was so good in the first movie.
Lend me your ears.
Yeah, lend me your ear, soldier. Traitor.
Okay, I don't
It's
know.
empty. It's empty.
And yes, Epic Jason. Nicolas Cage running around screaming, "I'm a vampire!" It's classic.
Oh,
No, wait, what movie was that?
Vampire's Kiss.
Okay, I guess
it's
I've never
a movie where he's essentially insane and believes he's a vampire.
It's like Ghost Rider, only with less motorcycles.
And tech, nobody's going to make a clone of the Galil because from a manufacturing standpoint, while it was cheap for Israel to produce, it was only cheap to produce them because they had the machines on hand. These days, it's actually more expensive to produce than it is an AR-10.
Yeah, if you want a good 7.62, yeah, you get that PTR.
You go PTR, you can go with Aero Precision's AR-10. It's actually quite good. You can roll your own. The best bang for the buck if you're going for precision semi-auto 7.62 by 5.1 is actually from LaRue, their ultimate upper and discount lower option.
But
Yeah, man. Oh, sorry. I was gonna go back to Nicolas Cage. Like, yeah, we
Let's
could
go back to Nicolas Cage, dude.
You got like Con Air. Leaving Las Vegas is really good. Essentially, though, he just plays an alcoholic. It's drinking himself to death, but hey.
so he plays himself then.
Oh yeah, because recently he got married to like his girlfriend, and then he like divorced her the day after.
Yeah,
Like, oh,
the least Nicolas Cage movie, which is still a Nicolas Cage movie, would be Matchstick Men.
I thought the Bad Lieutenant remake with him was pretty good.
I'm gonna die again. If I die 3 more times, I'm just gonna call it and say the stream is done. Alright. 3 more times after this, because I remember this boss annoyed me, even when I wasn't half awake.
I kind of wish they'd make National Treasure 3.
How many times is he gonna lose all his money and get it back again? That's just...
What? No, these are the Indiana Jones like inspired movies.
I know, but he lost all his money in the second one. And then, like... 'Cause I remember this boss annoyed me because the arena's not big enough, and, like, you can't circle strafe. And I'm tired, and, like... come with other...
Raising Arizona is the class.
Yes, Raising Arizona is awesome. That was my mom's favorite movie.
I've never actually seen it. FNFL... Yeah. I considered buying some of those things, but, eh. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Like, if you're gonna get one of those, make sure you actually have a reason to get it, though. Because if you're just gonna get it to get it, you need to make sure you have a range big enough to actually be able to appreciate it, though. The max I have is 100 euros, so it's like, there's literally no point for me to even get it.
Okay, I only says I need to kidnap you and take you over Trinity Tactical.
I remember 8mm being messed up, but I haven't seen that movie in years.
Yes, it's very messed up. It's actually probably the most serious Nicolas Cage movie there is.
I know nothing about it, nor have I ever even heard of it. Okay, I think if I actually play the video game intelligently, I might be able to kill it.
The Rock also.
MP40 versus Thompson. I know it makes me a traitor, but I'm going to go with MP40 because it's actually sensible, sane, and easy to manufacture compared to the Thompson.
Oh yeah, that reminds me, in that Highwayman movie, buys himself a Colt monitor and a BAR.
Well, damn, he's loaded for bear.
Evidently, the Texas Ranger guy actually did that in real life. Because he was
Well,
fairly
yeah,
well.
because it's not just that; it's the fact that they almost exclusively used bars to take down Bonnie and Clyde.
It's like, well, they were an epic level boss.
Well, they needed something to punch through the car, because remember, cars back then were not made of fiberglass or plastic.
Crap. Need more grenades.
I heard that Mom and Dad movie he did was pretty. Basically, like all the parents are going insane, and well, of course, Nicolas Cage, he cages it up and tries to kill his kids. There.
Yeah, that movie sounds more like it would annoy me more than anything else.
Stop it, Cage! Why you gotta be doing that?
And beat him up. Alright, so I haven't died yet. I still got a decent amount of health because I'm actually paying attention. But I haven't actually landed this.
I didn't bother with that one medieval movie he did where he was on Perlman. Of it.
Yeah, I'm sure that movie was super historically accurate. Because there's a lot of medieval knights from California, as we.
It was called Season of the Witch.
Oh, Season of the Witch. Wait a minute.
No, nothing to do with that movie.
The hell? Oh, come on! See, this boss just is so annoying to me. Like, he takes a lot of damage, and they spawn these guys.
Or not to use the Donovan song.
Which reminds me, didn't Vin Diesel also like do a movie where he's a witch hunter?
Yeah, it's literally called Witch Hunter. How about 2 seconds of saying fuck it? Because this boss annoyed me back when I played it the first time. Yeah, it's annoying me now for the same reasons. The arena's too small, your attacks are too weak. The Nazis just make it more annoying.
I thought Hansel and Gretel, the witch hunter thing, was fun.
Actually, I'm surprised that Vin Diesel hasn't actually published any campaigns for D&D, knowing he used to play it quite a bit.
Kick-Ass was pretty good. The new Hellboy sucked. I'm not surprised.
Just watch the original Hellboys and maybe the Golden Army and read the original comics.
I heard some people liked it, so I don't know.
I did not. But I was also a big Hellboy fan from the comics, so.
Did it hit his mouth?
Caveat emptor.
Hellboy was always okay, but he never struck me as being particularly powerful, even in the movie, so.
Well, no, he's not that powerful. He can be, but for the most part, no. There's only certain circumstances where he can be powerful.
I like how BJ has a third arm that he can just throw a grenade with. You see, it's really hard to... One of the big problems with bosses in something like this is it's really hard to dodge the attack, at least it is for me. You know, in a third-person shooter, you actually have much more spatial awareness. You can move around a little bit better.
Oh, back to Universal Soldier real quick. Did you know that after the first movie, they actually made 2 Canadian direct cable sequels?
Yep, and they were not that hot.
And then they retconned it with The Return, which was also a bit too easy on without. And then about a decade-ish later, they made a Regeneration and a Day of Reckoning, which retconned those as well.
So just watch the first movie and count the rest as.
I'd highly recommend Regeneration and Day of Reckoning. In fact, Day of Reckoning I thought it was an excellent sci-fi horror film. Really good action scenes.
See, when I first tried to play this on a non-Soldier of Fortune related note, I actually got to the boss fight, and you know, I didn't finish the game for about 6 months because it annoyed me so much. I know this isn't a hard boss compared to classic games, but since this uses that horrific checkpoint system, I hate having to start at the beginning again. You know, with classic games, you can just, you know, immediately load up after you died, and it's just like, I gotta go all the way back to the beginning, and it's just... what can I say? I have more patience than I did for some things, but less patience for others.
As for Universal Soldier, the pseudo sequel that was done early 2000s, which got retconned, I like to refer to that as Bill Goldberg doing his best Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah, it was kind of over the top and fun. Ugh. Van Damme, simmer down.
They live. I saw that in theaters, actually. Not when it came out, because I wasn't even born yet. How many times have I
They Live has one of the best fight scenes.
Got the best fight scenes. What happens when you get Rowdy Piper and
Over fucking sunglasses.
yeah.
Ugh.
Of course, Rowdy Piper, the name, has kind of been ruined for me just because of The Simpsons. Rowdy Piper.
Oh god.
I have been, currently am, and always will be a fan of Piper because he was a damn good guy.
So it's one of the saddest movies I've ever seen, non-war film, has got to be The Wrestler.
Yeah.
I know nothing about professional wrestling, but
And-
goddamn, that movie was depressing.
I gotta say, Santro 4 did an excellent tribute to They Live. And having, you know, Roddy Piper, playable character. Not to mention Keith David also being in it.
Literally as himself.
Yeah. Well, that entire fight scene is basically just Piper and Keith David saying, okay, let's write a fight scene. And so they did.
I need to watch Prince of Darkness.
Have you seen it?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. Go watch it.
I planned on watching Roadhouse this weekend. But I'll add to the list. You know, sometimes you're gonna have it where you make a list of things you need to watch, but then you just never, for some reason. Damn it.
I put it by your TV. I have the list because both those movies are worth watching.
It took me forever to finally watch In the Mouth of Madness.
I know, it's like I watched that before you somehow.
I know, you were bringing it up, and I was like, okay, I'll watch it. Oh, okay, movie was pretty amazing. I don't know how I missed it.
People keep saying they need to make a Cthulhu film, and pretty much In the Mouth of Madness is that Cthulhu film.
Oh yeah,
That's
I think
what-
she like landed over here.
It's that and so much more.
Oh, there she is.
It's like, so when did Carpenter start to fall from grace?
Actually, it wasn't In the Mouth of Madness. It was later on.
No. Probably Ghost of Mars. Or Vampires, maybe.
Vampires was pretty horrible. I mean, Vampires was not very good.
No, not at all.
You never were in control.
Well, I know you'd probably say Escape from LA.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh man, Escape from LA. That's got to be one of the worst.
I can. That's a guilty pleasure.
How? It's so poorly done in every conceivable way. What is that triangular optic you see on a G36?
The carry handle optic.
Before that, he did a remake of Village of the Damned.
Village of the Darned, PG, the PG version.
Got Christopher Reeves and Chris Allen.
Poor Christopher Reeves.
And no, the carry handle optic, you can't really get a one that's compatible with the Picatinny rail.
You know, there's an episode of Tales from the Crypt where Christopher Reeves got to play an opposite of what he usually plays. A person who decides to serve people in his restaurant.
To serve man.
It's a cookbook!
I'm sure he thought it was, you know, fun to play something different than the usual what he
Yeah.
typecast is. Ugh.
Christopher Reeve was actually a pretty good actor.
It could be.
The Superman story was interesting. The fact that they wanted to make part 1 a part 2 movie, but it didn't pan out, and eventually they were able to release the Donner Superman 2.
1982,
That part is-
yeah, I can say that.
we lost 3 entertainers to the side of a Colorado mountain.
Wait, who?
John Denver, Reeve, and Sonny Bono.
Oh. And as for the thing, I got to see that in real life, actually. At an 80s night, no less. I had a video of it, but I had to take
In
it
real
down.
life. Oh my god.
Oh, okay, I meant the movie, not the real thing.
Oh, dear sweet lord.
Well, you know, if I was the thing, I'm a pretty lazy the thing, because I'm not out, like, killing people. I'm just playing games.
So you just went and hit somewhere. That's why we didn't see you in the movie. Yeah, that's
It's the ultimate way to beat the thing. Have it the body of a gamer. It'll never get anything done.
going.
Alright, so that is Return to Castle. Those engines look really stupid. Why would you put the engines on, like, the tip of the wing? That's not even remotely aerodynamic. But anyway,
Wind shear would destroy them.
yeah, why would you need a 6-engine? Whatever. Anyway, that, of course, is, the game. Wolfenstein, The Old Blood. We got 3 episodes out of that, I think. Or was this episode 4? I don't even remember what episode I'm on anymore. So yeah, we've got, Raynick.
Hey.
And we got Rage Kill. And, of course, we got GeneralLotz. And we're going to wish you good. Wolfenstein to Youngblood. Whatever makes you happy.